Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Zahra. The ceremonial blade gleams silver in the torchlight, its edge honed to perfection for the sacred work ahead. I force my breathing to remain steady, even as my wrists burn against the iron shackles binding me to the obsidian altar. The stone beneath my back radiates cold that seeps through the thin sacrificial gown they've dressed me in, white silk that will soon be stained crimson for the serpent's pleasure. King Crest stands before me, his eyes reflecting the dancing flames that surround the temple's perimeter. His skin seems to glow in the firelight, and the cruel smile playing at his lips promises agony beyond imagination. Behind him, dozens of dark elves chant in their ancient tongue, their voices rising and falling in a hypnotic rhythm that makes my stomach churn. "Tonight, little human, your blood will feed our god," Cress murmurs, his voice carrying the silk-wrapped steel that all dark elf nobles possess. "The serpent hungers, and you will sate his appetite." I meet his gaze without flinching, though terror claws at my throat. "Damn your serpent!" The words slip out before I can stop them, and several gasps echo through the temple. A lesser human would already be dead for such blasphemy, but they need me alive for the ritual. Cress's smile widens, revealing teeth too sharp to be entirely natural. "Such fire," he purrs, trailing one long finger down my cheek. His skin feels like ice against mine. The serpent will savour every drop. The chanting grows louder, and I feel the magic building in the air like pressure before a storm. My mother once told me that humans with the old blood could sense such things. Apparently, she was right. The power crackles against my skin, raising goosebumps along my arms despite the ritual fires blazing around us. Cress raises the blade high, and I close my eyes, sending a silent prayer to whatever gods might listen to the desperate pleas of a slave girl. The metal whistles through the air toward my heart. An explosion rocks the temple, sending chunks of stone raining down on the assembled dark elves. The blade goes wide, slicing across my ribs instead of piercing my heart. Pain flares, but it's nothing compared to the surge of hope that fills my chest as screams erupt throughout the chamber. "Attack! We're under attack!" someone shouts in Elvish. Chaos erupts as more explosions shake the foundation. The iron restraints around my wrists have loosened in the impact, and I wrench my arms free with a strength born of desperation. Blood streams from the gash along my side, but I ignore it as I roll off the altar and hit the stone floor hard. Dark elves rush past me toward the temple entrance, their elegant robes billowing as they prepare for battle. Magic crackles in the air, chaos magic, elemental force, and divine power all mixing into a deadly cocktail that makes my teeth ache. I crawl behind a fallen pillar, using the shadows to hide as I assess my situation. King Cress has vanished, likely teleported to safety the moment the attack began. Coward. The other nobles follow suit, abandoning their ceremony to protect their own worthless hides. Only the lower caste soldiers remain, and they're too focused on the threat outside to notice one escaped sacrifice. My bare feet slap against the cold stone as I sprint toward the rear of the temple. The servants' entrance. It has to be unlocked. The staff would have fled at the first sign of trouble. I slam into the heavy wooden door, my shoulder screaming in protest, but it gives way. Cool night air hits my face like a benediction. I'm free. The city of Liandor spreads before me, its towering spires and bridges shrouded in darkness. Fires burn in the distance where the attack continues, and the screams of the dying echo off the canyon walls that surround this cursed place. I need to reach the outer walls before the dark elves finish dealing with their attackers. Whoever they are, I owe them my life. My feet are already bleeding by the time I reach the first residential district. The cobblestones are slick with moisture and sharp enough to cut skin, but I don't dare slow down. Behind me, the sounds of battle grow fainter, which means the attack is likely over. Soon, they'll discover my absence. "You there! Stop!" The shout comes from my left, and I see a pair of Mayu warriors in their distinctive black leather armour rushing toward me. Their eyes gleam in the darkness, and the chaos magic crackling around their hands promises a painful recapture. I dart down a narrow alley between two crumbling tenements, my heart hammering against my ribs. The wound in my ribs throbs with each step, leaving a trail of blood that any competent tracker could follow. I need to find a way to throw them off my scent. The alley opens onto one of Liandor's many bridges, this one spanning a particularly deep chasm. Far below, I can hear the rush of underground rivers that honeycomb the mountains beneath the city. The bridge sways slightly in the wind, and with growing horror that it's my only way forward, the Miyu have blocked the alley behind me. "Nowhere to run, little sacrifice," one of them calls out in accented common tongue. "Come back quietly, and King Crest might allow you a swift death instead of the prolonged agony your escape has earned." I step onto the bridge, feeling the ancient wood groan under my weight. The rope railings are frayed and rotting, but they're all that stands between me and a very long fall. The dark elves follow, moving with the predatory grace of their kind. "I'd rather take my chances with the chasm," I call back, surprised by how steady my voice sounds. They laugh, a sound like breaking glass. "Then you're a fool as well as a coward." Perhaps, but I've been called worse things by better people. I reach the bridge's centre and turn to face them, backing toward the far side one step at a time. The ropes creak ominously with each movement, and I can feel several strands beginning to snap under the stress. An idea forms, desperate and likely suicidal, but it's the only chance I have. "You want me?" I shout, grabbing the rope railing with both hands. "Come and take me!" I throw my full weight against the rotting barrier. The rope snaps with a sharp crack, and an entire section of the bridge's side gives way. The dark elves leap backward as the structure begins to collapse, but I'm already falling with it into the abyss below. The water hits me like a physical blow, driving the air from my lungs and sending me tumbling through the darkness. The underground river is swift and mercilessly cold, carrying me away from Liandor faster than any pursuit could follow. I surface gasping, my lungs burning as I struggle to stay afloat in the churning current. Rock walls rush past in a blur, and I can hear the roar of rapids ahead. I manage to grab hold of a protruding stone just as the river widens, pulling myself partially out of the water with strength I didn't know I possessed. My entire body shakes from cold and shock, but I'm alive. More importantly, I'm free. The river carries me for what feels like hours, though it's impossible to tell time in the absolute darkness of the underground caverns. I drift in and out of consciousness, clinging to whatever handholds I can find as the current drags me ever farther from my prison. The wound has stopped bleeding, sealed by the icy water, but my limbs feel like lead. Eventually the tunnel begins to slope upward, and I see light ahead. Real light, not the magical illumination of dark elf cities. Dawn. I've survived the night. The river deposits me in a shallow pool surrounded by scrub brush and twisted trees. I crawl onto the muddy bank and collapse, every muscle in my body screaming in protest. The sky above is painted in shades of gold and crimson, and I've never seen anything more beautiful. But my relief is short-lived. As my vision clears, I realise where the underground river has carried me. The landscape around me is harsh and unforgiving, red earth dotted with thorny vegetation and jagged rock formations that stretch toward the horizon, like the bones of some ancient beast. The Orclands. I've escaped one death only to stumble into another. Everyone knows what happens to humans who venture into Orc territory. The stories are consistent across every culture on Protheca. Orcs are savage, bloodthirsty creatures who delight in torture and feast on the flesh of their enemies. They show no mercy to trespassers, especially humans. But as I struggle standing up, swaying with exhaustion and blood loss, I realise I have no choice. Behind me lies Leondor and certain death at the hands of King Cress. Ahead lies the unknown dangers of Orc territory. At least here I have a chance, however slim. My stomach clenches with hunger, reminding me that I haven't eaten since yesterday morning. The sacrificial fast was meant to purify my blood for the serpent, but now it leaves me weak and lightheaded. I need food, water and shelter, but I have no idea how to find any of them in this desolate wasteland. A sound reaches my ears, rhythmic and growing louder. Hoofbeats. Multiple riders approaching fast. I dive behind a cluster of boulders just as a group of mounted figures crests a nearby hill. Even from a distance, there's no mistaking what they are. The riders are massive, their green skin gleaming in the morning light, with tusks protruding from their lower jaws. They wear leather and metal armour decorated with bones and crude weapons, and their mounts are some kind of beast I've never seen before, larger than horses, with scales instead of fur and eyes like burning coals. Orcs. And they're heading straight for me. I press myself deeper into the shadows between the rocks, hardly daring to breathe. The stories flood back to me, tales of humans skinned alive and left to die in the desert sun, of women taken as slaves and used until they broke, of children fed to the Orcs' war beasts for sport. My hand instinctively moves to the shallow cut along my ribs, and I wonder if it would be kinder to reopen the wound and bleed out quietly, rather than face whatever torments await me. The hoofbeats grow louder, and I can hear voices now, deep, guttural sounds that must be the Orc language. They're very close, and I can already smell them, leather, sweat, and something wild and dangerous that makes my pulse race. One of the voices rises above the others, barking what sounds like orders. The tone is commanding, authoritative, and something about it sends a shiver down my spine that has nothing to do with fear. Well, not entirely fear. The sound of movement surrounds my hiding place, and realising with dread that they've dismounted. Heavy footsteps circle the boulder cluster, methodical and patient. They know I'm here. "Come out, little human," a voice rumbles in heavily accented common tongue. The words are rough, like gravel grinding together, but perfectly understandable. "I can smell your blood. You're injured and alone in our territory. Running will only make your death more painful." I close my eyes and take a shuddering breath. After everything I've survived, years of slavery, a sacrificial ritual, a death-defying escape, it seems fitting that my story would end here, captured by the very monsters parents use to frighten their children into obedience. But I won't go quietly. If I'm going to die, I'll do it on my feet. I stand slowly, my legs shaking with exhaustion and terror, and step out from behind the rocks. 6 orcs surround me in a loose circle, their weapons drawn but not immediately threatening. They're even larger up close than I expected. The smallest among them stands at least 7 feet tall, with shoulders broad enough to dwarf any human warrior. But it's their leader who commands my attention. He's a giant even among his own kind, standing well over 8 feet tall with muscle layered upon muscle beneath skin the colour of deep forest shadows. Tribal tattoos cover his shoulders and arms in intricate patterns that speak of battles won and enemies defeated. His black hair is braided with small bones and metal rings, and his eyes are not what I expected. Instead of the mindless brutality I've been taught to fear, I see intelligence there. Sharp, calculating, and undeniably dangerous, but intelligent nonetheless. He studies me with the same intensity I imagine a predator reserves for prey that might fight back. "Well," he rumbles, his voice like distant thunder. "What do we have here?"
Chapter 2. Rogar. The human female stands before me like a wraith conjured from the morning mist, her dark amber eyes blazing with defiance, despite the exhaustion etched into every line of her small frame. Blood stains the white silk of her torn garment, a sacrificial gown, if I'm not mistaken. The metallic scent mingles with something else, something that shouldn't be possible. Magic. Old magic, dormant but present in her bloodline. A dark elf sacrifice, I rumble, circling her slowly while my warriors maintain their positions. Escaped, by the look of things. The question is whether you're worth more to us alive or dead. She lifts her chin, meeting my gaze without flinching. Impressive. Most humans would be sobbing or begging by now. I suppose that depends on what kind of monsters you are. Laughter rumbles from my chest before I can stop it. Monsters. Little human, we are the Stormfang clan. We don't deal in monsters, we are the storm that breaks them. How poetic, she says, and there's actual venom in her voice. I'm sure your victims appreciate the literary flair before you gut them. Interesting. Fire burns in this one, despite her obvious fear. I can smell it on her, the sharp tang of terror mixed with something far more intriguing. Determination. She's prepared to fight, even knowing she cannot win. My second-in-command, Grimna, shifts restlessly on my left. His massive war axe remains sheathed, but his hand hovers near the grip. Chieftain, we should move. Dark Elf patrols will be searching for her soon. He's right, of course. The explosion that shook Leondor last night was felt even here, 30 miles into the Orc lands. Whatever attack allowed this female to escape, it won't keep the Dark Elves occupied forever. And King Kreese and army is not known for accepting losses gracefully. "What's your name, Sacrifice?" I ask, taking another step closer. She doesn't retreat, though every instinct must be screaming at her to run. "Zahra." The name falls from her lips like a challenge. And I'm nobody's sacrifice. No, I agree, studying the thin scar along her jawline, the way she holds herself despite her injuries. I don't believe you are. The admission surprises even me. In my long years, I've learned to read potential threats, allies, and prey with ruthless accuracy. This human registers as all three simultaneously, a contradiction that sets my teeth on edge. "Rogar," Grimna warns, his voice dropping to the rumbling bass we use for private communication. "She's Dark Elf property. Harboring her brings war to our territory." "War was coming regardless," I reply in the same tone, never taking my eyes off Zahra. She watches our exchange with sharp intelligence, though she cannot understand the words. "Krez has been pushing his boundaries for months. This simply forces his hand sooner." Grimna's silence speaks volumes. He knows I'm right, but that doesn't make the decision easier. The Stormfang clan has survived by choosing our battles carefully, striking hard and fast before melting back into the hostile landscape that serves as our fortress. Taking in an escaped Dark Elf sacrifice could be seen as either bold leadership or reckless stupidity. Time will tell which. "You have a choice, Zahra," I say, switching back to common tongue. "You can come with us willingly, or we can bind you and drag you back to our settlement. Either way, you're leaving this place." Her hands clench into fists at her sides. "And if I refuse both options?" "Then you die here in the wasteland, alone and forgotten." I shrug, the motion making my armor creak. The sun will bleach your bones white within a week, and the next traveler will step over your skull without a second thought. The brutal honesty hits her like a physical blow, but she doesn't crumble. Instead, she straightens her spine and fixes me with a glare that could melt steel. You paint such a vivid picture. Do all orc chieftains double as poets? Another surprise. Humor in the face of mortal peril. Either she's braver than any human I've encountered, or madness has already claimed her. Both possibilities intrigue me more than they should. Mount up, I command my warriors without breaking eye contact with Zahra. We return to camp immediately. What about the human? Asks Thresh, my youngest warrior. His tusks are barely visible beneath his upper lip, marking him as barely past his coming-of-age trials. She rides with me. The declaration hangs in the air. Even Grimna's eyebrows climb toward his hairline. I've never taken a prisoner aboard my mount, never shown such consideration to captured prey. But something about this female demands a response I cannot name. Zahra's eyes widen as I approach my warbeast, a magnificent specimen named Sunder, whose scales shimmer like oil in the morning light. His head alone is larger than her entire torso, and his teeth could snap her in half without effort. I've never ridden one of those things, she says, and for the first time, uncertainty creeps into her voice. Batlas are not things, I correct, running my hand along Sunder's neck. They are partners, companions in battle and hunt. This is Sunder, and he has carried me through more fights than you've seen sunrises. The great beast rumbles deep in his chest, a sound that vibrates through the ground beneath our feet. Zahra takes an involuntary step backward, and I catch her arm before she can fall. Her skin is soft beneath my calloused fingers, pale and smooth except for the network of small scars that mark a life of hardship. He won't hurt you, I say, surprised by the gentleness in my own voice. Not while you're under my protection. And how long does that protection last? She asks, looking up at me with those dark amber eyes. The question cuts deeper than any blade. How long, indeed? Until she proves herself useful. Until the dark elves come calling. Until my clan decides she's more liability than asset. That depends entirely on you. I lift her onto Sunder's back as easily as I might handle a child, though the way she settles against me is anything but childlike. Her body fits against mine with startling precision, and I find myself hyper-aware of every point of contact. The curve of her spine against my chest, the weight of her head against my shoulder, the way her breath catches when Sunder begins to move. We ride in silence for the first hour, the only sounds the rhythmic pound of claws against stone and the whisper of wind through the surrounding canyon walls. The orclands stretch around us in endless variations of red and brown, broken only by the occasional splash of hardy vegetation that has learned to thrive in this unforgiving environment. Why did you help me? Zahra asks suddenly, her voice barely audible over the wind. The question catches me off guard. In truth, I'm not entirely certain myself. Perhaps it's the way she stood her ground despite impossible odds. Perhaps it's the intelligence that burns behind her eyes like banked coals. Or perhaps it's something far more dangerous, the recognition of a kindred spirit in the most unlikely of packages. You were fighting, I say finally. Even when defeat was certain, you chose to fight rather than submit. That deserves respect, regardless of species. She twists in my arms to look at me directly, and the movement brings our faces close enough that her breath brush against my cheek. Is that really why? The simple question carries weight that threatens to crush my carefully maintained control, because the truth is far more complicated than respect for courage. The truth is that something about this small, fierce human calls to parts of myself I've kept buried since becoming chieftain. Parts that recognize strength in unexpected forms, that hunger for companionship beyond the bonds of clan loyalty. Ask me again when you've survived your first week among the Stormfang, I say instead. Her laugh is bitter as the desert wind. Assuming I live that long. You will. The belief in my voice surprises us both. Whatever else you are, Zahra, you're a survivor. The Dark Elves couldn't break you, and they've perfected the art of breaking humans for centuries. She settles back against my chest, and I feel some of the tension leave her shoulders. You sound like you speak from experience. I've seen what they do to prisoners. The words taste like ash in my mouth. The lucky ones die quickly, and the unlucky ones become warnings to others who might consider defying Dark Elf rule. We crest a ridge, and the Stormfang settlement spreads below us, a cluster of stone and hide structures built into the natural caves and overhangs that honeycomb this section of canyon wall. Smoke rises from cooking fires, and I can see the small figures of clan members going about their daily tasks. Children chase each other between the tents while their mothers prepare the morning meal. Warriors tend to weapons and mounts, ever ready for the next raid or defensive action. Home. The word carries more weight now than it did this morning, viewed through the eyes of someone who has never known such security. It's not what I expected, Zahra murmurs. What did you expect? Skulls mounted on spikes, cages full of prisoners, the usual orc stereotypes. I snort. We save the skull mounting for special occasions, and prisoners don't last long enough to need cages. The joke falls flat when she stiffens against me. Clearly, my attempt at humor needs work. Social interaction has never been my strongest skill. Battle strategy and tactical planning leave little time for developing conversational finesse. Relax, I say, adjusting my grip around her waist. You're not a prisoner, not anymore. Then what am I? The question hangs between us as Sunder picks his way down the narrow path toward the settlement. What is she indeed? Refugee? Asset? Potential liability? The honest answer is that I don't know, and uncertainty is not a luxury chieftains can afford. You're someone who fought when fighting seemed impossible, I say at last. Someone who chose freedom over certain death. That makes you interesting. Interesting. She tastes the word like fine wine. I've been called many things, but interesting is new. What have you been called? Stubborn, difficult, ungrateful. The usual complaints about slaves who don't know their place. Slave. The word hits me like a physical blow, and my arms tighten around her involuntarily. Slavery is not unknown among orc clans, though we prefer the honest simplicity of battle to the prolonged cruelty of ownership. But somehow, the thought of this fierce creature reduced to property sets fire to something primitive and violent in my heart. You're not a slave here, I growl, the words carrying more heat than I intended. No? She glances back at me with those dark amber eyes. Then what happens when your clan decides I'm not worth keeping alive? The challenge in her voice demands an honest answer, even if the truth complicates everything. Because the truth is that my protection only extends as far as my authority, and there are those among the Stormfang who would see her as nothing more than a mouth to feed and a potential threat to our security. Then you'll have to prove them wrong. And if I can't? I meet her gaze steadily, letting her see the steel beneath my words. Then you'll die fighting, which is more than most can say. For a moment, something flickers across her face, gratitude perhaps, or recognition of the honor inherent in such a death. Then her expression hardens into determination that matches my own. I won't need to die fighting, she says with quiet conviction, because I'm going to live through whatever tests your people put me through. And when the Dark Elves come looking for me, and they will come, I'm going to be strong enough to help you destroy them. The words ring with the force of prophecy, and I find myself believing her despite every rational argument to the contrary. This small human female, bloodied and exhausted and utterly outmatched, speaks of strength and vengeance with the confidence of a seasoned warrior. Perhaps she's exactly what the Stormfang clan needs. Or perhaps she's the catalyst that will bring destruction down upon all our heads. Time will tell which prophecy proves true.
Chapter 3. Zahra. The Stormfang settlement buzzes with activity as Rogar guides Sunda through the maze of stone dwellings and hide tents. Every pair of eyes turns toward us, and the conversations that were flowing like water moments before dry up into tense silence. I feel their scrutiny like a physical weight pressing down on my shoulders, each gaze cataloguing my obvious humanity, my blood-stained sacrificial gown, my complete lack of belonging in this place. A female orc emerges from one of the larger tents, her green skin bearing intricate tattoos that spiral down her muscular arms. She's shorter than Rogar, but no less imposing, with a mohawk of jet black hair adorned with bone ornaments that click softly as she moves. Her eyes, brilliant amber like molten gold, fix on me with undisguised hostility. "Chieftain," she calls out in common tongue, though her voice carries the rough edge that seems universal among orcs. "You bring gifts from your morning hunt." The word gifts drips with sarcasm sharp enough to cut. Several other clan members gather behind her, their expressions ranging from curious to openly aggressive. I catch glimpses of weapons being shifted into easier reach, hands moving to rest on axe handles and sword hilts. "Kayla," Rogar acknowledges, his voice carrying a warning that doesn't seem to penetrate the female's obvious irritation. "This is Zahra. She's under my protection." "Protection." Kayla spits the word like poison. "Since when do we offer sanctuary to dark elf pets?" The insult hits like a slap, but I force myself to remain still against Rogar's chest. Showing anger now would only confirm their worst assumptions about my character. Instead, I meet Kayla's burning gaze with as much dignity as I can muster, while wearing blood-stained silk and smelling like river water. "I'm nobody's pet," I say quietly, but my voice carries clearly across the gathered crowd. Kayla's laugh is harsh as grinding stone, spoken like a true lapdog who's forgotten her place. "Tell me, little human, how many of your kind have you watched die for dark elf amusement? How many have you helped drag to the altar?" The accusation burns because it contains enough truth to sting. I did nothing to save the other humans in Lyondor, couldn't save them even if I'd tried. Survival demanded that I keep my head down, follow orders, and endure whatever cruelties were visited upon me. But admitting that weakness here would be tantamount to signing my own death warrant. I watched, I admit, letting steel creep into my voice. And I learned. I learned that the only difference between predator and prey is the willingness to fight when the opportunity comes. Last night, I chose to fight. And now you expect us to coddle you because you finally grew a spine? Another orc steps forward, male, with scars crisscrossing his broad chest like a map of past battles. His tusks protrude well past his lower lip, yellowed with age and filed to razor points. "We are not a charity for broken humans, chieftain." Murmurs of agreement ripple through the crowd, and I feel Rogar's muscles tense beneath me. He's outnumbered, and while his authority as chieftain commands respect, that respect clearly has limits when it comes to harbouring what they see as a liability. "Broken?" The word sparks something dangerous in my chest. "You want to see broken? Look at what the dark elves left behind when they finished with me." I slide down from Sunda's back before Rogar can stop me, landing on unsteady feet but managing to stay upright through sheer stubborn will. The crowd closes in, a semicircle of green skin and bared tusks, but I don't retreat. Instead, I reach for the torn edge of my gown and rip it further, exposing the network of scars that map my torso like a constellation of old pain. "Whip marks," I say, pointing to the parallel lines that cross my back. "From speaking out of turn, brand marks." I indicate the cruel symbols burned into my shoulder. For trying to escape the first time, knife cuts. My fingers trace the thin white lines along my ribs. For fighting back when they came for my friend. The crowd has gone silent, their expressions shifting from hostility to something harder to read. I continue my catalogue of damage, each scar a testament to years of endurance that should have broken anyone with sense. Burns from magical punishment, bite marks from their pets, a cracked skull from the time I dared look a noble in the eye. I meet Kayla's gaze directly. This is what broken looks like when it refuses to stay broken. This is what survival costs when you're property instead of a person. For a long moment, nobody speaks. The only sounds are the whisper of wind through the canyon and the distant calls of children playing somewhere deeper in the settlement. Then Kayla steps closer, her amber eyes studying my scars with newfound interest. "You killed any of them?" she asks bluntly. "2. The admission slips out before I can consider the wisdom of confessing to murder. A guard who cornered my friend in the kitchens, and a noble's son who thought human flesh was his birthright. Kayla's scarred lips curve into something that might charitably be called a smile. How? Kitchen knife through the guard's throat, poison in the noble's wine, took 3 days for him to die. And they didn't execute you. They needed me alive for the ritual. The serpent prefers his sacrifices unmarked by obvious violence. I gesture to the shallow cut along my ribs, though they made sure I understood the consequences of further rebellion. The female orc nods slowly, as if I've passed some test I wasn't aware of taking. "You have spine, little human. Stupid spine, but spine nonetheless." "Kayla." Rogar's voice carries warning as he dismounts from Sunder. "Zahra needs food, water, and medical attention. The philosophical debates can wait." "Can they?" The scarred male speaks up again. "Grimner tells me you plan to keep her. That true, chieftain?" All eyes turn to Rogar, and I feel the weight of decision hanging in the space like smoke from a forge. He could deny it, claim he's merely offering temporary shelter until I'm strong enough to leave on my own. The lie would smooth over clan tensions and give him an easy way to dispose of me later. Instead, he places one massive hand on my shoulder, the gesture both protective and possessive. "Zahra stays. Anyone who has a problem with that decision can take it up with me directly." The challenge in his words is unmistakable. Several clan members shift uncomfortably, but none seem willing to openly defy their chieftain. For now. "Where?" Kayla asks, practical as always. "She can't sleep in your tent. The clan would never accept a human sharing the chieftain's bed, and she's too weak to build her own shelter." Heat rushes to my cheeks at the implication, but I force myself to focus on the practical problem she's raised. Rogar's protection only means something if the clan accepts it, and harbouring me in his personal space would undermine his authority while making me an even bigger target for resentment. "She'll stay with the unmated warriors until she can establish her own household," Rogar decides. "Thresh can show her where to find food and water. Kayla, I want you to evaluate her fitness for training." "Training?" I can't hide my surprise. "What kind of training?" Kayla's smile turns predatory. "The kind that keeps you alive when pretty words and sharp tongue aren't enough. If you're staying with the Stormfang, you learn to fight like Stormfang. No exceptions." The prospect should terrify me. I've never held a real weapon, never trained for combat beyond the basic self-defense that comes from living in constant danger. But instead of fear, I feel something that might be excitement uncurling in my chest. The chance to become strong, to learn skills that could protect not just myself, but others who need defending. "When do we start?" I ask. "Now." Kayla jerks her head toward a flat area near the settlement's edge, where wooden practice weapons wait in neat rows. "Unless you need to rest first. I know humans are delicate." The taunt is obvious, but I rise to it anyway. "Lead the way." "Zahra." Rogar's voice stops me before I can follow Kayla. "You're injured and exhausted. There's no shame in waiting until tomorrow." Part of me wants to accept his offer, to collapse into whatever shelter they'll provide and sleep for a week. But I can feel the clan watching, weighing my every response. Show weakness now, and I'll never be anything more than a burden they tolerate for their chieftain's sake. I'm fine, I lie, straightening my spine despite the ache in my ribs. A few bruises never killed anyone. Kayla's approving grunt suggests I've given the right answer. She turns and strides toward the training ground, her bone ornaments clicking a rhythm that sounds suspiciously like funeral drums. I follow, hyper-aware of the crowd dispersing behind us, their conversations resuming in low murmurs that undoubtedly centre on my presence. The training area is larger than it appeared from a distance, a natural amphitheatre carved into the canyon wall by wind and time. Sand has been spread across the stone floor, dark with old bloodstains that speak of serious combat rather than gentle sparring. Wooden weapons line the perimeter, swords, axes, maces, and implements I can't identify. Pick one, Kayla commands, gesturing to the array. I study the options, trying to guess which might suit my size and strength. The axes are clearly too heavy, and the longer swords would be unwieldy in my hands. Finally, I settle on a curved blade about the length of my forearm, its wooden surface polished smooth by countless training sessions. Interesting choice. Kayla selects a practice axe that looks barely smaller than the real weapons the clan warriors carry. Most humans go for the straight sword, familiar, predictable, but you chose a saber, aggressive, requires commitment to the attack. I'm told I have commitment issues, I say, testing the weapon's balance. We'll see. Kayla moves to the centre of the arena, her stance shifting into something predatory and fluid. First lesson, pain is your teacher, and she's not gentle with stupid students. Second lesson, the ground is your enemy as much as your opponent. Third lesson, there are no rules in real combat, so don't expect any here. She doesn't give me time to respond before she's moving, the practice axe cutting through the air toward my head with frightening speed. I throw myself sideways, feeling the wind of her passage ruffle my hair, and try to bring my own weapon up in a clumsy counterattack. Kayla bats my blade aside effortlessly and follows up with a sweep of her axe handle that catches me across the ribs. The impact drives the air from my lungs and sends me sprawling in the sand, my practice sword spinning away across the arena floor. Dead, she announces cheerfully. What did you learn? I spit sand from my mouth and glare up at her. That you're faster than you look. Wrong. You learned that hesitation kills. You saw my attack coming and wasted precious time deciding how to respond. In real combat, that delay would have left your head rolling in the dirt. She offers me a hand up, and I accept it despite the humiliation burning in my chest. Again, I say, retrieving my weapon. Again, she agrees. The pattern repeats itself a dozen times. Kayla attacks, I attempt to defend, and I end up flat on my back in the sand. Each impact teaches me something new about my own limitations, about the vast gulf between intellectual understanding of combat and the physical reality of violence. My ribs ache, my head pounds, and I'm fairly certain I'll be purple with bruises by tomorrow, but I keep getting up. Enough. Kayla finally calls a halt after I've been knocked down for what feels like the 100th time. You're starting to telegraph your moves, which means you're too tired to learn effectively. I struggle to my feet, swaying slightly as exhaustion finally catches up with me. The sun has moved significantly since we began, and I realise we've been training for hours. My stomach clenches with hunger, and the wound in my side has reopened, seeping blood through the torn silk of my gown. How did I do? I ask, though I'm not sure I want to hear the answer. Kayla studies me with those piercing amber eyes, taking in my bedraggled appearance and obvious pain. You have the instincts of a fighter, she says finally, raw and untrained, but present. More importantly, you have the will to continue when most would have quit. Is that enough? To survive? Maybe. To thrive among the Stormfang? She shrugs. That remains to be seen. But you've earned the right to try, which is more than I expected when this day began. The admission feels like a victory, however small. I've proven I'm not entirely helpless, that I'm willing to endure pain and humiliation in pursuit of strength. It's a beginning, at least. Come, Kayla says, slinging her practice axe over her shoulder. You need food and rest. Tomorrow we'll see if you can hold a weapon properly before I knock you down. As we walk back toward the settlement, I catch sight of Rogar watching from the shadow of a stone overhang. Our eyes meet across the distance, and something passes between us. Approval, perhaps, or recognition. He nods once before disappearing into the maze of dwellings, leaving me to wonder what exactly I've gotten myself into. One thing is certain, survival among the Stormfang clan will require more than just enduring their training. I'll need to prove my worth not just as a fighter, but as someone they can trust, someone who adds value to their community rather than merely consuming resources. The question is whether I'm strong enough to become the person they need me to be, or if the scars of my past will prove too heavy to overcome. Time will tell. But for the first time since my escape from Leondor, I have hope that the answer might be yes.
In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The Immersive Fantasy Audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprathika.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Prathika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 4. Rogar. 14 days of blazing sunrises passed in a blink. The evening air carries the scent of roasted meat and wood smoke as I make my way through the settlement, but my attention remains fixed on the small figure hunched over a bowl near the communal fire pit. Zahra sits apart from the other unmated warriors, close enough to benefit from the warmth, but distant enough to avoid conversation. Smart. My clan members aren't cruel by nature, but they're not quick to embrace outsiders either. Especially human outsiders. I settle onto a stone outcropping that gives me a clear view of the gathering without making my observation obvious. From here, I can watch how she navigates the delicate social dynamics that will determine whether she thrives or merely survives among the Stormfang. Brooding, chieftain. Grimna's gravelly voice interrupts my surveillance. My second-in-command drops down beside me with a grunt, his own bowl steaming in the cool evening air. That's becoming a troubling habit. Observing, I correct. There's a difference. Is there? Grimna looks to where Zahra carefully tears apart a piece of flatbread, eating with the mechanical precision of someone who's learned not to waste food. She handled herself well today. Kayla was impressed, though she'd rather eat her own axe than admit it openly. That draws my attention away from Zahra. Kayla was impressed? Knocked the little human down 37 times, Grimna says, with something approaching admiration. 37 times she got back up. No tears, no begging, no demands for mercy. Just pure, stubborn determination. 37. The number sits heavy in my chest, heavier than it should. I've seen seasoned warriors quit after less punishment, yet this small human female, already injured and exhausted from her escape, endured hours of brutal training without breaking. She's tougher than she looks, I murmur. Tough, yes, but tough enough. Grimna's tone carries the weight of unspoken concerns. The clan is talking, Rogar. Some say harboring her shows weakness, that you're thinking with your stick instead of your head. Heat flares in my chest at the crude assessment, though I can't entirely deny its accuracy. There's something about Zahra that calls to parts of myself I'd thought long buried beneath the responsibilities of leadership. Something that makes me want to protect her, claim her, mark her as mine in ways that have nothing to do with practical politics. And what do you say? I ask. Grimna is quiet for a long moment, chewing thoughtfully on a piece of meat. I say that you've never been a fool, and I don't think you're starting now. But I also say that keeping her will cost us. The question is whether she's worth the price. Across the fire pit, Thresh barely passed his warrior trials, approaches Zahra with a second bowl. The young orc's intentions are obvious in the way he puffs out his chest and displays his still modest tusks. Zahra accepts the food with polite gratitude, but there's no warmth in her expression, no invitation for further interaction. Thresh doesn't take the hint. He settles beside her without invitation, launching into what I can only assume is a recounting of his hunting prowess. Several other young warriors drift closer, drawn by the novelty of a human female in their midst. "Idiots," Grimna mutters, "like moths to flame." "She can handle herself," I say, but my hand moves instinctively to the grip of my war axe. The casual gesture isn't lost on my second-in-command. "Can she? Or are you hoping she can so you don't have to intervene and look like a possessive fool?" The observation hits uncomfortably close to the truth. I've spent the day fighting the urge to hover over Zahra like a protective parent, to insert myself between her and every potential threat or challenge. Such behavior would undermine both her attempts to establish independence and my own authority as an impartial leader. I don't have any idea where this feeling is coming from. But watching other males circle her tests the limits of my self-control. "Tell me something, Grimna," I say, keeping my voice carefully neutral. "In all our raids against dark elf outposts, have you ever seen a human fight back? Really fight, not just the desperate flailing of cornered prey?" "No," he admits. "They usually cower and beg, or try to bargain with information about their master's weaknesses. Zahra didn't cower. She stood her ground and traded words with Kayla like an equal. And today, she endured punishment that would break most humans without a single complaint. So maybe the stories we tell about human weakness are just that, stories. Maybe we've only seen them at their worst, broken and defeated, because that's the only time we encounter them." Grimna's silence suggests he's considering the possibility. Around the fire pit, Thresh has moved closer to Zahra, his voice growing louder as he tries to impress her with increasingly outlandish tales of his combat prowess. She listens with the polite attention of someone who recognizes the need to avoid offense while harboring no actual interest. Then Karg arrives. The older warrior carries his scars like trophies, each mark a testament to battles survived and enemies defeated. His tusks are filed to deadly points, and his eyes hold the cold calculation of someone who's learned to see violence as a tool rather than a passion. He's also one of the most vocal opponents of my decision to harbor Zahra. "Little human," Karg says, his voice carrying clearly across the fire pit. "I hear you claim to kill dark elves. Brave words for someone who spent years licking their boots." The temperature around the fire seems to drop several degrees. Conversations falter as clan members turn to witness the confrontation. Zahra sets down her bowl with deliberate care, her movements controlled despite the obvious tension in her shoulders. "I did what was necessary to survive," she says quietly. "Sometimes that meant submission. Sometimes it meant violence." "And which serves you now?" Karg steps closer, looming over her seated form. "Will you submit to Stormfang authority, or do you plan to poison our food when we displease you?" The accusation is like a rope around my neck. Around the fire pit, hands drift toward weapons as the clan waits to see how this challenge will resolve itself. Zahra could deflect with humor, appeal to my protection, or simply endure the insult in silence. Instead, she stands. She's tiny compared to Karg, barely reaching his chest even at full height, but something in her posture makes the size difference irrelevant. Power radiates from her small frame, not the raw physical strength that orcs respect, but the kind of inner steel that doesn't bend or break under pressure. "I killed 2 dark elves," she says, her voice carrying clearly across the now silent gathering. "Not because I enjoyed it, but because they threatened people I cared about. If anyone in this clan threatens those under my protection, they'll discover whether I'm capable of similar action." The words are a declaration of intent as much as a response to Karg's challenge. She's not promising submission or violence. She's establishing her own code of honor, her own lines that cannot be crossed. Karg's hand moves to his axe handle, threatening the clan human. Stating my position, Zahra corrects. I won't start fights, but I'll finish them if necessary. The standoff stretches taut as a bowstring. Karg is well within his rights to demand satisfaction for the perceived slight, and clan law would support him in teaching this presumptuous human her place. But something in Zahra's stance gives him pause, a confidence that suggests she's not bluffing about her willingness to fight. Enough. Man! My voice cuts through the tension like a blade through bamboo shoots. I rise from my observation post and stride toward the fire pit, my footsteps deliberately heavy on the stone. Every eye turns toward me, gauging my mood, measuring my intentions. Karg, I say, stopping just within arm's reach of the older warrior. Is there a problem here? His scarred face twists into a scowl. The human needs to learn respect, chieftain. Her words border on threats against clan members. Do they? I turn to study Zahra, noting the way she holds herself despite being outnumbered and outmatched. What I heard was someone establishing boundaries, declaring that she'll protect those who matter to her, even at personal cost. Sounds familiar, actually. Several clan members chuckle at the comparison. It's exactly the kind of declaration a warrior might make when joining a new clan, a statement of values and intentions that establishes their place in the social hierarchy. She's human, Karg protests. They don't have honor codes. They don't protect anything but their own worthless hides. This one killed 2 dark elves to protect others, I remind him. Endured years of torture rather than betray friends. Spent today getting beaten bloody by Kela without complaint. What part of that suggests cowardice to you? Karg's jaw works as he searches for a response that won't sound like open defiance of his chieftain. Around the fire pit, I can see opinion shifting, not toward outright acceptance of Zahra, but toward grudging recognition that she might be more than they initially assumed. She stays, I continue, my voice carrying the absolute authority of command. She trains with our warriors, eats at our fires, and sleeps under our protection. Anyone who finds that arrangement unsatisfactory is welcome to leave and find a clan more suited to their sensibilities. The challenge is unmistakable. Karg can accept my decision or openly rebel against my leadership. There's no middle ground, no face-saving compromise. After a moment that feels like eternity, Karg's hand drops away from his weapon. Understood, chieftain. He turns and stalks away from the fire pit, several of his closest allies following in his wake. The gathering slowly returns to normal conversation, though I notice many glances still drift toward Zahra. She's become a curiosity now, rather than just an intruder, someone who commands the chieftain's protection and has earned a grudging measure of respect. That was intense, Thresh says, his earlier bravado replaced by obvious nervousness. Welcome to clan politics, Zahra replies dryly, though I have to say your version is more direct than the Dark Elf approach. They prefer poison and hired assassins to public confrontation. Her casual tone draws surprised laughter from several young warriors. The ability to find humor in tense situations is a trait that endears fighters to their comrades, builds the kind of bonds that hold units together under stress. Chieftain, Zahra says, turning toward me. Thank you for the intervention, though I'm not sure it was necessary. You think you could have handled Karg alone? Something predatory flickers in her dark amber eyes. I think it would have been educational for both of us. The response sends heat shooting through my veins. She's not boasting or trying to impress anyone. She's simply stating a fact. Whatever skills she developed during her years as a slave, whatever methods she used to survive and kill her oppressors, she believes they would be sufficient against a veteran Orc warrior. Either she's dangerously overconfident, or there's more to her capabilities than anyone realizes. Perhaps, I say carefully, but clan harmony serves everyone better than blood feuds. Agreed. She inclines her head respectfully. I'll do my best to avoid future confrontations. See that you do. The words come out harsher than intended, colored by the possessive instincts I'm fighting to suppress. The clan's acceptance is earned through actions, not words. Something shudders behind her eyes at my tone, and I realize I've made an error. She spent the entire day proving herself through actions, enduring Keela's brutal training, standing up to Karg's intimidation, conducting herself with dignity despite her obvious exhaustion. My implied criticism suggests that her efforts haven't been sufficient, that she needs to try harder to earn what should be freely given. "Of course," she says, her voice carefully neutral. "I'll remember that." The distance in her tone is akin to a physical blow. I've just undone whatever progress today's events might have made toward building trust between us, reduced our interaction to the cold formality of chieftain and subordinate. "Zahra," I begin, but she's already turning away. "If you'll excuse me," she says to the group at large. "It's been a long day. I should rest if I'm to be ready for tomorrow's training." She walks away with measured steps, her spine straight despite the fatigue that must be weighing on her. I watch her disappear into the maze of dwellings, fighting the urge to follow and apologize for my clumsiness. "Smooth," Grimna says, appearing at my elbow. Nothing wins a female's affection like publicly reminding her that she's on probation. "I didn't mean... What you meant and what you said are two different things, and what she heard was probably different from both." He shakes his head. "For someone who's mastered the art of war, you're remarkably inept at handling women." "I'm not trying to handle her," I growl. "No? Then what would you call it?" The question cuts to the heart of the confusion that's been plaguing me since I laid eyes on Zahra. What do I want from her? Protection seems too simple, though I certainly feel compelled to shield her from harm. Possession carries ugly implications that sit poorly with my sense of honor. Partnership suggests an equality that clan dynamics make difficult to achieve. "I don't know," I admit. "Then perhaps you should figure it out before you do any more damage," Grimna suggests. "Because that female is going to be important with how you're acting to you, to the clan, maybe to our entire future. And right now, she's starting to think you see her as a burden rather than a blessing." His words echo in my mind as I watch the last glow of firelight fade from her assigned quarters. Somewhere in the darkness beyond our borders, dark elf patrols are searching for their escaped sacrifice. Soon they'll follow her trail to our territory, bringing with them the kind of conflict that could destroy everything I've built. But looking at the small window where Zahra has disappeared, I realize the greater threat might be my own inability to navigate the complex emotions she's awakened. Because Grimna is right about one thing. She is going to be important. The question is whether I'm wise enough to handle that importance without destroying us both.
Chapter 5. Zahra. The crude, sleeping furs scratch against my skin as I lie awake in the warriors' quarters, listening to the rumbling snores that echo off stone walls. My body aches from Kayla's training, each bruise a tender reminder that I'm still alive when I should be dead on the serpent's altar. But it's not physical pain that keeps sleep at bay, it's the churning thoughts that refuse to quiet. Clan harmony serves everyone better than blood feuds. Rogar's words replay in my mind like a curse, each repetition driving the knife of disappointment deeper. For a brief, foolish moment by the fire, I'd allowed myself to believe he might see me as more than a political liability. The way he'd looked at me during training, the careful protection he'd offered, I'd mistaken it for something approaching respect. His reminder that my acceptance must be earned stripped away that illusion with surgical precision. A soft rustle of movement draws my attention to the far corner, where Thresh tosses restlessly on his own sleeping furs. The young warrior has been stealing glances at me since we settled in for the night, his inexperience making his interest painfully obvious. Under different circumstances, his attention might be flattering. Tonight, it only emphasizes how utterly alone I am in this place. You could leave. The thought whispers through my mind like poison, seductive in its simplicity. The Stormfang warriors sleep deeply, confident in their strength and the natural barriers that protect their settlement. It would be easy to slip away into the darkness, to disappear into the vast wasteland beyond and seek my fortune elsewhere. But where would I go? The dark elves control every civilized territory on this continent, and the stories of other lands are too fragmented to offer real hope. At least here, I have a chance to grow stronger, to learn skills that might keep me alive in a hostile world, if they let you live long enough to learn them. Tonight's confrontation with Karg proved how precarious my position really is. Rogar's protection extends only as far as his authority, and that authority depends on clan support. How long before the cost of harbouring me outweighs any perceived benefit? How long before even my strongest defender decides I'm more trouble than I'm worth? I roll onto my side, wincing as the movement pulls at my reopened wound. The cut from King Cress's ritual blade serves as a constant reminder of what awaits me if I'm recaptured. Death would be a mercy compared to the prolonged agony he'd devise for an escaped sacrifice who dared embarrass him before his court. So stay and prove yourself useful. Make them need you. The pragmatic voice in my head sounds disturbingly like my mother, whose gentle wisdom had kept us both alive longer than anyone expected in Leondor's brutal hierarchy. She'd taught me to read people, to identify their wants and fears, to position myself as indispensable rather than threatening. But my mother had died anyway, executed for the crime of healing a human child when a dark elf infant lay sick in the same household. Her usefulness hadn't saved her in the end, it had only delayed the inevitable. Zahra. The whispered word freezes the blood in my veins. I know that voice, cultured and cold as winter moonlight. King Cress Enamis materializes from the shadows like smoke given form, his violet eyes gleaming with malevolent satisfaction. The sacrificial blade gleams in his pale hand, its edge still stained with my blood. Did you truly think you could escape the serpent's claim? His voice carries the silk-wrapped steel that had haunted my nightmares for years. Did you believe distance would protect you from divine justice? I try to move, to cry out, but my limbs refuse to obey. The sleeping furs beneath me transform into iron shackles, binding me to the stone altar as surely as if I'd never left his cursed temple. The ritual must be completed, Cress continues, raising the blade above my heart. Your blood belongs to my god, little sacrifice. It always has. The knife descends. I bolt upright with a strangled gasp, my heart hammering against my ribs as reality crashes back into focus. The warrior's quarters, the sleeping furs, the distant sound of wind around the area. A dream. Just another nightmare born from trauma and exhaustion. But the terror lingers, coating my skin like oil, making my hands shake as I push sweat-dampened hair from my face. How many years will pass before I can sleep without seeing his face? How many nights will I wake expecting to find that blade piercing my heart? Bad dreams? The quiet voice makes me jump, my body coiling for action before I recognize Thresh sitting up on his bedroll. His tusks catch what little starlight filters through the chamber's openings, and his eyes hold surprising gentleness for someone raised in a warrior culture. Something like that, I murmur, not trusting my voice to remain steady at higher volumes. Want to talk about it? The offer surprises me. Orcs, from what I've observed, don't indulge in emotional sharing. Their culture values strength, endurance, the ability to bear pain without complaint. Admitting to nightmares would likely be seen as weakness. But Thresh is young, barely past his warrior trials according to the conversations I've overheard. Perhaps he hasn't yet learned to suppress the softer impulses that his upbringing tried to beat out of him. Not particularly, I say, but I don't lie back down. The thought of closing my eyes, of risking another encounter with Cress's phantom blade, makes my stomach churn. Thresh nods as if he understands. First few months after my trials, I couldn't sleep without seeing the enemies I'd killed. Their faces would appear every time I closed my eyes, asking why I'd stolen their lives. The admission hangs between us, vulnerable and unexpected. I study his profile in the dim light, noting the way his shoulders curve inward as if protecting himself from judgment. What changed? I ask. Time, training, learning that strength isn't about never feeling fear, it's about facing it anyway. He turns to meet my gaze. Chieftain Rogar taught me that. Said the warriors who claim they've never been afraid are either liars or fools, and both kinds get good people killed. Chieftain Rogar. Even in casual conversation, Thresh uses the full title, marking the reverence that seems universal among the younger clan members. What must it be like to inspire such loyalty? To have people follow you not from fear or obligation, but from genuine respect? He seems complicated, I venture. Thresh's snort of laughter is quickly muffled to avoid waking the others. That's one way to put it. Brilliant tactician, fearless in battle, fair in his judgments. But when it comes to anything outside warfare and clan politics, he trails off, apparently realizing the delicate ground he's approaching. He's not good with people, I finish for him. He's not good with feelings, Thresh corrects. People he can handle, inspire them, lead them, earn their loyalty. But anything that requires emotional awareness tends to leave him floundering like a fish on dry land. The observation aligns uncomfortably well with tonight's events. Rogar had stepped in to defuse the confrontation with Karg, had protected me from immediate harm. But his follow-up comment had revealed a complete misunderstanding of how his words would be received. "Why are you telling me this?" I ask. Thresh is quiet for a long moment, considering his answer. "Because I've seen the way he looks at you," he says finally. "And I've seen the way you look at him. There's something there, but you're both too stubborn and scared to name it." Heat blooms in my cheeks at his blunt assessment. "You're imagining things." "Am I?" He shifts closer, lowering his voice to barely above a whisper. Rogar has never brought a female back to the settlement, never shown interest in taking a mate, despite pressure from the elders. But you appear, and suddenly he's hovering around the training grounds, watching every interaction, ready to tear apart anyone who threatens you. "He's protecting a political asset," I protest, but the words sound hollow even to me. Political assets don't make him forget to eat. They don't make him pace his tent like a caged beast when you're out of his sight. And they definitely don't make him look like someone kicked his favourite war mount when you withdraw from conversation. The detailed observations suggest Thresh has been watching far more closely than his casual demeanour would indicate. Either he's naturally perceptive, or the entire clan has noticed the strange dynamics developing between their chieftain and his human refugee. "Even if you're right," I say carefully, "what difference does it make? I'm human. He's Orc. I'm a former slave with enemies who want me dead. He's a clan leader with responsibilities to his people. Nothing can come of whatever connection might exist." "Can't it?" Thresh's eyes gleam with something that might be mischief. The clan laws speak of strength, not species. If a female proves herself worthy through combat and service, her bloodline becomes irrelevant. The possibility he's suggesting makes my pulse quicken, despite every rational argument against it. Could I actually earn a place here? Not as a tolerated refugee or useful tool, but as a genuine member of the Stormfang clan. And what would that cost? The question cuts through my momentary hope like ice water. Acceptance would mean abandoning any thought of escape, of seeking freedom in distant lands. It would mean binding my fate to these people, accepting their conflicts as my own, fighting their battles until death claimed me. It would mean trusting Rogar completely, revealing vulnerabilities I've been learning to hide for years. "Kayla thinks you could be ready for the warrior trials within a year," Thresh continues, apparently oblivious to my internal struggle. "Maybe less if you keep improving at today's pace. And if you pass those trials." I'd still be human, I point out. Still be the escaped sacrifice who brought dark elf attention to your territory. You'd be a Stormfang warrior who happened to be born human, he corrects. There's a difference. Is there, though? Would clan membership truly erase the fundamental reality of what I am? Or would I always be the exception, the outsider, who was grudgingly accepted but never fully trusted? The questions swirl through my mind without easy answers. Part of me wants to embrace Thresh's optimistic vision, to believe that strength and determination might overcome the barriers of birth and circumstance. But another part, the part that's learned caution through painful experience, whispers warnings about the dangers of hope. Why do you care? I ask. What's it to you whether I stay or go? Thresh's expression grows serious, the youthful enthusiasm fading into something more mature. Because the clan needs what you represent, he says quietly. Not just your skills or potential, but the reminder that strength comes in many forms. We've grown isolated, suspicious of anything that doesn't fit our traditional patterns. Your presence forces us to question assumptions we've held for generations. And if questioning those assumptions proves destructive, then we adapt or die, but at least we die learning instead of stagnating. His words echo with wisdom that seems too old for his years. How many conversations like this has he witnessed? How many changes has his generation struggled to navigate in a world that's shifting faster than tradition can accommodate? The chieftain needs you too, Thresh adds after a moment, not just as a warrior or political asset, but as someone who challenges him to be better than he is. You make him think, make him question, make him want things he's never allowed himself to consider. That sounds dangerous. The best things usually are. Movement from across the chamber signals that our whispered conversation has begun to disturb other sleepers. Thresh settles back onto his bedroll, but his final words carry clearly in the darkness. Don't run, Zahra. Not yet. Give this place a chance to become home before you decide it's impossible. His breathing evens out quickly, leaving me alone with thoughts that refuse to settle. Home. The word tastes foreign on my tongue, sharp with longing I'd thought beaten out of me years ago. Is it possible? Could I find belonging among these fierce, complicated people? Trust is a luxury slaves can't afford. My mother's voice whispers the warning that had kept us both alive in Leondor's treacherous hierarchy. Trust meant vulnerability, and vulnerability meant death. But hiding behind walls had its own costs: isolation, emptiness, the slow erosion of everything that made life worth living. Outside, the wind carries new scents: metal and leather, the musk of unwashed bodies, the acrid bite of dark elf magic. My blood turns to ice as recognition hits. Patrol, they've found the settlement. I slip from my bedroll silently, my bare feet making no sound on the stone floor as I creep toward the chamber's opening. The warriors around me sleep on, unaware that danger approaches their sanctuary. Through the narrow window, I can see lights moving in the distance, the cold blue glow of dark elf illumination spells cutting through the desert darkness. Too many lights, too organised. This isn't a random search party. This is an army. And they're here because of me. The realisation lands like a physical blow. My escape, my brief taste of freedom, has brought destruction down on the only people who've shown me kindness in years. The Stormfang clan faces annihilation because their chieftain chose mercy over wisdom. I could leave, slip away into the night, draw the pursuit away from innocent people who never asked to be part of my war. It would be the honourable thing to do, the choice that prioritises their safety over my own survival. But it would also be abandoning the first real chance I've had at something approaching a life worth living. The debate wages war in my chest as I watch those lights grow closer. Run and preserve what safety I can for the Stormfang. Stay and fight for the possibility of belonging somewhere, of becoming someone who matters. Either choice carries a price I'm not sure I'm prepared to pay. The lights grow brighter, and I realise time for deliberation has run out. Whatever decision I make now will echo through every remaining day of my life, however many or few those might be. I close my eyes and let instinct choose for me. Then I run toward the chieftain's quarters to wake Rogar before the dark elves destroy everything he's built.
Chapter 6. Rogar. The War Council gathers in the main assembly cave, its stone walls carved with the chronicles of battles won and warriors fallen. Torchlight flickers across the faces of my most trusted advisors, Grimna's scarred features set in grim determination, Kayla's amber eyes burning with anticipation of combat, and the younger warriors whose courage will be tested before dawn breaks. But it's the small human figure standing beside me that draws every gaze in the chamber. Zahra has armed herself with weapons borrowed from our stores, a curved saber at her hip, throwing knives strapped to her thighs, and a short bow across her back. The leather armor Kayla provided fits her like a second skin, emphasizing the lean muscle she's developed through years of surviving impossible circumstances. She looks every inch a warrior despite her diminutive stature. She also looks like she belongs here, and that realization sends something possessive and fierce surging through my chest. The Dark Elf force has established 3 primary camps, I begin, pointing to the rough map scratched into the cave floor. Here, here, and here. They're confident enough in their superiority to spread their forces thin, believing we'll cower behind our walls until they're ready to attack. "How many at each position?" asks Vex, one of my senior warriors. His tusks gleam yellow in the torchlight, filed to razor points that speak of countless battles. "Zahra estimates 20 fighters per camp, with magical support and siege equipment." I glance at her, noting how she stands straighter under the weight of their attention. She's also identified their most vulnerable points. "The human has tactical knowledge?" Karg's voice drips skepticism. The older warrior leans forward, his scarred face twisted into a sneer. "Or is she simply telling us what we want to hear to save her worthless hide?" The insult hangs in the space around us. Several warriors shift uncomfortably, while others nod agreement with Karg's assessment. The division within my own war council threatens to undermine any strategy before we've even begun planning. "Careful, Karg," I say, my voice carrying the low rumble that precedes violence. "You're questioning my judgment as much as hers. Your judgment has been compromised since you brought her here." Karg rises to his full height, his hand moving instinctively toward his weapon. "We should have turned her over to the Dark Elves the moment they appeared. Better to sacrifice one human than risk the entire clan." Murmurs ripple through the assembled warriors, some supporting Karg's pragmatic brutality, others maintaining loyalty to my leadership. The schism I've feared since bringing Zahra to the settlement finally erupts into open conflict. "You would trade honor for safety?" Keela's voice cuts through the tension like a blade. "Since when do Stormfang warriors bow to Dark Elf demands?" "Since our chieftain decided to think with his stick instead of his brain," Karg snarls. The crude accusation ignites something primal and violent in my chest. My war axe clears its sheath before conscious thought intervenes, the double-headed blade gleaming with lethal intent. Around the circle, other weapons appear as warriors choose sides in a conflict that threatens to tear the clan apart. "Enough." Zahra's voice, though quiet, somehow carries above the growing chaos. "I've roamed the halls of Dark Elves for years, hidden and in the open. I've gazed upon their tactics and studied them, so I know what I'm saying. If you want to settle this through combat, face me instead of hiding behind insults." Every eye turns toward her small form, and I see the exact moment when the assembled warriors realize she's completely serious. Her hand rests casually on her saber's grip, and her stance speaks of readiness to back her words with blood. "You challenge me, human?" Karg's laughter holds no humor. I've killed dark elves in single combat. What makes you think a former slave presents any threat? The fact that I'm still alive when stronger people are dead. Zahra steps forward, moving with the fluid grace I remember from her training sessions with Keela. The fact that I've killed before and will kill again if necessary. This is madness, Grimna mutters, but he makes no move to intervene. Like the others, he's caught between loyalty to me and genuine uncertainty about the wisdom of my choices. Single combat, Zahra continues, her amber eyes fixed on Karg's scarred face. If I win, you accept my tactical knowledge without question and follow my guidance in tonight's assault. If you win, she shrugs. The problem solves itself. The challenge electrifies the cave. Warriors who moments before seemed ready to draw weapons against each other now focus entirely on this unexpected confrontation. Even Karg appears momentarily stunned by her audacity. You can't be serious, he says finally. Deadly serious. Zahra draws her saber in one smooth motion, the curved steel singing as it clears the sheath. Unless you're afraid a worthless human might embarrass you in front of your clan brothers. The taunt strikes home with surgical precision. Karg's face darkens with rage, and his own weapon appears in his massive fist, a battle axe nearly as long as Zahra is tall. The size disparity between them seems almost comical until I remember how she moved against Kyla, how she absorbed punishment that would have broken lesser spirits. Rogar, Grimna says quietly, you need to stop this. No, I reply, surprising myself with the certainty in my voice. She made the challenge. Let her fight. The decision feels like stepping off a cliff into empty air. If Zahra falls, I lose not just a valuable advisor, but the person who's become central to my vision of the clan's future. If she wins through luck or trickery, it might create more problems than it solves. But watching her face Karg without flinching, I realized that stopping the fight would be the greater betrayal. She's not asking for protection or rescue. She's demanding the right to prove herself through the same trials every Stormfang warrior must face. Circle! I command, and the assembled warriors move to form the traditional combat ring. Single combat, no quarter given or asked. The winner's position stands unquestioned. Karg spits into the sand at the circle's center. This won't take long. No, Zahra agrees, settling into a fighting stance that looks deceptively casual. It won't. They circle each other slowly, predator and prey locked in a dance as old as warfare itself. Karg moves with the ponderous confidence of someone who's never doubted his physical superiority, while Zahra flows like water seeking the path of least resistance. The first exchange happens faster than thought. Karg lunges forward with a devastating overhead strike that would cleave a normal opponent in half. Zahra simply isn't there when the blow lands, having somehow slipped aside and moved into his guard. Her saber opens a thin line across his ribs before she dances back out of range. Karg roars in pain and fury, the sound echoing off stone walls like thunder. Blood seeps through his leather armor where her blade found its mark, not a killing blow, but a statement of intent that silences the murmurs from watching warriors. Lucky, Karg growls, but uncertainty flickers in his eyes. Skill, Zahra corrects, resuming her defensive stance. They engage again, and this time I can see the method behind her apparent madness. She's not trying to match his strength or absorb his punishment. She's treating him like a force of nature to be redirected rather than opposed. Every attack flows into the next defensive position. Every retreat sets up the subsequent counter-strike. It's beautiful and terrifying to watch, like witnessing a master craftsman at work with tools that could easily destroy her if she makes a single mistake. Karg's second assault is more cautious, probing for weaknesses rather than committing to devastating strikes. But caution works against him. It gives Zahra time to read his patterns, to identify the tells that precede each attack. Her blade finds him twice more, shallow cuts that bleed freely and sap his confidence. Stand still and fight, he bellows, frustration overwhelming tactical sense. Why? Zahra's voice holds genuine curiosity. You're bigger, stronger, and more experienced. Standing still would be suicide. The admission draws surprised chuckles from several warriors. She's not boasting or trying to prove her superiority. She's simply acknowledging reality while refusing to let it define her limitations. Karg's next attack comes with the desperate fury of someone who realizes his assumptions might be wrong. He abandons technique in favor of raw aggression, his axe cutting through the air in a series of strikes that would destroy anyone foolish enough to stand against them. Zahra meets his aggression with patience, letting his momentum carry him past her guard before striking at exposed joints and unarmored flesh. Each cut is precise, calculated to cause maximum pain and blood loss without risking extended engagement. By the time Karg realizes he's being systematically dismantled, it's too late to change tactics. His final desperate lunge leaves him overextended and off balance. Zahra steps inside his guard, her saber finding the gap between his armor plates with surgical precision. The blade slides between his ribs, angled upward toward his heart. "Yield," she says quietly, "or die." For a heartbeat, I think Karg might choose death over the humiliation of surrender. His scarred face twists with rage and wounded pride as he weighs his options. Then survival instinct overcomes stubborn pride. "I yield," he gasps. Zahra withdraws her blade and steps back, crimson steel gleaming in the torchlight. Around the circle, warriors stare in stunned silence at the impossible scene, their veteran fighter defeated by a human female barely half his size. "How?" Vex whispers. "Training," Zahra replies, cleaning her saber before sheathing it, "and the willingness to use every advantage available instead of limiting myself to honorable combat." "Honorable?" Karg struggles to his feet, one hand pressed against his wounded side. "You expected me to fight like an orc because I challenged you like an orc," Zahra explains. "But I'm not an orc. I'm a human who learned to survive among creatures that consider torture an art form. Different rules, different methods." The explanation sends ripples of understanding through the assembled warriors. They're beginning to grasp what I recognized days ago, that Zahra's apparent weaknesses mask strengths they've never encountered. Her size makes her fast and difficult to hit. Her background teaches her to think beyond conventional tactics. Her determination allows her to endure punishment that would break others. "The challenge is satisfied," I announce, my voice carrying absolute authority. "Zahra's tactical knowledge will guide tonight's assault. Anyone who questions that decision can face me personally." No one speaks up to accept the offer. Even Karg, despite his defeat and wounded pride, nods grudging acceptance of the new reality. But as I watch Zahra coordinate with the other warriors, something shifts in my chest, a recognition that goes deeper than mere tactical appreciation. She's proven herself worthy not just of clan acceptance, but of something far more personal and binding. The claiming words rise from some ancient part of my soul, carrying weight I hadn't anticipated until they're already leaving my lips. "Warriors of the Stormfang," I say, my voice carrying clearly across the assembled fighters. "Bear witness to my words. I claim Zahra as mine, not as property, but as partner. Mine to protect and be protected by. Mine to fight beside and be supported by. Mine in all the ways that matter. As I am hers." The formal declaration creates absolute silence in the cave. These are the old words, the binding phrases that create legal and spiritual connections recognized by clan law and divine authority. Once spoken before witnesses, they cannot be easily revoked. "Do you accept this claiming?" I ask, turning to face Zahra directly. "Do you bind your fate to mine as I bind mine to yours?" Her amber eyes search my face, reading the sincerity behind words that will change everything between us. For a moment, I fear she might refuse. The claiming carries obligations and restrictions that her independent spirit might find suffocating. Then she steps forward, her voice carrying clearly through the chamber. "I accept your claiming, Rogar of the Stormfang. I bind my fate to yours, as you bind yours to mine. I claim you as mine, to stand beside in battle, to counsel in peace, to trust with the pieces of myself I've never shared with anyone." The formal response sends heat flooding through my chest. She's not just accepting protection or political alliance. She's choosing to entrust her deepest vulnerabilities to someone who could destroy her if he chose to abuse that trust. Witnessed and acknowledged, Grimna says, his voice carrying the satisfaction someone watching impossible transformations become reality. May the claiming bring strength to both and prosperity to the clan. The assembled warriors echo the blessing, their voices creating a ritual chorus that makes the claiming official under every law and custom that governs clan society. What began as tactical discussion has become personal revolution, binding us together in ways that transcend mere political convenience. Now, Zahra says, moving to the crude map with renewed authority. Let me show you how we're going to make these dark elf bastards regret coming to our territory. She begins outlining her strategy with the confidence of someone who's just proven her worth through blood and skill, while accepting bonds that make her future inseparable from the clan's success. The assembled warriors lean forward, caught despite themselves by the tactical insights she offers. But I find myself watching her face more than focusing on her words. The transformation is remarkable. Where once stood a frightened refugee seeking shelter, now stands a warrior among warriors, claiming her place through merit while binding herself to responsibilities that will last until death. She belongs here. The knowledge settles into my bones with the weight of absolute certainty. More than that, she belongs to me, and I to her, in ways that make every future victory meaningless unless shared, every future loss bearable because endured together. Whatever happens in tonight's battle, we'll face it as one.
Chapter 7. Zahra. The pre-dawn air bites at my exposed skin as I sit alone on the stone outcropping overlooking the settlement, my mind churning with thoughts that refuse to settle. The claiming ceremony from hours ago plays on repeat in my memory, each word Rogar spoke, echoing with implications I'm still struggling to process. I claim Zahra as mine, not as property, but as partner. The words should feel like liberation. Instead, they sit in my chest like stones, heavy with obligations I never asked for and barely understand. When I accepted his claiming before the assembled warriors, it felt like the only path forward, a way to legitimize my position after defeating Karg, to transform outsider status into recognized membership. But now, in the quiet moments before whatever violence dawn might bring, I'm forced to confront what I've actually agreed to. Brooding already? Kayla's voice cuts through my spiralling thoughts as she approaches with 2 steaming bowls of caffo. Her scarred features bear the satisfied exhaustion of someone who spent the night preparing for battle. Processing, I correct, accepting the bitter drink gratefully. The warmth helps chase away some of the chill that has nothing to do with temperature. Regrets about the claiming? She asks bluntly, settling beside me with the casual ease of someone who's learned to read emotional subtext through years of warrior partnerships. The question hits me like a kick to the gut, forcing me to examine feelings I've been trying to avoid. I don't know, I admit, the honesty scraping from my throat like ground glass. It happened so fast, in the heat of proving myself. One moment I was fighting for basic acceptance, the next I was bound to someone in ways I don't fully understand. Cold feet are normal, Kayla observes. Claiming bonds carry weight that most people don't grasp until after the words are spoken. Tell me about the weight. The request emerges rougher than intended, coloured by growing panic as I realise how little I understood before accepting Rogar's formal declaration. Legal weight, for starters. You're now recognised as his equal under clan law, not property, not dependent, but genuine partner with rights and responsibilities that mirror his own. She studies my face with the analytical gaze I've learned to recognise as her way of assessing emotional states. Social weight too. Other clans will treat you as extension of Stormfang authority, which means your actions reflect on his leadership and vice versa. Each explanation tightens the knot of anxiety in my chest. I'd thought the claiming was simply protection, a way to secure my position within the clan hierarchy. I hadn't considered how completely it would bind my fate to someone else's, how thoroughly it would transform my independence into interdependence. And personal weight? I ask, though I'm not sure I want to hear the answer. That depends on what you both make of it. Some claiming bonds become partnerships of convenience, others evolve into genuine love matches. But either way, you're tied to each other until death dissolves the connection. Until death. The finality of it makes my hands shake around the warm bowl. I've spent years learning that survival depends on maintaining options, keeping escape routes open, never becoming so dependent on others that their loss would destroy me. Now I've voluntarily bound myself to someone whose death would leave me legally and emotionally devastated. I think I made a mistake, I whisper, voicing the fear that's been growing since the ceremony concluded. Did you? Kayla's tone carries challenge rather than sympathy. Or are you letting old fears convince you that connection equals weakness? Connection does equal weakness when the people you care about become targets for your enemies. And isolation equals death when threats require coordinated response. She shifts position to study my profile more directly. You defeated Karg in single combat, proved your tactical worth to skeptical warriors, and gained recognition that months of patient service couldn't have achieved. All because Rogar's claiming gave you the authority to demand that combat in the first place. The observation forces me to examine the claiming from a different perspective. Without the formal bonds Rogar offered, would the warriors have accepted my challenge to Karg? Would my victory have carried the same weight, or would it have been dismissed as lucky fluke rather than proof of competence? So I should be grateful. The question carries more bitterness than I intend. You should be realistic about what your alternatives were. Kayla's voice grows harder, carrying the edge of someone who's survived similar circumstances through pragmatic rather than idealistic choices. Unclaimed human female in clan territory, valuable for tactical knowledge but expendable when circumstances demand sacrifice. Claimed mate of the chieftain, legally protected and politically significant. The brutal assessment cuts through my emotional confusion to reveal the tactical realities I've been avoiding. My value as unattached advisor would always be conditional, subject to changing circumstances and political pressures. The claiming transforms me from useful asset into essential partner whose welfare becomes central to clan leadership calculations. But what if I can't be what he needs? The question emerges from vulnerabilities I rarely allow myself to acknowledge. What if this partnership fails because I don't know how to trust someone completely? Then you learn. Kayla's smile holds edges that speak of hard-won wisdom. Trust isn't something you either possess or lack. It's something you build through shared experience and mutual reliability. Before I can respond, the sound of movement draws our attention toward the settlement's eastern approach. Warriors emerge from concealment with weapons drawn, their postures speaking of immediate threat rather than routine patrol activity. Contact! Comes Thresh's urgent call from the watchtower. Dark elf scouts moving toward perimeter positions. The tactical situation crystallizes with horrible clarity. While we've been preparing for potential assault, enemy forces have moved closer than our detection networks should have allowed. Either their stealth capabilities exceed our expectations, or they've found gaps in our surveillance that represent critical security failures. How many? Kayla calls back, already moving toward her weapons with practiced efficiency. 12 visible, possibly more in concealment, moving with professional coordination, testing response times and defensive positioning. A scouting party rather than assault force, but still dangerous enough to represent genuine threat. Dark Elf scouts possess magical capabilities that allow them to gather intelligence while remaining largely undetected, making them priority targets for elimination rather than capture. Alert the others, I say, surprising myself with the authority in my voice. Full combat readiness, but maintain concealment until we can assess their full strength. Kayla nods approval before disappearing toward the main settlement, her movements carrying the fluid efficiency of someone who's transitioned seamlessly from conversation to combat preparation. Within minutes, the pre-dawn quiet transforms into organized chaos as warriors take positions according to defensive plans we've rehearsed, but never tested under actual combat conditions. I find myself moving toward the armory with automatic precision, muscle memory overriding the emotional turmoil that's been consuming my thoughts. Whatever personal complications the claiming has created, immediate survival takes precedence over psychological processing. The leather armor slides over my skin with familiar comfort, each piece positioned for maximum protection while maintaining mobility that combat demands. Weapons feel natural in my hands. The curved saber that's become my signature tool, throwing knives balanced for accuracy rather than intimidation. The short bow whose range complements my tactical preferences. Ready? Rogar's voice carries across the armory as he completes his own equipment checks. His massive frame radiates controlled violence, but his grey eyes hold concern that goes beyond mere tactical considerations. Ready, I confirm, though the word encompasses far more than combat preparation. We move toward the defensive positions with coordinated precision that speaks of partnerships forged through shared trials rather than mere romantic attraction. The claiming bonds may have been accepted under pressure, but the tactical understanding between us has developed through weeks of training and mutual observation. The Dark Elf Scouts have positioned themselves along the canyon approaches that offer optimal surveillance of our defensive preparations. Their magical concealment creates distortions in the air that trained eyes can detect, but only if you know exactly what to look for. Fortunately, years of surviving in Leondor taught me to recognize such techniques. There, I whisper, pointing toward a rock formation that seems to shimmer with unnatural heat distortion. Scrying focus, probably 2 operators maintaining surveillance while the others map our positions. Range? Rogar asks, studying the terrain with tactical precision. 70 yards, maybe 80. Close enough for detailed observation, far enough to avoid immediate detection by conventional patrols. Elimination options. Coordinated assault from multiple angles, overwhelming their position before they can report back to main forces. I trace potential approach routes with one finger, noting how the terrain favours ambush tactics over direct confrontation. But it has to be absolute. If even one escapes to carry intelligence back, we've gained nothing while revealing our capabilities. Agreed. Rogar signals toward concealed positions where other warriors wait for orders. Grimna, take 4 fighters along the northern approach. Kayla, southern route with 3. I'll coordinate center assault with Zahra. The assignments place me in the most dangerous position, direct frontal engagement that will draw enemy attention while allied forces maneuver for flanking strikes. It's a vote of confidence in my combat abilities, but it's also recognition that the claiming bonds make my survival central to overall clan welfare. Move on my signal, Rogar continues. Silent approach until contact, then maximum aggression. No prisoners, no survivors, no intelligence gathered that we don't want them to have. The assault that follows unfolds with devastating precision. Dark Elf Scouts may possess superior magical abilities, but they're not prepared for coordinated attack by warriors who know every inch of the local terrain. Their concealment spells provide protection against casual observation, not systematic hunting by enemies who've identified their positions. My saber finds the first target before he can complete a warning spell, the curved blade opening his throat with surgical precision. Warm blood sprays across my armor as I move toward the second scout, whose attention remains focused on maintaining the scrying focus that provides intelligence to distant commanders. Rogar's war axe crushes the magical apparatus with devastating force, the double-headed blade shattering enchanted crystal while eliminating the operator in the same strike. Around us, allied warriors emerge from concealment to engage remaining scouts with coordinated brutality, that transforms organized surveillance into desperate survival struggle. The battle becomes a symphony of violence that tests every skill I've developed through years of desperate circumstances. Dark elf magic creates barriers and offensive strikes that require constant movement to avoid, while their superior physical capabilities demand tactical precision rather than direct confrontation. But we have advantages they can't match: intimate knowledge of terrain, perfect coordination between forces, and the desperate motivation of people defending their home against invaders who've come to destroy everything they value. One by one, the scouts fall to ambush tactics that exploit their overconfidence and unfamiliarity with local conditions. What should have been routine intelligence gathering becomes systematic slaughter that leaves no survivors to carry reports back to their commanders. "Sweep for survivors," I command as the immediate fighting concludes, surprised by how naturally authority sits on my shoulders in combat situations. Check bodies for intelligence materials, then prepare positions for cleanup. The aftermath reveals the tactical significance of what we've accomplished. The dead scouts carry detailed maps of our defensive positions, communication crystals that would have allowed real-time intelligence sharing, and magical focuses designed to penetrate concealment spells we thought were effective. But more importantly, their equipment suggests this was advanced reconnaissance for larger assault planned within days rather than weeks. We've eliminated eyes and ears that enemy commanders were counting on for final preparations. "Messages to send?" Rogar asks as we gather intelligence materials that might prove useful. "Several." I study the captured documents with growing satisfaction. First, that our defensive preparations are more sophisticated than they anticipated. Second, that attacking this settlement will cost more than they're prepared to pay. Third, that maybe easier targets exist elsewhere. Psychological warfare. The most effective kind. Make them afraid of what they can't see or predict, and they'll find reasons to avoid confrontation rather than seeking it. The cleanup operation continues through dawn, transforming brutal battlefield into unremarkable terrain that bears no obvious signs of recent combat. Bodies disappear into canyon crevices that will hide evidence for years, while blood-stained ground receives careful attention to eliminate traces that magical investigation might detect. By the time morning light fully illuminates the settlement, the Dark Elf scouts have simply vanished without explanation. Their commanders will know something went wrong, but they won't know exactly what or how much intelligence was compromised in the process. "Think it worked?" Kayla asks as we complete final security sweeps. "It worked," I reply with absolute certainty. They came expecting to find conventional defensive preparations and routine patrol schedules. Instead, they found coordinated ambush tactics that eliminated their entire reconnaissance element without leaving witnesses. And now their commanders have to plan assault operations without current intelligence against enemies who've demonstrated capabilities they didn't expect. I smile at the tactical implications. Fear of the unknown is more effective than any fortress wall. The strategy proves correct over the following hours, as distant observation reveals Dark Elf forces withdrawing from advanced positions they'd established around our territory. The psychological impact of losing an entire scout team to enemies they'd underestimated creates exactly the kind of uncertainty that makes military commanders reconsider their operational priorities. But as the immediate crisis passes and adrenaline fades from my system, I'm forced to confront the personal complications that combat temporarily pushed aside. The claiming bonds still bind me to obligations I don't fully understand, while the warrior authority I've claimed carries responsibilities that was way beyond personal survival. "No regrets about the fighting?" Rogar asks, as we secure weapons and equipment for storage. "None," I reply honestly. Combat feels natural when the stakes are clear and the objectives are achievable. "And regrets about other recent developments?" The careful question addresses concerns I've been avoiding since the claiming ceremony. Looking at his scarred features, Reading the genuine uncertainty in his grey eyes, I realise that he's as unsure about the bonds we've created as I am. Ask me again when I've had time to understand what I've committed to, I say finally. Right now, I'm still processing the implications of promises made under pressure. Fair enough. His massive hand finds mine with surprising gentleness. But remember that commitment doesn't have to mean loss of identity. The best partnerships enhance rather than diminish individual strengths. The observation carries weight that extends beyond romantic platitudes to encompass practical realities about how claiming bonds actually function. Perhaps the fears that have been consuming my thoughts reflect misunderstanding rather than genuine incompatibility. Perhaps learning to trust doesn't require abandoning the independence that's kept me alive through impossible circumstances. Perhaps the claiming represents opportunity rather than trap, if I'm brave enough to discover what partnership can become when built on mutual respect rather than mere necessity. Time will tell. But for now, survival takes precedence over psychological complications, and we've proven once again that cooperation creates advantages no one person could achieve alone. The blood on my armour tells its own story, of enemies eliminated, threats neutralised, and home defended through coordinated action. Whether the claiming bonds prove blessing or burden remains to be seen. But at least we'll face that uncertainty together, as partners who've proven their value to each other through shared trials and mutual support. And perhaps that's enough foundation to build something worth the risks we've taken to create it.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Prathika are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Prathika's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 8. Rogar. Time passed like water through cupped hands, each one bringing changes I couldn't have anticipated when I first laid eyes on Zahra's defiant form in the wasteland. The Dark Elf assault never materialized due to our preemptive strike. They will probably come back, but not so soon. But Zahra didn't escape. She stayed, and in staying, she's transformed not just herself, but the entire fabric of clan life. I watch her now through the smoke of the evening cooking fires, noting how naturally she moves among my warriors. Thresh hangs on her every word as she demonstrates a knife-fighting technique learned in Leandor's back alleys. Vex nods thoughtful approval as she explains the weaknesses in dark elf armor construction. Even Karg, his pride still wounded from their combat, but his respect grudgingly earned, listens when she speaks of tactical matters. She's become what I never dared hope for, not just accepted, but valued. Brooding again, chieftain. Grimna settles beside me with the casual ease of decades-old friendship. That's becoming quite the habit. Observing, I correct, though the distinction feels thin. There's a stark difference. Is there? My second-in-command follows my gaze to where Zahra laughs at something Kayla has said, the sound bright as mountain streams. She's settling in well. An understatement. Zahra has proven herself in ways that would take most outsiders months to achieve. She's mastered the intricacies of clan politics, learned to navigate the subtle hierarchies that govern warrior society, and demonstrated tactical insights that have improved our defensive strategies. More than that, she's begun to heal. The haunted expression that shadowed her features during those first days has given way to something approaching peace. Her nightmares have grown less frequent, her startled responses to unexpected sounds less pronounced. The war paint Keela taught her to apply has become a daily ritual, marking her transformation from refugee to recognized clan member. And yet, something remains unfinished between us. "The claiming words you spoke," Grimness says, his voice carefully neutral. "Have you acted on them?" Heat floods my chest at the question. The claiming I declared before the War Council carries legal and cultural weight among our people, but it remains incomplete without physical consummation. In the chaos of preparing for battle and the subsequent days of adjustment, we've had little opportunity for private conversation, much less intimate contact. "These things take time," I mutter. "Do they? Or are you making excuses because the idea of vulnerability terrifies you more than facing a dozen dark elf sorcerers?" The observation hits uncomfortably close to truth. I've led warriors into hopeless battles without hesitation, faced death with the calm acceptance that leadership demands. But the thought of opening my heart to someone who could disappear from my life as suddenly as she entered it, that prospect makes my hands shake. "She's been through trauma," I say. "Pushing for intimacy before she's ready would be cruel." "And how do you know she's not ready? Have you asked?" I haven't, of course. Despite my declaration of claiming, despite the way she responded to those words, I've maintained careful distance. Protective. Yes. Possessive in my thoughts, certainly. But I haven't dared test whether the connection I feel might be reciprocated. "Coward!" Grimness says with the blunt honesty only old friends can manage. "Careful!" I growl. "Truthful. You've claimed her before the clan, marked her as yours in ways that carry serious implications. But you haven't made the claim real, haven't given her the chance to accept or reject it freely." He shakes his grizzled head. "That's not protection, Rogar. That's cowardice disguised as consideration." Movement near the cooking fires draws my attention before I can formulate a response. Zahra has risen from her conversation with the other warriors, her gaze scanning the gathering until it finds mine across the flickering light. Something passes between us in that moment, recognition, perhaps, or invitation. She approaches with measured steps, her war paint gleaming in the firelight. The patterns Keela taught her have become more elaborate over the past week, incorporating symbols of her own design. "Chieftain," she says, settling beside me with fluid grace. "Planning tomorrow's patrol routes?" "Something like that." The casual question doesn't fool me. There's tension in her shoulders, purpose behind her approach. "Is there something you need?" "Actually, yes." She meets my gaze directly, those dark amber eyes reflecting the dancing flames. "I need to speak with you privately, about the claiming words you spoke." My pulse quickens despite every effort at composure. "What about them? Whether you meant them?" Her voice carries steady resolve despite the vulnerability lurking beneath. "And if so, what you intend to do about it?" Grimna's snort of amusement draws sharp looks from both of us. "I believe that's my cue to find urgent business elsewhere," he says, rising with exaggerated dignity. "Good evening, Chieftain. Lady Zahra." The formal address makes her blink in surprise. Among the Stormfang, such titles are reserved for recognized mates of clan leadership wives in truth, as well as law. Grimna's words carry the weight of assumption, marking his belief that the claiming will be completed. "We should talk," Zahra says once he's beyond hearing range. "Yes," I agree, rising and offering my hand. "We should." She accepts the gesture, her fingers small and warm against my calloused palm. The contact sends electricity shooting up my arm. a reminder of how carefully I've been avoiding such simple touches. Leading her through the settlement toward my private quarters feels like crossing a threshold I can't uncross. My tent reflects the pragmatic simplicity that governs most aspects of clan life. Sleeping furs arranged around a central fire pit, weapons and armor organized with military precision, maps and tactical documents stacked on a low table. It's the space of someone who lives for duty rather than comfort. But as Zahra's presence fills the chamber, it suddenly feels more like a home than a command post. "Impressive," she says, studying the detailed maps that cover every surface. "You've marked patrol routes, defensive positions, supply caches. You really do think of everything." Leadership requires preparation for every contingency. Even for conversations like this one. The gentle teasing in her voice makes my chest tighten, especially for conversations like this one. She moves to the fire pit's edge, the flames casting dancing shadows across her painted features. "Then you know what I'm going to ask." "I know what I hope you'll ask." "The claiming words, did you mean them as legal formality or something more personal?" The direct question demands an equally direct answer, even if honesty exposes vulnerabilities I've spent years learning to hide. "Personal," I say. "Very personal." Relief flickers across her expression before she nods. "Good. Because I've been thinking about what Kayla told me, about what those words mean in Orcish tradition. And that claiming works both ways. That you're as much mine as I am yours. We've had talks." She turns to face me fully, firelight playing across the war paint that marks her as warrior-born. "Is that true?" "Yes." The word emerges rougher than intended, weighted with implications I'm only beginning to understand. "Then I need you to know something." She steps closer that I can smell the leather and steel scent that clings to her skin. I've never belonged to anyone willingly. Never chosen to trust someone with power over my life and heart. "Zahra, I'm not finished." Her hand rises to silence my interruption. "I've spent years learning that survival means self-reliance, that depending on others leads to betrayal and pain. But these past weeks, you've shown me something different." "What?" "That strength can protect instead of dominance. That power can serve instead of consume." She reaches up to trace the tribal tattoos that mark my shoulders, her touch feather-light against my skin. "That maybe, just maybe, I can trust someone with the pieces of myself I've kept hidden." The admission breaks something loose in my chest, a knot of tension I've carried since the moment I first claimed her. She's choosing this, choosing me not from desperation or gratitude, but from genuine desire for connection. "Are you certain?" The question scrapes from my throat like ground glass. "Once claimed, the bond isn't easily broken. You'd be mine in truth, subject to clan law and warrior tradition." "And you'd be mine," she counters, "subject to my expectations and standards, bound to protect not just my body, but my heart." Her smile holds wicked promise. I think I can live with those terms. The space between us evaporates as if it never existed. My hands frame her face, thumbs tracing the war paint that marks her transformation from victim to warrior. She feels impossibly delicate beneath my touch, yet I know the steel that lies beneath her soft skin. "Zahra," I whisper, her name a prayer and promise combined. "Rogar." She rises on her toes, bringing our faces level. "Stop talking and kiss me." The command breaks my restraint like a dam bursting under spring floods. My mouth claims hers with weeks of suppressed hunger, years of loneliness finding solace in her willing response. She tastes like courage and defiance, like hope tempered by hard-won wisdom. Her hands fist in my hair, pulling me deeper into the kiss with surprising strength. For someone so small, she radiates power, not the crude dominance of those who rule through fear, but the quiet confidence of someone who knows her worth and refuses to settle for less. "I need you to understand," I say against her lips, "what this means to me, what you mean to me." "Show me," she breathes. My hands map the contours of her body through the leather armor, tracing scars that tell stories of survival and strength. Each mark speaks of pain endured and overcome, of a spirit that refused to break despite impossible circumstances. She's beautiful not in spite of her damage, but because of how she's transformed it into something powerful. Here, I murmur, fingertips ghosting over a thin white line along her ribs. This is where King Crest cut you during the ritual. Yes. Her voice catches as I press gentle kisses to the scar. And here, I find the brand mark on her shoulder, the cruel symbol burned into her flesh as punishment for defiance. This is where they tried to mark you as property. But failed. Her back arches as my mouth follows the path my fingers traced. I was never truly theirs. No, I agree, working at the buckles that secure her armor. You were always meant to be free, always meant to choose your own path. The leather falls away piece by piece, revealing skin that bears the history of her struggles written in scars and calluses. She should be broken by what she's endured. Instead, she stands before me like a goddess of war and resilience, claiming her power through survival. Your turn, she says, her hands already working at my own armor fastenings. I let her undress me with the same reverent attention I showed her, though my scars tell different stories. Where hers speak of endurance and survival, mine chronicle battles won and enemies defeated. Each mark represents a choice to fight rather than flee, to protect what matters even at personal cost. So many, she whispers, tracing a particularly prominent scar that crosses my chest. How do you carry all this history? The same way you carry yours. One day at a time, with the understanding that pain can create strength if we don't let it define us. Her smile holds depths I'm only beginning to fathom. Wise words for someone who claims not to be good with feelings. You inspire wisdom I didn't know I possessed. The admission seems to please her because she rises on her toes to claim another kiss. This one burns with different fire, not the desperate hunger of first contact, but the slow smolder of desire tempered by genuine affection. When we finally break apart, both breathing hard, she fixes me with a look of absolute certainty. I choose this, she says. I choose you. Not because I need protection or shelter, but because I want to know what it feels like to belong somewhere completely. Even knowing the dangers, the enemies who'll come for you, the battles we'll face together. Especially knowing those things. Her hand covers my heart, feeling its rapid rhythm. I've spent too many years surviving alone. I want to try thriving with someone who understands that strength and vulnerability aren't opposites. The declaration shatters the last walls around my heart. I claim her mouth again, pouring everything I can't put into words into the contact. She tastes like hope wrapped in defiance, the sharp, metallic promise of battle softened by the warmth of something far more dangerous. Trust. Her hands fist in my hair, tugging me deeper into the kiss, and I give her everything. Every unsaid vow, every broken piece I've kept buried beneath duty and blood. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 9. Zahra. Dawn breaks over the Orclands in shades of crimson and gold, painting the canyon walls with light that reminds me of the war paint now permanently etched into my daily routine. 3 weeks have passed since that night in Rogar's tent. 3 weeks of learning what it means to be claimed and claimed in return, The transformation feels deeper than mere physical intimacy. I've begun to understand the intricate web of loyalty and responsibility that binds the Stormfang together. I'm adjusting the straps on my leather armor when Grimner approaches the training ground, his scarred face bearing the grim satisfaction of someone who's discovered useful intelligence. "Morning, Lady Zahra," he says, using the title that still makes my chest clench with something between pride and disbelief. "Rogar wants you to join the scouting patrol today." "Which route?" I ask, checking that my weapons are properly secured. The curved sabre feels like an extension of my arm now, its weight familiar and comforting. "Northern approaches toward the old mining settlements. Reports suggest dark elf activity in the area, supply convoys moving toward the border territories." His grey eyes study my face with the intensity of someone reading battlefield conditions. Could be routine resupply, could be preparation for another assault on our territory. The distinction matters. Routine supply runs can be raided for resources and information. Military preparations suggest a larger threat that requires different tactical responses. Either way, the intelligence gathering represents exactly the kind of mission where my knowledge of dark elf operations provides genuine value. "Who's leading the patrol?" "I am." Grimner's expression grows troubled. "Though I'll be honest, part of me wonders if this isn't premature. You've proven yourself in training and strategy sessions, but field operations carry different risks." The concern in his voice touches something warm in my chest. Over the past weeks, Rogar's gruff second-in-command has evolved from grudging acceptance of my presence to something approaching protective affection. He's become the closest thing to family I've known since my mother's death. "You think I'll be a liability?" "I think you'll be a target." He hefts his massive war axe, testing its balance with practiced ease. Dark elves have long memories and longer grudges. If they identify you during the mission, it changes from reconnaissance to rescue operation. Or it becomes an opportunity to gather intelligence they'd never willingly share. I meet his gaze steadily. Sometimes the best information comes from enemies who think they're capturing rather than being observed. Grimner's bark of laughter echoes off the canyon walls. "Spoken like someone who's learned to turn disadvantages into weapons. Very well, but you follow my lead, stay within sight of backup, and retreat the moment I give the signal." "Understood." The patrol consists of 8 warriors, each chosen for specific skills that complement the mission requirements. Thresh brings his exceptional tracking abilities, while Vex provides expertise in dark elf magical signatures. 2 newer clan members, Drac and Kellen, represent the rising generation that sees my presence as natural rather than revolutionary. We move through the pre-dawn darkness with the fluid efficiency of predators in familiar territory. The younger warriors maintain perfect spacing and communication discipline, while the veterans read the landscape like a familiar map. Being part of such coordinated movement feels intoxicating after years of solitary survival. "Contact ahead," Thresh whispers, his enhanced senses detecting what the rest of us have missed. Dark Elf Patrol, moving southeast along the ridgeline. Grimner signals for concealment, and we melt into the rocky terrain with practiced ease. Through gaps in the stone formations, I catch glimpses of our quarry. 6 dark elves in the distinctive black leather armour of border scouts, their violet eyes scanning the terrain with professional alertness. But something about their formation triggers recognition from my years in Leondor. These aren't routine border guards or even military scouts. The precise spacing, the way they move with weapons already partially drawn, the systematic pattern of their advance. These are hunters, not explorers. Grimner, I breathe, barely audible even to enhanced orc hearing. They're tracking something. This isn't a patrol. His scarred face turns toward me, eyebrows raised in silent question. I point to the lead scout's posture, the way his head tilts as if following a scent trail, the deliberate pace that suggests pursuit rather than reconnaissance. "What are they hunting?" he asks. The answer crystallizes with horrible clarity as I study their equipment more carefully. Specialized restraint magic focuses hang from their belts alongside weapons designed for capture rather than killing. Tracking stones pulse with subdued magical energy, following trails invisible to normal senses. Us, I whisper. They're hunting the patrol. Grimner's eyes widen as understanding hits. This isn't a chance encounter. It's a trap, carefully planned and expertly executed. The Dark Elves have somehow learned about our scouting mission and positioned themselves to intercept us. But how? Our route was decided less than an hour ago, shared only among the patrol members and senior leadership. Either we have a traitor within the clan, or Dark Elf intelligence gathering has reached terrifying levels of sophistication. The tactical situation deteriorates rapidly as more figures emerge from concealment along our intended path. Not 6 scouts, but dozens of warriors moving with coordinated precision. They've positioned themselves to cut off every escape route, turning the canyon approaches into a killing ground. Withdrawal, Grimner signals, but even as the hand gestures pass between patrol members, I can see the futility. We're outnumbered at least 3-1, caught in terrain that favours the ambush force. Traditional tactical doctrine would call for immediate retreat, but retreat leads directly into more enemy positions. There, I point to a narrow defile between 2 rock formations. Secondary route, angle southeast toward the old riverbed. That leads away from the settlement, Vex protests. It also leads away from the main ambush force. I'm already moving, trusting the others to follow. They've blocked the direct routes home, but they can't cover every game trail and watercourse. Grimner hesitates for a fraction of a second before nodding agreement. Move. Silent formation. Watch for pursuit. We slip through the defile like ghosts, using every scrap of cover the landscape provides. Behind us, shouts echo through the canyon as the Dark Elves realise their prey has escaped the initial trap. The hunt is on, but now it's become a contest of local knowledge against superior numbers. The old riverbed offers concealment and multiple branching paths, but it also channels us toward more open ground where our advantages evaporate. I rack my memory for alternatives, drawing on years of listening to smugglers and refugees discuss secret routes through dangerous territory. The mining tunnels, I say as we pause at a junction between dry stream channels. There's an abandoned complex about 2 miles northeast. Multiple entrances, easy to defend, connects to the underground water systems. I know the place, Grimner confirms, but if they trap us there, we'll be sealed in with no escape. Better than being run down in open ground. The sound of pursuit grows closer, boots on stone and the distinctive hum of tracking magic. At least the tunnels limit their numerical advantage. We push harder, sacrificing stealth for speed as the chase intensifies. The Dark Elves have committed significant resources to this ambush, suggesting either desperation or the conviction that eliminating this particular patrol serves strategic purposes. The mining complex appears ahead like a promise of sanctuary. Stone structures carved into the canyon wall, connected by a network of tunnels that honeycomb the rock. Most entrances have been sealed or collapsed, but local knowledge reveals hidden passages that offer access to the underground maze. There, I point to a crack in the rock face that looks like natural erosion, but actually conceals a deliberately disguised entrance. Smuggler's Route connects to the main tunnel system but can be defended by a single warrior. Grimner nods approval and signals the patrol toward the hidden passage. We slip inside just as the first Dark Elf scouts round the bend behind us, their tracking spells illuminating our position like beacons in the darkness. The tunnels beyond offer both opportunity and peril. The narrow passages neutralize enemy numerical advantages, while providing multiple options for movement and escape. But they also trap us underground with limited supplies and no easy way to call for reinforcement. How well do you know this complex? Grimner asks, as we navigate deeper into the maze. Well enough. Smugglers used these routes to move contraband between Dark Elf territories. I helped guide some of their operations before. Before my capture and enslavement, before the long years of serving in Leondor's hierarchy. Can you get us home? Yes, but not quickly. The tunnels connect to the underground river system, but reaching navigable water requires several hours of careful movement. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit echo through stone passages as Dark Elf forces spread through the complex. They're being methodical, sealing exits and establishing checkpoints to prevent escape. Professional work that speaks of extensive planning. Grimna! Vex calls from a side passage, his voice tight with concern. You need to see this. We follow him to where the tunnel opens into a larger chamber, one of the main excavation sites from when this complex was active. What we find there explains both the ambush and the enemy's determination to eliminate our patrol. The chamber has been converted into a staging area for what can only be described as a military invasion. Supplies stack along the walls, weapons, armour, magical focuses, and rations for hundreds of fighters. Maps cover makeshift tables, showing detailed intelligence about Stormfang territory and defensive positions. But it's the cages along the far wall that make my blood run cold. Prisoners, human prisoners, bearing the distinctive scars and brands that mark them as escaped slaves from various Dark Elf territories. Men and women who've found freedom somewhere in the wastelands, now captured and awaiting transport back to their former masters. Among them, I recognise faces from the refugee camps that exist in the borderlands. People who've risked everything for the chance at liberty, now facing return to torments that would make death seem merciful. This is why they set the ambush, I realise. They're not just hunting our patrol, they're eliminating anyone who might discover this operation. Slave recovery mission, Grimna growls, his scarred face twisted with disgust. Rounding up escapees for transport back to the cities. More than that. I study the maps and supply manifests scattered across the tables. This is preparation for a major offensive. They're using slave recovery as cover for positioning forces throughout the territory. The implications hit like physical blows. While the Stormfang have focused on defending their immediate territory, Dark Elf forces have been establishing supply caches and staging areas throughout the region. The coming assault won't be a single massive attack. It will be a coordinated campaign to crush all resistance in the borderlands. We have to warn the clan, Thresh says. We have to survive first, Grimna corrects. And that means... The explosion cuts off his words as magical force tears through the chamber entrance. Dark Elf assault troops pour through the breach, their weapons crackling with eldritch energy. The trap has finally closed, but now we're trapped among evidence that could change the entire strategic situation. Cover! I shout, diving behind a stack of supply crates as chaos magic turns the air into sheets of deadly force. The battle that follows tests every skill I've learned over the past weeks. Confined spaces favour close combat, but Dark Elf magic creates devastating area effects that make cover meaningless. Only constant movement and aggressive tactics keep us alive as enemy numbers press against our defensive positions. Grimna fights like the veteran he is, his war axe carving through enemy formations with mechanical precision. But even his skills can't overcome the mathematical reality of our situation. We're outnumbered, outgunned, and trapped in terrain that offers no hope of escape. That's when I see the Dark Elf commander moving to flank Grimna's position, chaos magic gathering around his hands in preparation for a killing strike. The seasoned warrior is focused on the enemies in front of him, unaware of the threat materializing from his blind spot. Time slows as tactical options flash through my mind. Shout a warning, too slow, and it might distract Grimna at a critical moment. Throw a knife, uncertain accuracy at this distance, and failure means watching my friend die. Rush the commander directly, suicide, but it might disrupt his spell long enough for Grimna to respond. I choose suicide. My charge carries me across open ground faster than thought. the curved sabre cutting through the air toward the commander's exposed throat. His violet eyes widen with surprise as he realizes the danger, but momentum and desperation drive my blade home before he can complete his casting. The chaos magic releases in an uncontrolled burst, tearing through the chamber like a hurricane of raw force. I'm thrown against the stone wall hard enough to crack ribs, my vision exploding into stars and darkness. But Grimna lives, and sometimes that's victory enough.
Chapter 10. Rogar. The emergency war horn's deep bellow cuts through the evening air like a blade through silk, its urgent rhythm spelling disaster in a language every warrior understands. I'm out of my tent and armed before the third blast fades, my war axe catching starlight as I sprint toward the settlement's eastern watchtower. Keela reaches the post simultaneously, her scarred face grim in the torchlight. "Survivors incoming," she reports, pointing toward distant figures stumbling through the canyon approaches. 3 of them, badly wounded. My blood turns to ice as I count the approaching forms. Grimna's patrol numbered 8 warriors. Where are the other 5? The tactical implications hit like physical blows as I recognize the survivors' identities. Vex supports Thresh, both bearing wounds that speak of desperate combat. Behind them, Grimna limps forward with Zahra's unconscious form cradled in his massive arms. "Medical station now!" I command, rushing to meet them. "What happened?" "Ambush!" Grimna gasps, his scarred face pale with blood loss and exhaustion. "Staged operation. Dozens of dark elves positioned along our route. They knew exactly where we'd be." The words hit like hammer blows. Our patrol routes are classified information shared only among senior leadership and the warriors involved. Either our security has been compromised at the highest levels, or dark elf intelligence gathering has reached terrifying sophistication. "Zahra!" I reach for her still form, noting the blood matting her dark hair and the unnatural angle of her left arm. "Saved my life," Grimna says simply. Threw herself at a dark elf commander who was about to put chaos magic through my spine. Took the full force of an uncontrolled magical discharge. Pride and terror war in my chest as I examine her injuries. Unconscious but breathing, her pulse steady despite obvious trauma. The war paint she applies each morning has been partially burned away by magical force, revealing skin mottled with bruises and cuts. But she's alive. Against impossible odds, facing enemies who've perfected the art of killing, she not only survived, but saved one of my most trusted advisors. "Get her to the healers," I order, though every instinct screams to carry her myself. "Grimna, report. What did you discover before the ambush?" "Underground staging area in the old mining complex. Massive supply cache, detailed maps of our territory, cages full of escaped slaves." His gray eyes hold the weight of terrible knowledge. "This isn't random raiding, Rogar. They're preparing for a coordinated campaign to pacify the entire borderland region." The strategic assessment confirms my worst fears. While we've focused on defending our immediate territory, dark elf forces have been positioning for a crushing offensive. The escaped sacrifice we've harbored has become the catalyst for something far more dangerous than personal vengeance. Survivors from the ambush force. Maybe. Zahra's charge broke their formation, and the magical backlash collapsed part of the tunnel system. We used the chaos to extract, but they had forces positioned throughout the complex. Grimna's expression grows troubled. They'll know we discovered their operation. Whatever timeline they were following, it just accelerated. How long before they're ready to move? Days, not weeks. The supplies we saw could support a significant force for extended operations. I process the tactical situation while healers tend to Zahra's injuries. Multiple clan territories face coordinated assault by superior forces equipped with detailed intelligence about our defenses. Traditional strategy would call for immediate evacuation to more defensible positions, abandoning the borderlands to enemy control. But evacuation means abandoning the refugee camps, the escaped slaves, the scattered orc settlements that depend on warrior clans for protection against dark elf persecution. It means accepting defeat before the battle truly begins. Kyla, I call to my war leader. Emergency assembly! All senior warriors now! The war council that gathers in the main cave carries tension thick enough to cut. News of the ambush has spread through the settlement, and the implications have every fighter on edge. We've known this conflict was coming, but the timeline's acceleration changes everything. The situation is simple, I begin, outlining Grimna's discoveries on the stone map table. Dark Elf forces are positioned for a massive offensive throughout the region. They have detailed intelligence, superior numbers, and the element of strategic surprise. Evacuation, asks Vex, his usual optimism tempered by the wounds he's still nursing. Evacuation means abandoning everyone we've sworn to protect. The refugee camps, the scattered settlements, the escaped slaves we've recently tasked to working in our fields. They'll all face recapture or death. Better than facing annihilation ourselves, Karg interjects. The older warrior's scarred face bears grim pragmatism. We can't fight what we can't defeat. Can't we? The question emerges rougher than intended, colored by protective fury and strategic desperation. Zahra's intelligence proved accurate. She predicted their tactical patterns, identified their weaknesses. Maybe conventional warfare isn't the answer. You're talking about guerrilla operations, Keela observes. Hit-and-run tactics, disrupting supply lines, making occupation too costly to maintain. I'm talking about survival, about adapting our methods to match the threat we face. I study the assembled faces, reading the mixture of doubt and determination in each expression. We can't match their numbers in direct confrontation, but we know this terrain better than any outsider force. United resistance might work, Grimna says slowly, but it would require coordination between clans that haven't spoken peacefully in generations. The observation slices the heart of our strategic weakness. The Orc clans operate as independent entities, each jealously guarding territory and resources. Ancient feuds and competing interests prevent the kind of unified response that successful resistance demands. But desperate times create opportunities for unprecedented solutions. Then we convince them, I say. Show them that cooperation serves everyone's survival. How? Karg's skepticism drips like poison. The Ironjaw clan hasn't acknowledged our sovereignty in decades. The Bloodfang warriors would rather fight us than stand beside us. And the Stormbreak elders still blame us for the mining rights dispute. Each objection carries historical weight. Generations of conflict have created resentments that run deeper than strategic necessity. Overcoming such ingrained hostility would require either overwhelming external threat or extraordinary leadership. Fortunately, we have both. Zahra, I say, the name carrying more weight than mere identification. She's proof that traditional assumptions can be wrong, that strength comes in unexpected forms, that cooperation creates advantages none of us could achieve alone. She's human, Vex points out. The other clans won't care about human tactical insights. They'll care about survival, and they'll care about the evidence she helped us gather. I gesture toward the maps and intelligence documents Grimna's patrol recovered. This isn't speculation anymore. It's confirmed intelligence about enemy capabilities and intentions. You're proposing to unite the clans under Stormfang leadership, Keela says. That's ambitious. I'm proposing to offer alliance to clans that face the same threat we do. United, we might have enough strength to make occupation costly. Divided, we'll be eliminated piecemeal. The strategy carries enormous risks alongside its potential benefits. Failure to secure allied support would leave the Stormfang isolated and vulnerable. Success would commit us to protecting territory and populations far beyond our traditional responsibilities. But looking at the strategic situation, I realize we've moved beyond the luxury of conservative choices. I'll need representatives to carry alliance proposals to each clan, I continue. Grimna, despite your injuries, your reputation carries weight with the Ironjaw leadership. Kala, the Bloodfang warriors respect your combat record. Vex, your family connections might open doors with the Stormbreak Elders. And if they refuse? Karg asks. Then we fight alone and hope Zahra's tactical insights prove sufficient against overwhelming odds. The admission hangs heavy in the chamber's smoky air. We're betting everything on the possibility that unconventional warfare, guided by human intelligence, might overcome Dark Elf superiority. It's not a comfortable gamble, but it's the only one we have. There's another problem, Grimness says, his voice heavy with reluctance. The ambush was too precise, too well-informed. Either they have intelligence sources within our clan, or their surveillance capabilities exceed anything we've encountered. The implication sends cold fingers down my spine. Traders among the Stormfang would explain how the enemy learned about patrol routes and timing. But the alternative, magical surveillance sophisticated enough to penetrate our security, suggests capabilities that make resistance almost futile. Internal investigation, I decide. Quiet, careful, but thorough. Anyone with access to operational intelligence gets scrutinized, including clan leadership. Kella's question carries challenge disguised as clarification, including everyone. Trust has to be earned through verification, not assumed through tradition. The meeting disperses with the weight of impossible decisions pressing down on every participant. Alliance negotiations, internal security investigations, tactical planning for asymmetric warfare. Each challenge could consume our entire attention, yet all must be addressed simultaneously. I make my way to the medical station where Zahra lies unconscious on a bed of healing furs. The clan's best healer, an elderly female named Mora, tends to injuries with the careful precision of someone who's mended warriors for decades. How is she? I ask. Alive, which is more than she should be after absorbing uncontrolled chaos magic. Mora's weathered hands glow with soft healing energy as she works. Broken ribs, severe bruising, probable concussion. She'll recover, but it will take time. How much time? Days for basic healing, weeks for full recovery. The magical damage goes deeper than physical trauma. Her body needs time to process and eliminate the chaotic energies. Days we might not have if the Dark Elves accelerate their timeline further. But pushing her beyond healing would risk permanent damage to someone who's become essential to our survival strategy. She asked for you, Mora adds. Briefly conscious earlier, before the healing sleep took her. Said to tell you the maps were worth it. The message hits like a physical blow. Even facing death, her first concern was ensuring the intelligence reached the clan. Such dedication to adopted family speaks of bonds that transcend mere political alliance. Stay with her, I instruct Mora. If her condition changes, call me immediately. The healer nods understanding, her experienced eyes reading the depth of my concern. Whatever relationship exists between Zahra and myself, it's become obvious enough that even casual observers recognize its importance. I return to my quarters to study the recovered intelligence documents, but concentration proves elusive. Every tactical assessment leads back to the same conclusion. We're outnumbered, outgunned, and operating on shortened timelines against enemies who seem to anticipate our every move. But we're not helpless. Zahra's insights have already proven their worth in combat, and her example has shown that unconventional approaches can succeed where traditional methods fail. If we can unite the clans, if we can maintain operational security, if we can leverage our territorial advantages effectively, too many variables, too many opportunities for catastrophic failure. Yet as I watch over the maps detailing enemy positions and supply routes, I find myself thinking not of defeat, but of possibility. Zahra chose to stand with us, despite every rational argument for running. If a human female can display such courage in the face of impossible odds, perhaps there's hope for the rest of us. The Dark Elves have superior numbers and magical capabilities, but they're also arrogant, convinced of their own superiority, dependent on tactics that assume enemy submission. Time to show them what happens when their assumptions prove wrong. Time to prove that even overwhelming force can be overcome by determination, intelligence, and the willingness to fight for something worth protecting. The war's coming whether we're ready or not. But maybe, just maybe, we can make them regret starting it.
Chapter 11. Zahra. Consciousness returns like water through cracked stone, slowly, painfully, carrying with it the bitter taste of chaos magic and the dull ache of bones that remember violence. My left arm throbs with each heartbeat, secured in wooden splints that speak of careful medical attention. The healing furs beneath me smell of mountain herbs and warrior's blood, familiar scents that ground me in the reality of survival. About time. Kayla's voice cuts through the fog, clouding my thoughts. You've been unconscious for 2 days. We were beginning to wonder if the chaos magic had scrambled your brains permanently. I try to sit up, immediately regretting the decision as my ribs remind me of their recent encounter with stone walls. Grimna? Alive, thanks to your suicidal heroics. She moves into my field of vision, her scarred face bearing uncharacteristic concern. Though I'm told the experience has made him insufferably grateful, he's been hovering around the medical station like a mother hen. Relief floods through me despite the pain. The memory of that moment, seeing the dark elf commander's chaos magic gathering, knowing Grimna couldn't see the threat, had driven me to act without thought for consequences. That my desperate charge succeeded feels like a minor miracle. The intelligence we gathered? Rogar's been studying those documents obsessively. The situation is complicated. Kayla's expression darkens. The Dark Elves aren't just planning raids anymore. This is a full-scale pacification campaign meant to destroy all resistance in the borderlands. The confirmation of my worst fears sends ice through my veins. I'd recognise the signs in that underground staging area, the systematic preparation, the detailed maps, the cages full of recaptured slaves. This isn't about recovering escaped property. This is about establishing permanent control over territory the Dark Elves consider rightfully theirs. Timeline? Unknown, but accelerated. Your discovery of their operation means they can't maintain operational security. They'll move before we can organise effective resistance. I force myself upright despite my body's protests, noting how the movement sends fresh waves of pain radiating from my healing ribs. Where's Rogar? Alliance negotiations with the other clans, trying to convince warriors who've feuded for generations to stand together against common enemies. Kayla's bark of laughter holds no humour. About as easy as teaching a batlaz to sing lullabies. The image of Rogar attempting diplomacy with hostile clan leaders makes me worry. He's a brilliant tactician and inspiring war leader, but subtle negotiation has never been his strongest skill. Too much honesty, too little patience for political manoeuvring. Any success? Some. The Ironjaw clan sent representatives to discuss terms. Bloodfang warriors are at least listening to proposals. But the Stormbreak elders? She shakes her head. They're demanding concessions that would cripple our defensive capabilities in exchange for minimal support. Political complications layered on top of tactical impossibilities. Even if Rogar manages to forge temporary alliances, coordinating multiple clan forces against a sophisticated enemy requires time we don't have. The Dark Elves hold every advantage except local knowledge and desperate motivation. Movement near the medical station's entrance draws my attention. Thresh appears, his young face bearing worry that makes him seem even more boyish than usual. Behind him, I catch glimpses of other warriors lingering near the entrance, visitors waiting for permission to approach. Lady Zahra, Thresh says, using the formal address with careful precision. How do you feel? Like I was hit by a magical hurricane. The honest answer draws surprised smiles from the gathered warriors. But alive, which counts as victory under the circumstances. Grimna wants to see you when you're ready, says he owes you a debt that can't be repaid. Thresh's expression grows serious. The whole clan knows what you did, throwing yourself at that commander to save his life. That's the kind of action that becomes legend. Heat floods my cheeks at the praise. I didn't act from calculated heroism or desire for recognition. I simply couldn't watch someone I cared about die when action might prevent it. The idea that my desperate gamble has become a story worth telling feels surreal. Where is he? Command post, analysing patrol reports with the other senior warriors. Thresh pauses, something troubled flickering across his features. Lady Zahra, there's something else, something Rogar discovered during the security investigation. The gravity in his voice makes my stomach clench with foreboding. What kind of something? The kind that explains how the Dark Elves knew exactly where to set their ambush. Ice floods my veins as the implications hit. Internal security breaches, information passed to enemies, the systematic betrayal of trust that holds warrior societies together. Someone within the Stormfang has been feeding intelligence to Dark Elf forces. Who? The word scrapes from my throat like ground glass. That's complicated. Rogar wants to brief you personally, but... Thresh glances toward the other warriors, noting their obvious interest in our conversation. Perhaps somewhere more private. I struggle to move despite protesting muscles, accepting Thresh's offered support with grudging gratitude. The journey to the command post feels endless, each step reminding me of the magical forces that tore through my body. But curiosity and growing dread drive me forward. The command cave buzzes with activity as warriors study maps, coordinate patrol schedules, and debate tactical options. At the centre of it all, Rogar stands beside the stone table where our recovered intelligence spreads like evidence of approaching doom. His massive frame radiates tension, and the tribal tattoos covering his shoulders seem to writhe in the flickering torchlight. Zahra. His voice carries relief and something darker, guilt perhaps, or regret. You shouldn't be moving yet. I needed to know about the security breach. I settle carefully onto a stone seat, wincing as the movement jars my healing ribs. Thresh said you discovered how they knew about the patrol route. Rogar's jaw tightens, and I see him exchange glances with Grimner. Whatever they've learned carries weight that isn't simple tactical complications. Show her, Grimner says, his scarred face grim. She deserves to know the full scope of what we're facing. Rogar spreads several documents across the table, pages covered in dark elf script, magical formulations I recognise from my years in Leandor, and what appears to be detailed clan intelligence gathered over months of careful observation. We found these hidden in Vex's personal quarters, Rogar says, his voice carefully controlled. Communication protocols, payment schedules, operational directives. He's been feeding information to Dark Elf handlers for at least 6 months. The revelation was painful. Vex, with his easy smile and family connections, his enthusiastic participation in training sessions, his apparent loyalty to clan traditions. The betrayal feels personal in ways I struggle to process. Why? I whisper. Money, initially. His family fell into debt with Dark Elf moneylenders, and providing intelligence seemed like an easy way to clear the obligation. Rogar's expression hardens. But the deeper we dug, the more we discovered. He's not just reporting patrol schedules. He's been mapping our defences, identifying key personnel, even providing personal information about clan members, including me. The thought crystallises with horrible clarity as I study the documents spread before us. My arrival, my training progress, my relationship with Rogar, all of it carefully documented and passed to enemies who've been planning my recapture since the moment I escaped their ritual altar. Where is he now? Fled. Disappeared during the night after we began asking questions about information security. Grimner's voice carries the flat finality of professional assessment. Probably already delivered detailed intelligence about our current defensive preparations. The tactical implications make my head spin. Every plan we've made, every alliance negotiation Rogar has conducted, every strategic advantage we thought we possessed. all of it compromised by systematic betrayal. The Dark Elves know our capabilities, our limitations, our exact positions and timing. But worse than tactical exposure is the personal violation. Someone I'd begun to trust, someone who'd shared meals and training sessions and casual conversation, had been cataloguing my vulnerabilities for enemies who wanted me dead or enslaved. "There's more," Rogar continues, his voice heavy with reluctance. "The documents include specific orders regarding your capture. They want you alive, but they're authorized to use any level of force necessary to secure that objective." Why alive? Though I suspect I already know the answer. Public execution. King Crest wants to make an example of the escaped sacrifice who embarrassed him before his court. Your death is meant to demonstrate the futility of defying Dark Elf authority. The words confirm my worst fears while adding new layers of horror. Not just death, but death as spectacle, designed to break the spirits of anyone who might consider resistance. My escape has become a symbol that threatens Dark Elf control, and symbols must be destroyed publicly to maintain the illusion of invincibility. The clan doesn't deserve to face this because of me, I say, voicing the guilt that's been gnawing at my chest since consciousness returned. I should leave, draw the pursuit away from innocent people. No. Rogar's voice carries absolute finality. You're not responsible for their hatred or their need for vengeance, and you're certainly not leaving to face them alone. I won't watch good people die for my mistakes. They're not dying for your mistakes, they're fighting for principles that matter more than individual safety. He moves around the table to crouch beside my seat, his grey eyes intense with conviction. You represent something they fear, the possibility that their victims might refuse to stay victims. That's worth defending, even at terrible cost. The declaration touches something raw and vulnerable in my chest. After years of seeing myself as a burden to be endured or a problem to be solved, hearing someone frame my existence as valuable feels revolutionary. But revolution carries prices that extend beyond those who choose to participate. The alliance negotiations, I say, trying to focus on tactical realities instead of emotional upheaval. How much does Vex's betrayal compromise those efforts? Significantly. He had access to our negotiating positions, our assessment of other clan capabilities, even personal information about their leadership. Rogar's expression grows troubled. The Dark Elves could use that intelligence to disrupt alliance discussions or target key figures for elimination. Then we need to assume they know everything and plan accordingly. Agreed. But that limits our options severely. Conventional defensive strategies become suicide when the enemy knows every detail of your preparations. I study the maps and intelligence documents, my mind racing through possibilities and implications. Traditional warfare assumes information advantage, or at least information parity. Fighting enemies who know your every move requires different approaches: deception, misdirection, tactical flexibility that prevents opponents from exploiting predetermined patterns. Unconventional warfare, I murmur, remembering conversations with smugglers and refugees who'd survived impossible circumstances through creativity rather than strength. Make them fight on terms they don't understand. Such as false intelligence. Let them think they know our plans while we execute completely different strategies. Use their overconfidence against them. Rogar's eyes sharpen with interest. Elaborate. Vex's communication protocols. Do we know how he contacted his handlers? Message drops at predetermined locations. We found the schedules hidden with the other documents. Then we use those protocols to feed the Dark Elves information that serves our purposes instead of theirs. Make them believe we're planning conventional defensive actions while we actually prepare asymmetric responses. The strategy carries enormous risks alongside its potential benefits. Success requires perfect execution and careful timing. Failure would compound our disadvantages while eliminating our last hopes of surprise. But looking at the tactical situation, I realize we've moved beyond the luxury of safe choices. It could work, Grimner says slowly, if we can make them believe false intelligence while concealing our real preparations. We'd need to be convincing, I warn. Dark Elf intelligence officers are professionally paranoid. They'll scrutinize any information we provide for signs of deception. Then we give them what they expect to see, Rogar decides. Information that confirms their assumptions about Orc capabilities and limitations. Plans that look like desperate attempts at conventional defense, while actually preparing for guerrilla operations that exploit their overextension and supply vulnerabilities. The strategy crystallizes as we discuss implementation details. Complex, risky, dependent on factors beyond our control, but it offers hope where conventional approaches promise only defeat. More importantly, it transforms my greatest liability into a potential asset. The personal hatred driving King Cress's pursuit makes him predictable, susceptible to manipulation through carefully crafted intelligence about my supposed location and activities. There's one more thing, I say as the planning session winds down. If this strategy fails, if they capture me despite our precautions, I need you to promise something. Zahra, promise me you won't try to rescue me. Don't sacrifice the clan for one person, no matter what they do to make me scream. The words hang heavy in the smoky air, carrying weight that goes beyond tactical necessity. We're acknowledging the possibility of failure, the personal costs that might be demanded by desperate circumstances. Rogar's jaw works as he struggles with the implications of what I'm asking. Finally, he nods with the reluctance of someone accepting impossible choices. I promise, he says, but only if you promise to fight until your last breath, to make them pay for every inch of ground they take. Deal. The pact feels like signing our own death warrants, but it also crystallizes our determination to make the coming battle count for something larger than individual survival. The Dark Elves have superior numbers, magical capabilities, and detailed intelligence about our operations. But they don't have the desperate fury of people fighting for the right to exist, free from oppression. Sometimes that's enough to tip the balance. Sometimes. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 12. Rogar. The weight of impending battle settles over the settlement like a shroud as evening approaches. 2 days have passed since we discovered Vex's betrayal. 2 days of frantic preparation for an assault that could come at any moment. The false intelligence we've fed through his compromised communication channels may buy us precious time, but it won't prevent the inevitable confrontation. I stand on the watchtower's highest platform, studying the distant approaches for signs of enemy movement. The canyon walls stretched toward the horizon in shades of red and gold, beautiful and desolate as a funeral pyre. Somewhere beyond my sight, dark elf forces mass for an attack designed to crush all resistance in this territory. Brooding again? Zahra's voice carries gentle teasing despite the gravity of our situation. She climbs the stone steps with careful movements that betray her still healing injuries, her left arm bound in a sling that limits her mobility. Planning, I correct, though saying it feels increasingly meaningless. Trying to anticipate their approach vectors. identified defensive advantages we might have missed. She settles beside me against the tower's stone parapet, close enough that I can smell the mountain herbs and leather that cling to her skin. The war paint she applies each morning has evolved into something uniquely hers, patterns that blend orcish tradition with symbols I don't recognize, marking her as warrior and outsider simultaneously. "Any insights from your tactical brilliance?" she asks. "Several. None of them encouraging." I gesture toward the approaches we've identified as most likely assault routes. They have too many advantages: numbers, magical capabilities, detailed intelligence about our defenses. Even with allied clan support, this becomes a grinding attrition battle we can't win. Then we don't fight the battle they expect. Easier said than implemented. Guerrilla warfare requires mobility and supply bases. We're tied to defending this settlement and the refugee populations that depend on our protection. The strategic paradox has consumed my thoughts for days. Conventional defense against superior forces means inevitable defeat. Unconventional tactics require abandoning the people we've sworn to protect. Either choice carries costs that make victory feel hollow. "There's another option," Zahra says quietly. "Which is, make the settlement a trap instead of a fortress. Let them commit forces to taking it, then hit them when they're overextended and focused on conquest." The suggestion aligns with thoughts I've been reluctant to voice. Using our own home as bait carries psychological weight that goes beyond tactical considerations. But it might also represent the only strategy with genuine potential for success. That requires evacuating non-combatants while maintaining the appearance of normal defensive preparations, I point out. Complex timing, multiple moving parts, opportunities for catastrophic failure. Everything worthwhile carries risks. She turns to study my profile, those dark amber eyes reading expressions I thought I'd learned to hide. "You're not just worried about tactical failure, are you?" The observation cuts closer to truth than I'm comfortable acknowledging. "What do you mean?" "You're afraid this is the last conversation we'll have. That tomorrow's battle ends with one or both of us dead, leaving things unsaid that should have been spoken." Her perception makes my heart twist with emotions I've spent years suppressing. Leadership demands emotional control, the ability to function despite personal attachments that might compromise tactical judgment. But facing the possibility of losing her strips away those careful barriers. "Perhaps," I admit. "Then talk to me." She shifts position, wincing slightly as the movement aggravates her healing ribs. "Tell me what's eating at your soul." The invitation hangs between us like a challenge, demanding honesty that feels more dangerous than any weapon. But looking at her fierce expression, painted with symbols of chosen identity and hard-won belonging, I realize that courage means more than facing death in battle. "I'm afraid I've failed you," I say, the words scraping from my throat like ground glass. "That my decision to harbor you has brought destruction down on innocent people. That your blood will be on my hands because I chose personal desire over strategic wisdom. And I'm afraid that my past has poisoned your future," she replies without hesitation. "That the enemies who hunt me will destroy everything you've built because you were too honorable to turn away someone who needed help." The parallel admissions reveal the weight we've both been carrying: guilt over choices made for the right reasons that may produce catastrophic consequences. It's the burden of leaders and lovers alike, the knowledge that our decisions ripple outward to affect others who never chose to be part of our struggles. "Do you regret it?" I ask. "The claiming, the bond between us, the complications it's created?" "Never." The certainty in her voice cuts through my doubts like a sharp blade. "Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever prices we pay for the choices we've made, I'll never regret choosing to trust you with my heart." Relief floods through me despite the circumstances. "Nor I, you." The confession opens floodgates I've kept barred since childhood, releasing emotions too complex for simple words. Fear and hope, desire and determination, the fierce protective instincts that make rational thought nearly impossible when she's threatened. "Rogar." Her voice carries new urgency. If tomorrow goes badly, if the battle turns against us, I need you to know something. What? That you gave me something I never thought I'd have again. A home worth defending. People worth fighting for. The chance to be someone who matters rather than merely survives. Her hand finds mine, fingers intertwining with surprising strength. You made me feel human again, in the best possible sense. The declaration breaks something loose in my chest, a knot of tension I've carried since the moment I laid eyes on her defiant form in the wasteland. She's not just describing gratitude, she's acknowledging transformation, the way our bond has changed her from survivor to warrior to partner. And you, I say, bringing her hand to my lips to press gentle kisses against her knuckles, reminded me that strength without purpose becomes meaningless, that leading warriors is less important than creating something worth following. The setting sun paints the canyon walls in shades of crimson and gold, creating the kind of beauty that makes mortality feel both precious and fragile. Tomorrow may bring death or victory or something between the two, but tonight offers the possibility of connection that transcends tactical concerns. Come with me, I say, rising and offering my hand. She accepts the gesture without question, trusting me to lead even when our destination remains unclear. We descend from the watchtower through increasingly quiet sections of the settlement as evening routines give way to pre-battle preparations. Warriors tend weapons and armor with ritual precision, while families gather close, understanding that separation may become permanent before dawn. My quarters feel different tonight, less like a command post, and more like the sanctuary they were always meant to be. The maps and tactical documents remain, but they seem less important than the sleeping furs arranged around the central fire pit, the personal touches that mark this space as home rather than mere shelter. What are you thinking? Zahra asks as I tend the fire, coaxing flames from carefully arranged kindling. That I've spent too much time preparing for war and not enough time living. The admission surprises me with its honesty. That if tonight is all we have, I want to spend it remembering why survival matters. She moves closer, the firelight playing across her painted features in patterns that make her seem both fierce and vulnerable. Show me. The simple request is beyond physical desire. She's asking me to share not just my body, but my heart, to demonstrate through action what words struggle to convey. It's an invitation to intimacy that encompasses far more than mere physical release. I frame her face with hands that have known only violence and command, marveling at the softness of her skin beneath calloused palms. The war paint she wears daily has become part of her identity, but touching her reminds me of the woman beneath the warrior's mask. You're sure? I ask, searching her amber eyes for any sign of hesitation. I've never been more certain of anything. Her hands move to the buckle securing my armor, working with practiced efficiency despite her injured arm. I want to feel alive before we face death. I want to know what it means to be completely yours just as you're completely mine. The armor falls away piece by piece, revealing skin marked by countless battles and the responsibilities of leadership. But under her touch, those scars become testimony to survival rather than reminders of violence. Her fingers trace the tribal tattoos covering my shoulders, following patterns that speak of victories won and enemies defeated. So many stories, she murmurs, pressing gentle kisses to particularly prominent marks. So much history written in flesh and ink. Your stories too, I reply, helping her remove the leather armor that's become her second skin. Each scar a testament to strength that refused to break. The ritual of undressing becomes something sacred, an acknowledgement of vulnerability shared and trust freely given. When she stands before me in nothing but firelight and determination, I'm struck by the transformation she's undergone since that first desperate morning in the wasteland. Gone is the broken refugee seeking shelter. In her place stands a warrior-born female who's claimed her power through blood and steel, who carries herself with the confidence of someone who knows her worth. The scars remain, but they no longer define her. They're simply part of the complex tapestry that makes her extraordinary. Beautiful, I whisper, though the word feels inadequate to describe what I see. Yours, she corrects, stepping closer until our bodies nearly touch. Completely, absolutely, irrevocably yours. The claiming kiss that follows burns with weeks of suppressed hunger, desperate longing given physical form. She tastes like courage and determination, like the promise of tomorrow despite all evidence suggesting otherwise. Her injured arm limits her mobility, but she compensates with passion so fierce it makes the ache in my chest throb worse than any blade. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Afterward, we lie tangled together in the dying firelight, her head pillowed on my chest as our breathing gradually returns to normal. The painted symbols on her face have smudged against my skin, marking me with her chosen identity in ways that feel more binding than any ceremony. No regrets, she says, tracing lazy patterns across the tattoos covering my ribs. None, I agree, though the word feels insufficient to encompass what we've shared. Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever prices we pay for the choices we've made, remember this moment. Her voice carries drowsy contentment edged with fierce determination. Remember that love like this doesn't come from desperation. It comes from recognition of something worth fighting for. The observation cuts to the heart of what makes our bond different from mere battlefield romance. We're not clinging to each other from fear of death, but celebrating life in defiance of forces that would destroy it. The distinction feels crucial as we face an uncertain future. Sleep, I murmur, pulling the furs up around her shoulders. Tomorrow requires all our strength. Will you watch over me? Always. The promise encompasses far more than protection through a single night. It's a vow that extends beyond death, beyond defeat, beyond any outcome tomorrow's battle might bring. Whatever happens, whatever choices we're forced to make, the bond forged between us tonight will endure. Outside, the settlement settles into the restless quiet that precedes battle. Warriors make final preparations. Families share what may be last conversations, and the very air seems to hold its breath in anticipation of violence. But here, in the warm circle of firelight and shared furs, peace reigns despite the storm gathering beyond our walls. For this moment, this precious handful of hours, we're not chieftain and claimed, not tactical assets in an impossible war. We're simply two people who've found something worth protecting in each other, facing whatever comes with the knowledge that we won't face it alone. And perhaps that's enough to tip the balance in tomorrow's battle. Perhaps love once kindled burns bright enough to illuminate even the darkest possibilities.
Chapter 13. Zahra. Dawn breaks over the settlement with the pale light of winter mornings, casting long shadows that seem to stretch toward an uncertain future. I wake in Rogar's arms, his massive frame curled protectively around me despite the constraints of his sleeping furs. The events of last night feel both distant and immediate, a sanctuary of intimacy carved from the approaching storm. But sanctuary can't last when war drums echo through the canyon. The deep, rhythmic pounding that jolts us both to full alertness carries a message every warrior understands. Enemy forces sighted, multiple approach vectors, all hands to defensive positions. I'm reaching for my weapons before conscious thought intervenes, muscle memory overriding the lingering tenderness in my healing ribs. How many? Rogar asks, already strapping on his armour with the practiced efficiency of someone who's faced such mornings countless times. Unknown, the drums indicate significant force, coordinated assault. I wince as the leather armour pulls against still tender injuries, but ignore the discomfort. Pain is irrelevant when survival hangs in the balance. We emerge from his quarters to find the settlement transformed into organised chaos. Warriors rush between defensive positions, while non-combatants gather personal belongings for evacuation to secure locations. Children's voices rise above the din. Not panic, but the excited confusion of those too young to understand that death walks with dawn. "Chieftain!" Thresh appears at our side, his young face bearing war paint applied with shaking hands. "Kayla requests your presence at the command post. The situation is complex." Complex. In tactical terminology, that usually means catastrophically worse than anticipated. We make our way through the maze of defensive preparations, noting how efficiently the clan has responded to crisis. Weapons stockpiles appear at strategic points, water reserves are secured against potential siege, and medical stations prepare for casualties. The Stormfang have clearly faced such threats before. The command post buzzes with controlled urgency as senior warriors study reports from advanced scouts. Maps spread across the stone table now bear new markings, enemy positions, estimated force strengths, probable assault vectors. The intelligence paints a picture that makes my stomach clench with dread. "Report," Rogar commands as we approach the central table. "3 separate assault forces," Kayla begins, her scarred face grim in the torchlight. "Northern approach carries approximately 60 fighters, mostly Miu warriors with magical support. Eastern Canyon shows 40-plus dark elves, including what our scouts identify as noble-born commanders. Southern route, ... She pauses, studying the notations with obvious concern. Southern route shows evidence of siege equipment, catapults, possibly other mechanical devices. The tactical picture crystallizes with horrible clarity. Not a single overwhelming assault, but a coordinated 3-pronged attack designed to stretch our defences beyond breaking point. Each force represents a significant threat on its own. Combined, they constitute an virtually unstoppable offensive. "Total enemy strength?" I ask. "Estimated 150 to 200 fighters, with unknown magical capabilities and siege support." Grimner's voice carries the flat certainty of someone reporting mathematical facts. "Against our 43 combat-ready warriors. 4-to-1 odds, possibly worse. Even with defensive advantages and superior knowledge of local terrain, such numbers doom conventional resistance to failure. The Dark Elves have committed overwhelming force to this operation, clearly determined to crush all resistance regardless of cost. Allied support? Ironjaw clan sent 20 warriors, arrived 2 hours ago. Bloodfang contingent numbers 15, positioned at the secondary defensive line. Kayla's expression grows troubled. Stormbreak elders decline to honour their commitments, claim pressing concerns with their own territorial security. Betrayal stacked upon tactical impossibility. Even with allied reinforcements, we face odds that make victory feel like fantasy. The Stormbreak withdrawal eliminates our last hope of achieving numerical parity, leaving us dependent on terrain advantages and desperate tactics. Evacuation status? Non-combatants are moving to the deep caves per your orders. Estimated completion within 2 hours, assuming the assault forces maintain current approach speeds. 2 hours to get innocent people clear of the killing ground we're about to create. 2 hours to transform our home into a trap that might inflict sufficient casualties to make the Dark Elves reconsider their strategy. But looking at the tactical assessment, I realise conventional defensive thinking won't suffice. We need something that transcends mere military calculation, something that transforms desperate resistance into genuine threat. "Rogar," I say, studying the map notations with growing certainty. "What if we're approaching this wrong? How so? We're thinking like defenders trying to hold ground. But what if we think like predators setting an ambush? The observation draws sharp attention from every warrior in the command post. Grimner's scarred eyebrows climb toward his hairline, while Keeler's amber eyes narrow with interested calculation. Elaborate, Rogar commands. They're expecting us to fight like orcs. Direct confrontation, strength against strength, honourable combat according to traditional warrior codes. I trace the enemy approach routes with one finger, noting how they converge on our defensive positions. But what if we fight like the escaped slave they're hunting? Dirty, desperate, using every underhanded trick survival has taught me. Such as? Psychological warfare. Make them afraid of what they can't see or predict. Turn their expectations against them until paranoia becomes their greatest enemy. The strategy crystallizes as I speak, drawing on years of observing how dark elf arrogance becomes vulnerability when their assumptions prove wrong. They expect orcish honour, predictable tactics, resistance that follows established patterns. Time to show them what happens when their victims refuse to play by familiar rules. The siege equipment on the southern approach, I continue, warming to the theme. What if it never reaches firing position? What if the crews operating it start disappearing in ways that leave their comrades questioning every shadow? Sabotage operations, Grimner muses. Disrupt their coordination, force them to commit reserves to protecting their own forces. Exactly. And the Northern Assault Force? What if they find the settlement apparently abandoned, only to discover too late that every building has become a killing ground prepared by warriors who know exactly when and where to strike? Excitement ripples through the assembled warriors as the possibilities become clear. Instead of passive defence against superior numbers, we could seize initiative through unpredictable tactics that exploit enemy overconfidence. But the strategy requires something more than mere tactical innovation. It demands unity, coordination between clan forces that have never fought together, trust that extends beyond traditional hierarchies. The allied contingents, I say, addressing the concern that threatens to undermine any plan. Ironjaw and Bloodfang warriors don't know our tactical patterns, our communication protocols, our defensive preparations. Integration under battlefield conditions would be nearly impossible, Kayla finishes, unless someone coordinates between the different fighting styles and traditions. All eyes turn toward me, and I realise with growing clarity what they're suggesting. Not just tactical advisory, but active command coordination. The human female, who's been among them for weeks stepping forward to lead warriors. She's barely met against enemies who want her captured alive. The allied clans won't follow human leadership, I protest. They'll follow competence, Rogar corrects, and they'll follow someone who's proven willing to die for principles they respect. This is insane. Most effective strategies are, Grimner observes with dark humour. The question is whether you're brave enough to attempt it. The challenge hangs in the smoky air, demanding an answer that will determine not just tactical arrangements, but the future of resistance in this territory. Accept the responsibility, and I become the focal point for hopes and expectations I might not be able to fulfill. Refuse, and we fall back on conventional approaches that promise only glorious defeat. Looking around the command post, I see faces marked by grim determination and desperate hope. These warriors have accepted me as family, trusted me with their secrets and their lives. The least I can do is trust them with mine. What do you need me to do? Speak to the allied contingents, Rogar says. Convince them that unconventional tactics serve everyone's survival. Show them that working together multiplies our effectiveness beyond simple arithmetic. The assignment feels like stepping off a cliff into empty air. Address warriors I've never met, from clans with their own traditions and prejudices. Convince them to trust the tactical insights of someone they probably see as an amusing curiosity at best. But looking at the map again, studying the overwhelming force arrayed against us, I realize that conventional leadership approaches face the same impossible odds as conventional tactics. Time for something unprecedented. Gather the allied warriors in the main assembly area, I decide. All of them, from every clan. If we're going to do this, we do it openly. The next hour passes in a blur of preparation and growing anxiety. Word spreads through the settlement that the escaped human sacrifice will address the combined warrior force, that tactical decisions affecting everyone's survival will be made in open council rather than private consultation. The main assembly area fills with green-skinned fighters bearing the distinctive markings of 3 different clans. Iron-jaw warriors display the bone ornaments and filed tusks that mark their particular martial traditions. Bloodfang contingents wear the red war paint that speaks of countless battles survived. And scattered among them, Stormfang fighters who've accepted my presence, but may struggle to see me as their tactical coordinator. I stand before them wearing full armour and weapons, the war paint Kayla taught me applied in patterns that blend clan traditions with personal symbols. The morning light streaming through canyon openings illuminates faces marked by suspicion, curiosity, and the grim anticipation that precedes desperate battles. Warriors of the allied clans, I begin, my voice carrying clearly across the gathered assembly. You know why we're here. Dark elf forces approach in overwhelming numbers, determined to crush all resistance in this territory. By every tactical calculation, we face certain defeat. Murmurs ripple through the crowd, some agreement, some protest, all carrying the weight of warriors who understand mathematical realities. But mathematics assumes conventional warfare, I continue. It assumes we'll fight the battle our enemies expect, using tactics they understand, following patterns they've prepared to counter. What do you propose instead? The voice belongs to an Ironjaw veteran, his scarred face bearing skeptical interest. I propose we fight like the hunted rather than the hunters, like escaped slaves rather than proud warriors, like people who've learned that survival requires discarding honour when honour becomes a luxury we can't afford. The words spark heated responses from throughout the assembly. Pride in martial tradition runs deep among Orc clans, and suggesting they abandon honourable combat strikes at fundamental cultural values. You ask us to fight without honour? A Bloodfang warrior steps forward, his filed tusks gleaming in the morning light. To skulk and hide like cowards? I ask you to fight to win, I reply evenly. To preserve the lives and freedom of everyone you've sworn to protect. Honour means nothing if those you love die because you were too proud to use effective tactics. And what do you know of honour, human? The challenge comes from multiple voices, expressing the doubts I've expected since stepping forward. I know that honour without victory is just elaborate suicide. I know that your enemies count on your predictability, your adherence to codes they've studied and prepared to exploit. My voice grows harder, carrying edges sharpened by years of desperate survival. I know what it feels like to watch good people die because someone valued principle over pragmatism. The assembly falls silent as the weight of personal experience gives gravity to my words. These warriors may question my heritage, but they can't dismiss the authority that comes from surviving impossible circumstances. The dark elves expect you to fight like orcs, I continue. Charge their lines, test strength against strength, die gloriously in battles that change nothing. What they don't expect is coordinated ambush tactics, psychological warfare, the systematic destruction of their confidence and morale. You speak of victories, calls another voice. What victories have these tactics achieved? My life, I answer simply. 2 dead dark elves who thought human flesh was their right. Escape from the strongest city on this continent. Survival in wastelands that kill the unprepared. I meet their gazes directly, letting them see the steel beneath apparent vulnerability. Every day I draw breath is victory achieved through refusing to fight fair. The response seems to resonate with warriors who've faced their own impossible odds. Gradually, the suspicious murmurs give way to interested calculation as tactical minds begin processing possibilities. "Tell us your plan," demands the Iron Jaw veteran. What follows is the most crucial presentation of my life. Detailed tactical outline designed to transform overwhelming enemy advantage into manageable threat. I explain ambush positioning, coordination protocols, psychological operations intended to shatter Dark Elf confidence. The strategy requires perfect timing and absolute trust between forces that have never worked together. But as I speak, I watch understanding dawn in weathered faces, marked by countless battles. These warriors recognize effective tactics when they hear them, regardless of their source. More importantly, they recognize desperate necessity when survival hangs in the balance. "This could work," admits the Bloodfang challenger, his skepticism replaced by grudging respect. "If we can maintain coordination between clan forces." "It will work," I correct, pouring absolute conviction into my voice. Because failure means the death of everything we value. Because victory requires us to be more than the sum of our individual parts. "And you would coordinate this alliance?" asks another warrior. "I would serve it," I reply. "Whatever role best serves our collective survival, that's the role I'll take." The distinction seems to matter, marking the difference between seeking authority and accepting responsibility. Around the assembly, I see nods of approval from warriors who've learned to value competence over birthright. "Then let's show these Dark Elf bastards what unified clans can accomplish," declares the Iron Jaw veteran. The roar of agreement that follows shakes dust from the canyon walls, echoing with the fierce joy of warriors who found cause worth fighting for. Whatever happens in the coming battle, we'll face it as allies rather than desperate individuals. And perhaps that unity will prove stronger than any force our enemies can deploy against us.
Chapter 14. Roger. The ambush unfolds with the precision of a master craftsman's work, each element falling into place exactly as Zahra planned. From my concealed position overlooking the main approach, I watch Dark Elf forces advance into what they believe is a conventional defensive engagement. Their formation speaks of arrogant confidence, tight ranks, coordinated magical support, the measured advance of troops who expect victory through overwhelming superiority. They have no idea they're walking into a killing ground designed by someone who learned warfare in the cruelest school imaginable. "Northern force is in position," Grimna's voice carries through the communication crystal, barely audible over the sound of approaching enemies. "Ironjaw warriors report ready." "Southern team confirms siege equipment neutralized," comes Kayla's report. "Bloodfang contingent moving to secondary positions." The coordination between allied forces exceeds my most optimistic projections. Warriors who feuded for generations now work with seamless efficiency, united by tactical necessity and inspired leadership. Zahra's ability to forge cooperation from ancient rivalries represents a diplomatic achievement that might matter more than any military victory. "Eastern assault force entering the canyon," I report, studying the advancing Dark Elves through carefully concealed observation points. Approximately 40 fighters, including what appears to be noble-born command element. The commanders are obvious even at distance, their elaborate armor catching morning light, their mounted positions marking them as too important for foot travel. Among them, I recognize the distinctive silver hair and cruel features of Lord Dravik, the Dark Elf noble whose hatred for escaped slaves has become legendary throughout the borderlands. His presence confirms what intelligence suggested. This isn't merely a punitive expedition, but personal vendetta elevated to military campaign. Dravik has committed significant resources to recapturing one human female, driven by the kind of obsessive pride that blinds tactical judgment. Perfect for exploitation by warriors who understand how arrogance becomes vulnerability. "All units, maintain concealment until the signal," I command through the crystal network. "Remember, we control the timing of this engagement." The Dark Elf advance continues with textbook precision, their formation designed to overwhelm fixed defensive positions through coordinated magical bombardment, followed by close assault. Standard siege tactics that have served them well against conventional enemies. But we're not conventional enemies. We're desperate people fighting for survival, guided by someone who's learned to turn every disadvantage into potential weapon. "Movement in the settlement," reports one of Dravik's scouts, his voice carrying clearly across the canyon. "Minimal defensive activity, possibly evacuated." The observation aligns perfectly with our deception plan. The settlement appears abandoned except for token resistance, encouraging the Dark Elves to commit forces to occupation, rather than maintaining careful overwatch. Their magical scouts detect the presence of defenders, but not the carefully concealed ambush positions that ring every approach. "Advance to occupation positions," Dravik commands, his cultured voice carrying the silk-wrapped steel typical of Dark Elf nobility. "Secure the primary structures. Establish control of defensive positions. The escaped sacrifice is here. I can sense her magical resonance." His confidence in that assessment makes my chest tighten with protective fury. Zahra's presence does indeed register to magical senses, but not from the location Dravik assumes. She's positioned with the primary ambush force, ready to coordinate the devastating surprise that will turn this confident advance into desperate retreat. The Dark Elf formation enters the settlement proper, their attention focused on buildings that appear to contain minimal resistance. Magical probes sweep through empty structures while advanced scouts clear apparent defensive positions. Everything proceeds exactly as planned, drawing enemy attention toward prepared kill zones. "Signal ready," I whisper into the communication crystal. "Confirmed," Zahra's voice replies, carrying steel-edged anticipation. "All units report final positioning complete." The moment stretches taut as a bowstring as Dark Elf forces spread throughout the settlement, their formation now extended and vulnerable to coordinated assault. Dravik himself has moved well forward, confident in his magical protections and the overwhelming superiority of his forces. Time to demonstrate the cost of such confidence. "Execute!" I command. The ambush erupts with devastating suddenness. Concealed warriors emerge from prepared positions, their weapons already in motion as surprise transforms tactical advantage into crushing superiority. The coordinated assault strikes from multiple directions simultaneously, turning the Dark Elves' extended formation into a liability that prevents mutual support. Chaos magic tears through the morning air as enemy sorcerers attempt defensive casting, but their spells target positions we abandoned minutes ago. Meanwhile, allied clan forces emerge from concealment at optimal range, their weapons finding targets before the Dark Elves can organize coherent response. The beautiful precision of the assault fills me with fierce pride as I watch tactics conceived in desperation achieve devastating effectiveness. This is what unified command can accomplish. Not just the sum of individual clan capabilities, but exponential multiplication through perfect coordination. But even as victory unfolds according to plan, I spot the danger that threatens to transform triumph into catastrophe. Dravik's personal guard, elite Miauch warriors whose magical capabilities exceed standard Dark Elf forces, have recognized the ambush for what it is and moved to extract their commander from the killing ground. Their coordinated withdrawal threatens to preserve the most dangerous enemy leader while sacrificing expendable troops to cover their escape. Unacceptable. Dravik's survival means inevitable future attacks, his pride and hatred ensuring continued pursuit of the woman who's become central to my existence. This battle represents our only chance to eliminate a threat that will otherwise consume years and countless lives. "Grimna, take command," I order, already moving from my observation position toward the extraction route. "I'm pursuing the command element." "Roger, negative. That's suicide without support." "Then provide support," I reply, cutting communication as tactical necessity overrides friendship. The chase leads through terrain I know like my own heartbeat, but the speed becomes critical as Dravik's guards establish overwatch positions designed to prevent pursuit. Their rearguard actions speak of professional competence, each position chosen to maximize defensive advantage while covering the primary withdrawal. But professional competence assumes rational tactical behavior from pursuing forces. It doesn't account for chieftains driven by protective fury who'll risk everything to eliminate threats to their claimed mates. I catch the extraction party at the canyon's narrowest point, where rock walls funnel movement through a natural choke point. Perfect terrain for ambush, if timing and positioning prove adequate to overcome numerical disadvantage. My war axe takes the first guard before he can complete his warning shout, the double-headed blade shearing through armor and bone with mechanical precision. The second warrior manages to raise an alarm before my follow-up strike silences him permanently, but damage control becomes irrelevant when surprise achieves its primary objective. Dravik wheels his mount to face me, violet eyes blazing with hatred that transcends tactical consideration. His elaborate armor gleams with protective enchantments, and chaos magic crackles around his hands like captured lightning. Every inch the deadly noble whose reputation has spread terror throughout the borderlands. "The Orc chieftain," he says, his voice carrying cultured menace. "How convenient! Killing you will enhance the lesson your escaped pet's public execution provides." "Come and try," I growl, settling into combat stance as his remaining guards move to flank my position. What follows tests every skill acquired through decades of warfare. Dravik fights with the lethal precision of someone trained from childhood in magical combat, his spells weaving defensive barriers while chaos energy seeks gaps in my guard. His guards coordinate with professional efficiency, their attacks timed to exploit the openings his magic creates. But fury has its own tactical value. The protective rage that drives me forward proves stronger than magical barriers, my war axe carving through defenses powered by desperation rather than mere technique. Each strike carries the weight of personal stakes that transcend military objectives. The first guard falls to a blow that shatters his spine, the sound echoing off canyon walls like breaking stone. The second requires more effort, his magical protections absorbing punishment before finally yielding to sustained assault. But their elimination comes at cost. Multiple wounds seep blood through my armor, and exhaustion begins to weigh on muscles pushed beyond sustainable limits. Dravik recognizes opportunity in my accumulated damage. His chaos magic shifts from defensive casting to aggressive assault, eldritch energy seeking vital organs while his mount positions for optimal striking angle. The combination of magical attack and physical mobility creates tactical challenges that strain even experienced combat skills. "Your pet will scream my name before I grant her death," he taunts, seeking psychological advantage when physical superiority proves insufficient. "Every cut, every burn, every violation will be dedicated to your memory." Oh, the words ignite something primal in me. My war axe moves with renewed fury, each strike powered by protective instincts that make tactical calculation irrelevant. Dravik's mount staggers under the assault, its magical resilience insufficient against raw determination. But even fury has limits. The chaos magic finds its mark, tearing through my left shoulder with force that sends me staggering against the canyon wall. Pain flares white-hot through damaged nerve endings, and my war axe suddenly weighs more than conscious strength can support. "Pathetic," Dravik sneers, gathering magic for what will clearly be a killing blow. "Did you truly believe primitive rage could overcome civilized power?" The spell builds to devastating potential, chaos energy coalescing into forms designed to inflict maximum agony before granting death. In moments, the magical discharge will end both the battle and any chance of protecting the woman who's become my reason for living. But even as defeat approaches with mathematical certainty, I hear the sound that transforms despair into renewed hope. The whistle of arrows finding their targets, the clash of steel on steel, the war cries of allied clan forces arriving at precisely the moment when their intervention might tip the balance. Zahra appears at the canyon's edge like an avenging spirit, her bow singing as arrows seek gaps in Dravik's defenses. Behind her, Ironjaw and Bloodfang warriors pour into the confined space, their weapons already in motion as surprise once again becomes tactical advantage. Impossible, Dravik breathes, his concentration shattered by the arrival of forces that should be engaged elsewhere. Possible, Zahra corrects, her voice carrying absolute conviction as she draws her curved saber. When people fight for something worth protecting instead of mere conquest. The final confrontation unfolds with brutal efficiency. Dravik's magical abilities mean nothing when surrounded by warriors who've learned to coordinate their attacks for maximum effect. His chaos spells seek individual targets while multiple blades penetrate his defenses from angles that make protection impossible. But it's Zahra who delivers the killing blow, her saber finding the gap between helmet and gorget with surgical precision. The Dark Elf Lord dies with surprise written across his aristocratic features, unable to comprehend how his carefully planned campaign has ended in personal defeat. Rogar! She's beside me before Dravik's body hits the ground, her hands already working to assess the damage from his final spell. How bad? Survivable, I manage, though blood loss and magical trauma make consciousness feel increasingly precarious. The battle? Won. Dravik's death broke their morale. The survivors are retreating toward their staging areas. Her amber eyes blaze with fierce satisfaction. The allied clans performed perfectly. Your tactical coordination was flawless. Your tactical coordination, I correct. This victory belongs to you. The words carry weight beyond mere battlefield assessment. She conceived the strategy, forged the alliances, inspired cooperation between forces that should have remained divided. Her leadership transformed inevitable defeat into crushing victory, proving that unconventional approaches can overcome even overwhelming disadvantage. Our victory, she says firmly, achieved together as everything meaningful should be. The distinction feels important as allied warriors gather around us, their faces marked by the satisfaction of warriors who've survived impossible odds. We've proven that unity gives strength greater than any would suggest, that cooperation based on mutual respect can accomplish what traditional hierarchies cannot. But more than tactical success, we've demonstrated something that transcends military achievement. We've shown that love can inspire courage, that bonds forged in trust can withstand pressures that break lesser connections. As consciousness finally slips away under the combined weight of blood loss and magical trauma, my last clear thought is of gratitude, not just for survival, but for the extraordinary woman who's transformed my understanding of what victory can mean. The Dark Elves sought to reclaim escaped property. Instead, they've learned that some people refuse to remain victims, that freedom once tasted becomes worth any sacrifice to preserve. And perhaps that lesson will echo through their territories long after the immediate threat has passed, inspiring others to choose courage over submission. Perhaps love, once kindled, burns bright enough to light the way for everyone seeking liberation from oppression.
Chapter 15. Zahra. The healer's chamber has become my second home over the past week, its stone walls bearing witness to the slow miracle of Rogar's recovery. Sunlight streams through carefully placed openings, illuminating the herbs and healing implements that mark Mora's domain. The air carries the familiar scents of mountain sage and healing salves, mixed with the underlying musk that clings to warrior skin. I sit beside his sleeping furs, carefully applying fresh bandages to the wounds Lord Dravik's chaos magic carved into his left shoulder. The damage runs deeper than mere flesh, magical trauma that required days of careful healing to prevent permanent disability. But the crisis has passed, and each day brings visible improvement to the injuries that nearly claimed his life. "You don't have to hover," Rogar says, his grey eyes opening to study my face with familiar intensity. "I'm not going to disappear the moment you look away." I know. My fingers trace the edges of new scar tissue, mapping the permanent reminders of his reckless pursuit of Dravik. "But I almost lost you to your own protective instincts. Forgive me if I need tangible proof that you're still here." His massive hand covers mine, calloused fingers intertwining with surprising gentleness. The simple contact sends warmth radiating through my chest, a reminder of bonds that transcend physical proximity. Even unconscious and wounded, he represents safety in ways I'm still learning to trust. The clan meetings, he asks, ever focused on responsibilities that extend beyond personal concerns. Productive. The allied clans voted to establish permanent cooperation agreements, shared intelligence networks, coordinated defensive strategies, even joint training exercises. I can't suppress the satisfaction in my voice. What we accomplished during the battle has convinced them that unity creates advantages none of us could achieve alone. And the refugee settlements? Secured. With Dravik dead and his forces scattered, the immediate threat to escaped slave populations has been eliminated. We've established safe corridors for those seeking freedom, protected routes that avoid dark elf patrol areas. The strategic achievements feel almost surreal compared to the desperate circumstances we faced just weeks ago. Victory in battle has cascaded into broader political changes, transforming the entire balance of power in the borderlands. What began as personal vendetta has become the foundation for systematic resistance to dark elf oppression. "You've been busy," Rogar observes, studying me and staring at me deeply as if he's analysing me. "Someone had to coordinate things while you were unconscious. The clans needed leadership, and Grimna suggested I was the logical choice. The admission goes beyond a simple task assignment. They listen to me now, Rogar. Not just as your claimed mate or tactical advisor, but as someone whose judgment they trust." The transformation still feels impossible some days. From escaped slave to recognised clan leader in the span of months, the kind of elevation that should take years to achieve, if it happens at all. But battlefield success has a way of accelerating social acceptance, proving competence in ways that normal circumstances cannot. "How does it feel?" he asks. "Terrifying, exhilarating, like wearing armour that doesn't quite fit but might grow comfortable with time." I pause, searching for words that encompass the complexity of emotions involved. Like I finally understand what my mother meant when she said strength comes from knowing what you're willing to die for. The reference to my long-dead parent draws the soft expression that appears whenever Rogar glimpses the vulnerable core beneath my warrior exterior. He's never pressed for details about my past beyond what tactical necessity requires, but he understands that certain wounds run deeper than physical scars. "She would be proud," he says simply. "I hope so. She died protecting someone else's child when her own needed her. I used to think that was foolish self-sacrifice." My voice catches slightly as memories threaten to overwhelm careful emotional barriers. Now I understand it was the highest form of courage. Understanding that makes you worthy of the authority the clans have granted you. The declaration carries weight beyond simple affirmation. Leadership among warrior cultures isn't granted lightly. It must be earned through demonstration of competence, wisdom, and the willingness to make difficult choices for the greater good. That I've achieved such recognition speaks to changes that extend far beyond personal development. "There's something else," I say, reaching for a leather satchel beside my chair. Letters arrived from the other territories. Word of our victory has spread, and responses are interesting. I extract several documents bearing various clan seals and territorial markers. Intelligence reports, alliance proposals, even formal challenges from groups that view our success as threat to established hierarchies. The broader implications of what we've accomplished are rippling across political structures that have remained stable for generations. "Complaints from the Stormbreak elders," I say, scanning through the correspondence. They're claiming we've violated traditional territorial agreements by forming alliances without their consultation. Formal protests about upstart leadership and dangerous precedents. Predictable. Rogar's tone carries the dismissive certainty of someone who's dealt with political manoeuvring throughout his leadership career. They're afraid that successful cooperation will make their isolation look foolish rather than wise. But there are positive responses too. The Greycliff clans want to discuss mutual defence agreements. Several refugee camps are requesting assistance establishing permanent settlements. I smile at the next document. And apparently, 3 different Dark Elf noble houses are offering substantial ransoms for information about my current location. The last detail draws a possessive growl from Rogar's throat, a sound that speaks of primal instincts barely contained by civilized behaviour. His grey eyes flash with protective fury that makes my pulse quicken despite the circumstances. "Let them come," he says, the words carrying lethal promise. "We've proven what happens to those who threaten what's mine." The possessive declaration sends heat flooding through my chest, even as the practical implications make me shake my head in amusement. Your diplomatic skills need work. That's exactly the kind of response that will convince other clans we're dangerously aggressive. Are we not? We're strategically assertive, I correct. There's a difference between defending what matters and actively seeking conflict. Is there? Because from where I'm lying, it looks like conflict seeks us regardless of our preferences. The observation carries uncomfortable truth. Our victory over Dravik has established us as significant players in regional politics, attracting attention from allies and enemies alike. Success has created its own momentum, drawing us into conflicts and alliances that stretch far beyond our original objectives. Speaking of which, I continue, there's been a development regarding Vex's betrayal. His communication protocols led our intelligence teams to other compromised networks. We've identified at least 3 more Dark Elf intelligence operations throughout the Allied territories. Active operations? Disrupted now, but they were extensive. Mapping defensive capabilities, identifying leadership hierarchies, even documenting personal relationships that might be exploited for leverage. I meet his gaze directly. They knew about us, Rogar. Our bond, our tactical partnership, even details about our intimate conversations. The violation of privacy sends cold fury radiating from his massive frame. The idea that our most personal moments have been catalogued by enemies transforms protective instincts into something approaching homicidal rage. How much did they know? Enough to plan targeted operations designed to exploit our connection. Psychological warfare tactics, threats against me intended to compromise your tactical judgment, even contingencies for using our relationship to manipulate allied clan politics. The systematic nature of the intelligence operation reveals a level of sophistication that goes far beyond simple military reconnaissance. The Dark Elves have been studying us as individuals, mapping the emotional landscape that shapes our decision-making processes. But there's something they missed, I continue, unable to suppress a smile that holds sharp edges. They assumed our bond represented weakness rather than strength. That emotional attachment would make us more vulnerable rather than more dangerous. A critical miscalculation. One that cost them everything when circumstances required us to fight together rather than merely fight beside each other. The distinction feels important as I reflect on how our relationship has evolved through crisis and conflict. What began as mutual attraction and political convenience has been forged into something far more substantial through shared trials and coordinated action. Zahra. His voice carries new gravity as he struggles to sit up, despite Mora's strict instructions about rest and recovery. There's something I need to say while my thoughts are clear and we're alone. What? I've spent my entire adult life believing that leadership required emotional distance, that caring too deeply about individuals compromised the judgment necessary to protect larger groups. His grey eyes search my face as if memorising details that might disappear. You've proven that assumption catastrophically wrong. How so? Because caring about you, loving you, hasn't made me weaker or less effective. It's made me better at everything leadership demands. More creative in tactical thinking, more motivated to find solutions that protect everyone, more willing to take calculated risks for strategic advantage. The admission touches something deep and vulnerable in my chest, validating feelings I've been afraid to examine too closely. After years of seeing love as luxury that survival couldn't afford, hearing it described as source of strength rather than weakness feels revolutionary. I love you too, I say, the words emerging with easier honesty than I expected. Not just for what you've given me, safety, belonging, the chance to become someone worth being, but for who you are beneath all the armor and authority. Who am I? Someone who chose compassion when cruelty would have been easier. Someone who saw potential where others saw only problems. Someone brave enough to trust a human female with secrets that could destroy everything you've built. My hand moves to trace the tribal tattoos covering his shoulders, following patterns that speak of victories won and responsibilities accepted. Each mark tells a story of choices made under pressure, of moments when leadership demanded more than mere tactical competence. You made me believe I could be more than what circumstances created, I continue. That strength could build rather than merely endure. That power could serve rather than dominate. And you showed me that the best leaders aren't those who stand apart from their people, but those who inspire others to become the best versions of themselves. The mutual acknowledgement feels like completing a circle that began the morning he found me collapsed in the wasteland. We've both changed through our connection, grown into forms that complement and strengthen each other rather than simply coexisting. So what happens now? I ask. The clans expect leadership, the territories need coordination, and our enemies will undoubtedly regroup for future attempts at conquest. Now we build something worth protecting. His massive hand frames my face, thumb tracing the war paint that's become my daily armor. Together, as equals, as partners who've learned that love multiplies strength. Equals? The concept still feels strange after years of hierarchical thinking. In a warrior culture that values physical capability above all else. You coordinated a battle that should have been impossible to win. You forged alliances between clans that have feuded for generations. You've earned respect through actions that speak louder than any bloodline or cultural tradition. His smile holds fierce pride. If that doesn't qualify as equality, then the definition needs to change. The declaration carries weight that transcends personal relationship to encompass broader questions about leadership, authority, and the changing nature of power in a world where traditional assumptions prove inadequate to emerging challenges. Partners, then. I agree, leaning forward to claim a kiss that tastes of healing herbs and unspoken promises. Whatever comes next, we face it together. Together, he confirms, the word carrying the weight of vows that extend beyond formal ceremonies to encompass something deeper and more binding. Outside, the settlement buzzes with evening activities as the clan prepares for another night of peace earned through blood and determination. Children play between the tents, while warriors share stories of the battle that's already becoming legend. The sounds speak of community that's survived its greatest test and emerged stronger for the experience. But here, in the healing chamber's golden light, the future feels bright with possibilities beyond survival. We've proven that love can inspire rather than compromise, that unity creates advantages no individual could achieve alone. The war paint on my face has smudged against Rogar's skin, marking him with symbols of identity chosen rather than inherited. It feels appropriate somehow, evidence that we belong to each other in ways that transcend species, culture, or the cruel circumstances that brought us together. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new opportunities to prove that the bonds we've forged can withstand whatever tests the future holds. But tonight, surrounded by the warmth of achieved victory and shared purpose, the future looks bright enough to chase away even the deepest shadows. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Prothika audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Prothika's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Prothika bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 16. Rogar. 3 weeks have passed since the healers declared me fit for active duty. 3 weeks of watching Zahra transform from tactical coordinator to recognized clan leader. The morning sun streams through my tent's opening as I study the ceremonial documents spread across my working table. Formal agreements between allied clans, trade protocols with refugee settlements, and most importantly, the mating contract that will bind us according to ancient tradition. The document bears seals from every allied clan, a recognition of Zahra's status that would have been unthinkable mere months ago. Her signature appears alongside mine in the flowing script Keela taught her, marking her not as claimed property, but as equal partner in a bond that carries political weight throughout the territories. Second thoughts? Grimna's voice carries gentle teasing as he enters without ceremony, his scarred face bearing satisfaction. About the mating? Never. I set down the quill I've been using to finalize ceremonial details. About the political implications? Constantly. Such as, we're not just joining 2 individuals. We're formalizing an alliance between human refugees and orc clans that could reshape the entire balance of power in the borderlands. I gesture toward the stack of correspondence that's accumulated over recent weeks. 3 different Dark Elf territories have sent formal protests about our harboring of criminal elements. The Stormbreak Elders are demanding territorial concessions in exchange for continued neutrality. Even some of our allied clans are expressing concerns about the precedent we're setting. And none of it matters. The certainty in my tone surprises even me. Let them protest, demand, and express concerns. We've proven what unified leadership can accomplish. If they choose isolation over cooperation, that's their loss. Grimna's bark of laughter echoes off the tent walls. There's the decisive chieftain I remember. For a moment, I thought marriage negotiations had turned you into a diplomat. Marriage negotiations have reminded me that some things matter more than political convenience. I roll up the mating contract with careful precision. Zahra has earned her place through merit, not accommodation. Anyone who can't accept that reality needs to adapt their expectations. Speaking of adaptation, Grimna says, settling onto a camp stool with the casual ease of decades-old friendship. Have you seen the settlement this morning? The preparations are extensive. I haven't, actually. The past week has consumed my attention with administrative details and security arrangements, ensuring that the ceremony proceeds without interference from enemies who view our union as opportunity for disruption. But curiosity overcomes delegation as I follow Grimna outside to witness what the combined clans have created. The main assembly area has been transformed into something approaching magical. Banners bearing the symbols of allied clans hang from stone outcroppings, their colorful fabric creating a canopy that filters morning light into rainbow patterns. Traditional wedding decorations blend with human customs Zahra remembered from her childhood, creating a fusion that speaks of cultures learning to complement rather than merely coexist. But it's the people that truly demonstrate the scope of transformation we've achieved. Ironjaw warriors work alongside Bloodfang craftsmen to construct the raised platform where our ceremony will take place. Human refugees contribute decorations and expertise about customs their new allies had never encountered. Even children from different clans play together with the unconscious ease of those too young to carry inherited prejudices. Impressive, I murmur, watching Thresh direct the hanging of ceremonial weapons that will symbolically protect our union. More than impressive, Grimna corrects. Revolutionary. When did you last see this kind of cooperation between groups that were blood enemies 6 months ago? Never is the honest answer. The collaborative spirit filling the settlement represents something genuinely unprecedented in my experience. Unity based on shared values rather than mere tactical convenience. What began as desperate alliance has evolved into genuine community. Where's Zahra? I ask, noting her absence from the organized chaos. Final preparations with Keela and the other warrior women. Something about traditional ceremonies requiring separation before the claiming. Grimna's expression grows amused. Apparently, seeing your mate before the ceremony brings poor fortune to the union. The superstition makes me smile despite my skepticism about such traditions. Zahra has faced down dark elf sorcerers and coordinated impossible battles. I doubt ceremonial timing could significantly impact our relationship's durability. But traditions exist for reasons beyond mere superstition. They create shared meaning, transform personal moments into community celebrations, bind individual choices to larger cultural narratives. If observing ancient customs helps integrate our unusual union into familiar frameworks, the temporary separation serves purposes that extend beyond personal preference. Rogar! Thresh's voice cuts through the morning bustle, drawing my attention toward the settlement's eastern approach. The young warrior's expression carries urgency that immediately puts me on alert. Riders approaching. Single banner moving under diplomatic protocols. Visitors during wedding preparations, either fortunate timing or carefully planned coincidence. I make my way to the watchtower, noting how quickly the collaborative atmosphere shifts to defensive readiness. Allied warriors move to covering positions while maintaining the appearance of normal activity. Through the tower's observation ports, I study the approaching delegation. 5 riders, their mounts bearing the distinctive breeding marks of the Greycliff territories. The lead banner displays formal diplomatic symbols rather than war paint, but the riders themselves show the alert posture of warriors prepared for violence despite peaceful intentions. Greycliff envoys, I report through the communication crystal. Unknown intentions, but they're observing proper protocols. Shall we greet them with standard diplomatic courtesy? Grimna's voice carries the subtle question that accompanies such situations. Are these genuine negotiations or potential threats disguised as peaceful contact? Full honors, I decide, but with appropriate precautions. The delegation that greets the Greycliff envoys includes representatives from every allied clan, a demonstration of unity that serves multiple diplomatic purposes. We're not just the Stormfang receiving visitors, we're a coordinated alliance capable of presenting unified positions on matters of mutual interest. The lead envoy dismounts with formal precision, his movements carrying the careful dignity of someone accustomed to representing larger interests. His tusks bear the gold inlays that mark senior diplomatic rank, and his armor shows the functional elegance that speaks of wealth applied to practical purposes. Chieftain Rogar of the Stormfang, he says, inclining his head with exact protocol. I am Kazakh Ironmane, speaking for the Greycliff Alliance. We come bearing formal proposals for your consideration. You are welcome in our territory, I reply, matching his diplomatic precision, though your timing suggests either exceptional coincidence or careful planning. Careful planning, he admits with a slight smile. Word of tomorrow's mating ceremony has spread throughout the territories. We wish to arrive before the celebration, both to offer appropriate congratulations and to discuss matters of mutual interest. Such as the establishment of permanent trade agreements between our territories, mutual defense pacts that formalize the cooperation your recent victory demonstrated, and... He pauses, studying the assembled representatives with obvious calculation, recognition of new leadership structures that acknowledge merit over traditional bloodlines. The last point carries weight that extends far beyond simple diplomatic courtesy. By acknowledging Zahra's position within our alliance structure, the Greycliff territories would be endorsing the principle that capability rather than birth determines leadership authority. Such recognition could cascade into broader political changes throughout the region. Ambitious proposals, I observe. What does the Greycliff Alliance expect in return for such recognition? Advisory services regarding the tactical innovations that secured your victory over Lord Dravik, shared intelligence about Dark Elf military capabilities and strategic intentions. Most importantly, consultation regarding the integration of refugee populations into existing territorial structures. The requests make strategic sense from their perspective. Our victory has attracted attention throughout the borderlands, inspiring other groups to consider resistance rather than passive acceptance of Dark Elf dominance. But effective resistance requires coordination, intelligence, and tactical expertise that most communities lack. These negotiations would require detailed discussion, I say. Complex agreements involving multiple territories and interests. Indeed, which is why we propose establishing permanent diplomatic exchange, representatives who can facilitate ongoing coordination between allied communities. Kazak's expression grows serious. The defeat of Dravik's forces has created opportunities for systematic resistance, but only if scattered groups can achieve the kind of unity you've demonstrated. The conversation continues for over an hour as we explore the implications of formal alliance between the Greycliff territories and our own coalition. The proposals they've brought represent the kind of political evolution that could transform the entire regional balance of power, decentralized networks of cooperation, replacing traditional hierarchical control structures. But it's the personal recognition embedded within their formal proposals that feels most significant. They're not just acknowledging our military success or tactical capabilities. They're endorsing the principle that individuals can transcend the circumstances of their birth to achieve positions of genuine authority. One final matter, Kazakh says, as our initial discussions wind toward conclusion. We understand that tomorrow's ceremony represents more than personal union. It symbolizes the formal integration of human leadership into clan power structures. That's correct. The Greycliff Alliance wishes to send formal observers to witness this precedent-setting event, with your permission, of course. The request carries implications that extend far beyond ceremonial courtesy. Official observers from outside territories would transform our mating ceremony into a political statement that resonates throughout the borderlands. It would announce to allies and enemies alike that fundamental changes are taking place in how power is defined and exercised. Observers would be welcome, I say after considering the broader implications. Though I should warn you that our enemies may view such attendance as provocation. Let them. The time for hiding behind comfortable neutrality has passed. Kazak's expression hardens with resolve. Dravik's defeat proved that unified resistance can achieve what isolated communities cannot. If our presence at your ceremony helps inspire others to choose cooperation over submission, the risk becomes worthwhile. The diplomatic session concludes with agreements to formalize more detailed negotiations after the wedding celebrations. But the underlying significance feels clear. What we've accomplished has captured attention throughout the region, inspiring others to consider possibilities they'd never dared imagine. As evening approaches and final preparations accelerate around the settlement, I find myself reflecting on the transformation we've achieved. What began as personal attraction and political convenience has evolved into something approaching a political movement, the systematic challenge to assumptions about leadership, power, and the possibilities for cooperation between groups traditionally divided by prejudice and competition. Nervous? Thresh asks as he helps me don the ceremonial armor, reserved for formal occasions. About the ceremony, no. About the precedent we're setting? I pause, considering the honest answer. Constantly. Good precedents should be nervous-making, he observes with wisdom that seems too old for his years. They usually require overturning established patterns that powerful people have invested in maintaining. The observation destroys the heart of what tomorrow represents. We're not just celebrating personal union. We're announcing that traditional barriers between species, cultures, and social classes can be overcome through merit and mutual respect. Such announcements inevitably attract opposition from those who benefit from existing hierarchies. But looking around the settlement as evening activities wind down, I see evidence that change has already taken root in ways that make reversal unlikely. Children from different clans play together with unconscious ease. Warriors share tactical knowledge across traditional boundaries. Refugees contribute skills and perspectives that strengthen the community as a whole. This is what real victory signifies, not just military triumph over external enemies, but the creation of something worth defending against all future threats. Tomorrow, Zahra and I will formally bind our fates together according to ancient traditions adapted for unprecedented circumstances. But the real ceremony has already taken place in countless small moments of cooperation, acceptance, and mutual recognition.
Chapter 17. Zahra. The mating ceremony unfolds like something from the dreams I never dared allow myself during the darkest years in Leondor. The main assembly area has been transformed into a space that honours both Orcish tradition and human customs, creating something entirely new that belongs fully to neither culture, yet somehow encompasses both. I stand before the raised platform wearing ceremonial armour that Kayla and the other warrior women spent weeks crafting. Leather and steel that fits my form perfectly, while incorporating design elements from both species' martial traditions. The breastplate bears the spiralling patterns that mark Stormfang identity, but worked in the finer detail that human hands prefer. My weapons gleam with fresh polish, marking me as warrior-born despite my origins. But it's the faces surrounding the ceremony space that truly demonstrate what we've achieved. Allied clan members stand alongside human refugees, their expressions bearing the satisfaction of people who've witnessed the impossible become reality. Children from different communities play at the gathering's edges, unconscious of the historical significance unfolding around them. Diplomatic observers from 3 different territories watch with the careful attention of those who understand they're witnessing precedent-setting events. Their presence transforms our personal union into a political statement that will resonate throughout the borderlands, proof that traditional barriers can be overcome through merit and mutual respect. "Ready?" Kayla asks, appearing at my side with the ritual bonds that will symbolically link Rogar and me during the ceremony. The twisted cords incorporate fibres from both our cultures, blessed by shamans and healers according to traditions that predate written history. "More than ready," I reply, surprised by the absolute certainty in my voice. The months since my escape from King Cress's sacrificial altar have transformed me in ways that feel miraculous. From broken refugee to recognised leader, from isolated survivor to equal partner in a bond that carries weight throughout the territories. The woman who once measured success by mere survival now stands ready to claim a future that encompasses possibilities she'd never dared imagine. "Your mother would be proud," Kayla says quietly, her scarred features softening with genuine affection. She raised a daughter who chose courage over comfort, who refused to let circumstances define her limitations. The reference to my long-dead parent touches something deep in my chest. In all the chaos of recent months, I've rarely allowed myself to grieve properly for the woman whose gentle wisdom shaped my understanding of strength and sacrifice. But standing here, surrounded by people who've become family through choice rather than blood, I feel her presence like a benediction. "She would love this," I whisper. "The community, the cooperation, the proof that different people can meet at a common ground." "Then let's make sure she has reason to be proud." The ceremony begins with the ancient words that have bound warrior couples for generations, adapted for circumstances that traditional formulae never anticipated. Vesrik, the clan's eldest shaman, speaks in the ritual tongue that predates common speech, his voice carrying the weight of customs that stretch back through countless generations. But when he switches to common tongue for the vows that will seal our union, the words feel both ancient and entirely new. Rogar of the Stormfang clan, Vesrik intones, his weathered features grave with ceremonial solemnity. Do you claim this woman as equal partner, binding your strength to hers and hers to yours, accepting the responsibilities and privileges that such claiming demands? I do, Rogar replies, his grey eyes never leaving my face. The formal words carry personal weight that transcends mere ceremonial requirement. I claim Zahra as my equal in all things, warrior, leader, partner in whatever trials the future holds. Zahra, once of Leondor, now of the Stormfang, the shaman continues. Do you accept this claiming, binding your fate to his and his to yours, taking upon yourself the duties and honours that clan membership entails? I do. The words emerge strong and clear, carrying no hesitation despite their life-altering implications. I claim Rogar as my equal partner, accepting the responsibilities and joys that true partnership requires. The ritual bonds circle our joined hands as Vesrik speaks the final words that will make our union official in the eyes of clan law and allied territories. The twisted cords feel warm against my skin, imbued with the blessings and good wishes of everyone who's witnessed our journey from suspicious tolerance to genuine acceptance. By the authority of clan tradition and the witness of allied peoples, Vesrik declares, I pronounce you bound in partnership that extends beyond death itself. What has been joined in honour cannot be separated by circumstance. The roar of approval that follows shakes dust from the canyon walls, echoing with the satisfaction of people who watched impossible changes turning into something real. Warriors who once questioned my presence now cheer my formal integration into their community. Refugees who fled hopeless circumstances celebrate proof that new beginnings remain possible even after devastating loss. But it's Rogar's expression that holds my attention as the crowd surges around us with congratulations and well wishes. His face bears the fierce satisfaction of someone who's achieved something he'd never dared hope for. Not just personal happiness, but the systematic vindication of principles that guided his most controversial decisions. No regrets, I ask as we're swept into the celebratory feast that will continue well into the night. Only that it took us this long to reach this moment, he replies, his massive hand finding mine with the ease of long practice. The celebration flows around us like water around stones, carrying the joyous chaos that marks significant community events. Traditional foods blend with dishes the human refugees contributed, creating fusion cuisine that speaks of cultures learning to complement rather than merely coexist. Allied clan members share stories and songs that bridge linguistic barriers through shared musical traditions. Children dart between the adults with the boundless energy of youth, their laughter providing counterpoint to more serious conversations about trade agreements and defensive coordination. Even the diplomatic observers join the festivities, their formal reserve melting under the infectious enthusiasm that fills the evening air. Chieftain! Lady Zahra! Thresh appears beside us with a horn of fermented honey wine, his young face glowing with celebration and possibly alcohol. The allied representatives want to propose formal toasts to your union. What follows is a series of diplomatic speeches that transform our personal ceremony into something approaching international recognition. Representatives from the Ironjaw, Bloodfang and Greycliff territories offer formal acknowledgement of our partnership, while announcing their own commitment to the cooperative principles our union represents. To partnerships that transcend traditional boundaries, declares Kazakh Ironmane, raising his drinking horn high. To leaders who prove that merit matters more than birthright, that courage creates opportunities where none existed before. To the proof that different peoples can find common cause, adds the Bloodfang representative. That unity multiplies strength rather than dividing it. The toasts continue as evening deepens into night, each speaker adding their own perspective on what our union represents for the broader political landscape. By the time the formal ceremonies conclude, Our mating has been endorsed by every significant political entity in the region, recognition that carries weight far beyond ceremonial courtesy. But as the crowd gradually disperses and the celebration winds toward its natural conclusion, I find myself eager for the private moments that will make our union real in ways that public ceremony cannot achieve. "Come with me," Rogar says, his voice carrying new urgency as he guides me away from the lingering festivities toward the quarters that will now belong to both of us. His tent has been transformed for the occasion, expanded and decorated according to traditions that mark the establishment of new family units within clan society. Fresh furs cover the sleeping area, while ceremonial weapons hang from the support posts in arrangements that symbolically protect our union from external threats. But it's the privacy that feels most precious after hours of public scrutiny and formal speeches. Here, away from political implications and diplomatic observers, we can simply be two people who've chosen to bind their fates together, despite every rational argument against such commitment. "Alone at last," I murmur, beginning to remove the ceremonial armour that served its symbolic purpose. "Not quite alone," Rogar corrects, his hands working at his own armour fastenings. "There's still the matter of making this union official in ways that ceremony cannot accomplish." Heat floods through my chest at the promise in his voice. The claiming words spoken during our ceremony carry legal and social weight, but the bonds they create require physical consummation to achieve their full significance. What we're about to share will transform symbolic partnership into reality that can't be broken by circumstance or opposition. "Show me," I whisper, echoing the words I spoke during our first night together. But this feels different. Not the desperate passion of people facing uncertain futures, but the deep satisfaction of those who've found permanent haven in each other's arms. Each piece of armour that falls away reveals skin marked by recent battles and older scars, the accumulated history of two lives that have found completion through union. When he lifts me in his arms, carrying me to the sleeping furs with reverent care, I'm struck by how perfectly we complement each other. His massive strength balanced by my strategic flexibility, his protective instincts matching my fierce independence, his steady leadership enhanced by my tactical innovation. "My mate," he says, the words carrying weight that transcends mere affection. "My equal, my partner in whatever comes next." "Yours," I agree, claiming his mouth in a kiss that tastes of honey wine and promises kept. "As you're mine, completely and irrevocably." What follows transcends the physical joining we've shared before. It's not the frantic, desperate hunger of uncertain futures or stolen moments on the eve of war. This is something else, something sacred, something unshakably ours.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. We lie tangled in the ceremonial furs as the night stretches onward, our bodies still pulsing with aftershocks, our hearts beating in sync. This isn't just a physical bond. This is permanence. "No regrets, my mate," I say, tracing lazy patterns across the tribal tattoos that cover his chest. "None," he agrees, though his voice carries wondering amazement at how completely our lives have intertwined. Though I sometimes marvel at how far we've travelled from that first morning in the wasteland. "Not so far," I correct. "We're still the same people who chose courage over comfort, who refused to let circumstances define our possibilities." Perhaps. But we're also more than we were individually. Stronger, wiser, more capable of protecting what matters. The observation captures something essential about what partnership truly means. Not the loss of individual identity, but the multiplication of capabilities through union with someone who complements, rather than diminishes, personal strengths. What happens now? I ask, though the question feels less urgent than it would have months ago. Now we build the future we've imagined, he says, pulling the furs up around our shoulders. Together, as equals, as partners who've proven that love can inspire achievement rather than limiting it. Outside, the settlement settles into the peaceful quiet of a community that's celebrated something genuinely worth honouring. Children's laughter echoes from distant quarters as families share the joy that significant occasions create. Warriors make their final rounds, protecting the sanctuary we've all helped build through blood and determination. But here, in the warm circle of our private space, the future stretches ahead with possibilities that feel bright enough to illuminate even the darkest challenges we might face. We've proven that bonds forged in mutual respect can withstand pressures that break lesser connections, that unity creates strength greater than arithmetic would suggest. Tomorrow will bring new responsibilities, new opportunities to demonstrate that the principles we've embodied can inspire others to choose cooperation over isolation. But tonight belongs to us, two people who've found completion in each other while helping create something larger than individual happiness. The war paint on my face has smudged beyond recognition, but the identity it represents has become permanent through choices made and trials survived. I am Zahra of the Stormfang, warrior born through deed rather than blood, equal partner in a union that transcends the boundaries others would impose. And perhaps that transformation represents the most important victory of all, proof that even in the darkest circumstances, hope can take root and flourish into something that changes the world around it. The claiming is complete. The future begins now.
Chapter 18. Roger. The first light of dawn streams through the tent opening, illuminating Zahra's sleeping form with golden radiance that makes her appear touched by divine blessing. 3 days have passed since our mating ceremony, 3 days of watching the political implications of our union ripple outward through territories that are still adjusting to unprecedented changes. She stirs against my chest, her dark amber eyes opening to study me. They're eyes that's become as familiar as breathing. Even in the intimacy of morning quiet, I can see her mind working through the challenges that await us beyond these furs. "You're thinking," she observes, her fingers tracing the tribal tattoos that mark my shoulders. "I can practically hear the tactical assessment spinning through your head." "The final council session begins in 2 hours, I admit, reluctant to abandon the peaceful sanctuary we've created. Representatives from 7 territories, trade agreements worth more than most clans see in a decade, and formal recognition of cooperative principles that could reshape the entire regional balance of power." Nervous? Terrified. I confess with honesty that would have been impossible before our bond taught me the value of vulnerability. What we've built here could become the foundation for something extraordinary, or it could collapse under pressures we haven't anticipated. She shifts position to study my face more directly, her expression carrying the fierce determination that's guided her through every impossible circumstance. Then we make sure it becomes something extraordinary. The simple declaration carries weight that goes beyond mere optimism. We've proven repeatedly that seemingly insurmountable challenges can be overcome through strategic thinking, coordinated effort, and the willingness to attempt unconventional solutions. Today's negotiations represent another test of those principles. The Stormbreak delegation arrived during the night, I continue, sharing intelligence that's been weighing on my thoughts since the watch reports reached me. They're requesting private audience before the General Council session. Concerning what? Unknown. But their timing suggests either genuine interest in joining the Alliance or final attempt to disrupt agreements before they become irreversible. The Stormbreak clan's absence from our recent conflicts has been notable, their neutrality masking calculations that remain opaque to outside observation. Their sudden appearance during crucial negotiations could represent either opportunity or threat, depending on motivations we haven't yet identified. Either way, we handle them together, Zahra says, rising from the furs with fluid grace that speaks of confidence earned through surviving impossible odds. Whatever they want, whatever pressure they attempt to apply, we face it as partners. The conviction in her voice sends warmth flooding through my chest. Months of proving ourselves individually and collectively have created bonds that transcend mere romantic attachment to encompass genuine partnership in every aspect of leadership responsibility. We dress with the careful precision that diplomatic occasions demand, donning armor and weapons that mark us as warriors, while selecting ceremonial elements that acknowledge the political significance of today's proceedings. Zahra's war paint has evolved into something uniquely her own, patterns that blend clan traditions with personal symbols that speak of identity claimed rather than inherited. "Ready?" I ask, offering my arm with the formal courtesy that such occasions require. "More than ready," she replies, accepting the gesture with dignity that would impress the most demanding protocol masters. The council chamber has been expanded to accommodate representatives from territories throughout the borderlands, its stone walls decorated with banners that speak of unprecedented cooperation between groups traditionally divided by suspicion and competition. The sight fills me with pride tempered by awareness of how fragile such achievements remain. Early arrivals include familiar faces, Kazakh Ironmane from the Great Cliff territories, senior warriors from the Ironjaw and Bloodfang clans, even refugee representatives whose presence marks their transformation from displaced persons to recognized political entities. But it's the Stormbreak delegation that draws my attention, their formal positioning suggesting careful calculation about how to approach today's discussions. "Chieftain Rogar," says their lead representative, an elderly female whose scarred features speak of battles survived and wisdom earned. "Lady Zahra, we request private consultation before the general session begins." "Granted," I reply, leading them to the smaller chamber reserved for sensitive discussions. What follows reveals motivations that are both simpler and more complex than I'd anticipated. The Stormbreak clan's territorial isolation has protected them from dark elf persecution, but it's also limited their access to trade networks and defensive resources that Alliance membership would provide. Their previous demands for territorial concessions masked deeper concerns about maintaining autonomy while gaining Alliance benefits. "Our elders have reconsidered their position," the representative explains, her weathered hands gesturing toward documents that outline proposed terms. "Recent events have demonstrated that isolation provides security only until stronger forces decide otherwise." "What do you propose?" Zahra asks, studying the formal agreements with the analytical precision that's made her invaluable in such negotiations. "Full Alliance membership in exchange for territorial access rights and shared defense obligations. We contribute 43 seasoned warriors, extensive mining operations, and strategic positions that control 3 major mountain passes. The offer represents significant strategic value, adding both military capability and economic resources to our growing coalition. But more importantly, it demonstrates that the cooperative principles we've embodied have captured attention even among the most conservative clan leadership." "Terms?" I ask. "Recognition of internal autonomy within Alliance framework. Our customs, our leadership structures, our traditional practices remain unchanged except where they conflict with collective security requirements." "Acceptable," Zahra says after exchanging glances with me. "Diversity of approach strengthens Alliance effectiveness rather than weakening it." The negotiations that follow establish framework for integration that preserves clan independence while creating coordination mechanisms that serve mutual interests. By the time we return to the main council chamber, the Stormbreak delegation has formally committed to Alliance membership. the final piece in a political puzzle that's been months in the making. The general session that follows feels more like celebration than negotiation. Trade agreements that will bring prosperity to refugee settlements, defensive pacts that ensure no member territory faces future threats alone, even cultural exchange programs that will help different communities learn from each other's strengths. But it's the formal recognition of governing principles that carries the most weight. The assembled representatives vote unanimously to endorse leadership based on merit rather than birthright, cooperation over competition, and the systematic inclusion of refugee populations in territorial decision-making. To partnerships that transcend traditional boundaries, Kazak declares, raising his ceremonial horn in the toast that's become traditional at such gatherings. To leaders who prove that wisdom comes from unexpected sources, that strength multiplies when shared rather than hoarded. To the future we're building together, Zahra adds, her voice carrying clearly across the assembled delegates. A future where anyone can contribute according to their capabilities, where protection extends to all who need it, where cooperation creates opportunities that isolation cannot achieve. The agreement that emerges from today's session will be remembered as the moment when scattered resistance became coordinated alliance, when desperate survival tactics evolved into sustainable strategy for long-term prosperity. But for me, it represents something more personal, vindication of the decision to trust my heart as much as my tactical judgment. Success, Grimna observes, as the formal session concludes and representatives begin planning implementation of agreements reached, though I suspect this is just the beginning rather than the conclusion. Beginning of what? Systematic transformation of how power works throughout the borderlands. You've created precedents that will echo for generations, proof that cooperation serves everyone's interest better than the traditional hierarchies that kept groups divided and weak. The observation carries weight that extends beyond immediate political achievements. We've demonstrated that seemingly fundamental assumptions about leadership, authority, and social organization can be challenged successfully when circumstances demand adaptive responses. Credit belongs to Zahra, I say, watching my mate coordinate final details with diplomatic representatives. Her insights made this possible. Her courage inspired others to attempt what they'd never dared imagine. Credit belongs to both of you, Grimna corrects. Neither could have achieved this alone. Together, you've proven that partnership multiplies capabilities in ways that simple addition cannot explain. The afternoon brings a steady stream of visitors seeking final consultations before departing for their home territories. Each conversation reveals how today's agreements will ripple outward through communities that have spent generations believing change impossible. Refugee settlements will receive protection and resources that transform them from desperate camps into permanent communities. Trade networks will connect isolated territories with broader economic opportunities. Defensive coordination will ensure that future threats face unified response rather than scattered resistance. But perhaps most importantly, the systematic inclusion of human refugees in clan decision-making establishes precedent that will inspire similar inclusion efforts throughout the region. What began as personal necessity has become political principle, with implications that stretch far beyond our immediate territory. Satisfied? Zahra asks as evening approaches and the last diplomatic delegations prepare for departure. More than satisfied, I reply, pulling her close despite the formal setting. Amazed, grateful, occasionally overwhelmed by what we've accomplished. We've proven that love can inspire achievement rather than limiting it, she says, her words echoing observations we've made throughout our journey together. That bonds forged in mutual respect create strength that enemies cannot break, and that the best victories are those that create opportunities for others to achieve their own success. The settlement around us buzzes with evening activities as allied clan members prepare for departure, while permanent residents settle into routines that reflect new realities. Children from different communities play together with unconscious ease, while adults share skills and knowledge across traditional boundaries. This is the real meaning of victory. It's the creation of sustainable communities that can thrive despite external pressures, the systematic replacement of fear-based isolation with cooperation-based strength. What happens now? I ask, though the question feels less urgent than it would have months ago. Now we do the work, Zahra replies, her amber eyes reflecting the satisfaction of someone who's found purpose that extends beyond mere survival. Day by day, challenge by challenge, we prove that the principles we've established can withstand whatever tests the future brings. Together. Always together. The simple affirmation carries weight that encompasses far more than romantic commitment. We've become partners in the truest sense, equals who complement each other's strengths while compensating for individual limitations, leaders who inspire others through example rather than mere authority. As darkness settles over the canyon and the Allied territories prepare to implement agreements that will reshape the region's future, I find myself looking forward to whatever challenges await us. Not because I expect them to be easy, but because I know we'll face them as part of something larger than individual ambition. The escaped sacrifice who stumbled into my territory seeking shelter has become the cornerstone of political transformation that will echo through generations. The broken refugee has evolved into a leader whose insights reshape fundamental assumptions about power, cooperation, and the possibilities for positive change. And the chieftain who once believed emotional attachments compromised tactical judgment has learned that love gives strength, that partnership creates capabilities neither individual could achieve alone. The war pain on Zahra's face catches starlight as she studies the correspondence that's already arriving from territories eager to explore alliance membership. Her expression bears the fierce satisfaction of someone who's found work worth doing, 'cause worth fighting for, community worth protecting. This is what happily ever after looks like when it's built on foundation stronger than mere romantic attraction, the knowledge that we've created something that will endure long after individual lives have ended, something that makes the world better for everyone who comes after us. Together we've rewritten the rules. Now comes the greater challenge, proving that new rules can create better outcomes for everyone brave enough to embrace change. But looking at the woman beside me, studying the community we've helped build, considering the alliance we've forged from impossible circumstances, I find myself optimistic about our chances. After all, we've already accomplished the impossible once. How difficult could it be to do it again?
Epilogue. Zahra. 7 years have transformed the canyon settlement from desperate fortress into thriving capital of what the Orcs are already calling the Borderland Alliance. I stand on the expanded watchtower's highest platform, watching the morning bustle of a community that's grown to encompass 3 times its original population. Trade caravans wind through carefully maintained roads, while children from a dozen different territories play in the communal spaces that mark our commitment to integration over isolation. The view still takes my breath away, not just for its beauty, but for what it represents. Proof that the impossible can become inevitable when enough people commit to making it so. Mama? The voice that interrupts my contemplation carries the imperious demand that only a 3-year-old can manage. I turn to find Kira, scrambling up the stone steps, with the determined grace that marks her as her father's daughter, despite appearing deceptively delicate to untrained eyes. Her small form moves with the fluid precision of someone born to warrior parents, though her build favours my human heritage in ways that make every orc in the settlement treat her like precious crystal. Dark hair frames features that blend the best of both bloodlines. My amber eyes set in a face that bears the strong bone structure of her father's people, though scaled to proportions that seem impossibly fragile to orcs accustomed to more robust children. Kira, I scold gently, catching her as she reaches the platform. What have I told you about climbing the watchtower without escort? That it's dangerous, and I could fall and break my neck and make Papa cry, she recites with the practiced efficiency of someone who's heard this lecture frequently. But I'm very careful, And besides, Drac and Kale are coming too. As if summoned by her words, the sound of heavier footsteps echoes from the stairs below. My twin sons appear moments later, their 6-year-old forms already showing the robust build that marks them as unmistakably orcish, despite their mixed heritage. Unlike their sister, they bear no obvious signs of human blood, broad shoulders, the beginning of tusk development, skin that carries the green tint of their father's people. "Sorry, Mama," Drac says, his voice carrying the careful responsibility of the older twin. "We tried to stop her, but you know how she gets when she wants something." "She's too fast," Kyle adds, though his expression holds the protective fondness that marks all his interactions with his younger sister. "And she threatened to tell Papa we weren't watching her properly." The manipulation tactics make me smile despite my concern for safety protocols. Kira has learned to leverage her brother's protective instincts with the strategic precision of someone who's observed political manoeuvring from birth. Her apparent fragility masks a will of iron that she's inherited from both parents. "All of you, come here," I command, settling onto the stone bench that provides seating while maintaining clear sight lines across the settlement. They arrange themselves around me with practiced ease, Kira claiming my lap, while the twins position themselves on either side, close enough to provide protection while maintaining the dignity that their emerging warrior status requires. The family tableau we create speaks of bonds that transcend species boundaries, love that creates rather than constrains. "Tell me what you see," I say, gesturing toward the bustling activity below. "Trade caravans from the Greycliff territories," Drac observes, his tactical awareness already impressive for someone so young. 3 wagons, maybe 40 guards, moving toward the main market square. "Human refugees setting up permanent workshops in the artisan quarter," Kyle adds, his attention drawn to the construction projects that mark ongoing expansion. "The metalworkers from the eastern settlements, I think." "Children playing," Kira says simply, her focus on the mixed groups of youngsters whose games ignore the species boundaries that divided previous generations. "Orc children and human children, and some who look like both." The different observations reflect their emerging personalities: Drac's strategic mind, Kale's interest in craftsmanship and construction, Kira's intuitive focus on social dynamics. Each carries pieces of what their father and I have tried to build, though filtered through perspectives shaped by growing up in a world where cooperation is normal rather than revolutionary. "And what does that tell you?" I ask. "That the alliance is working," Drac says with the certainty of someone who's never known a world where such cooperation was impossible. "That different peoples can live together when they choose to. That building things together makes everyone stronger," Kyle adds, his young mind already grasping principles that eluded most adults for generations. "That families come in all shapes," Kira concludes, her small hand patting my arm with the casual affection that marks her as entirely secure in her place within our unconventional household. The insights warm my heart while highlighting how much their generation takes for granted. They've never known a world where human refugees lived in desperate camps, where clan warfare consumed resources that could have been used for prosperity, where cooperation required constant negotiation rather than simple common sense. "Zahra." Rogar's voice carries across the platform as he emerges from the stairs, his massive frame moving with the controlled power that still makes my pulse quicken after years of marriage. The silver threading his black hair speaks of accumulated responsibility rather than mere age, while new scars map the ongoing challenges that leadership demands. But it's his expression when he spots our children that truly demonstrates how fatherhood has changed him. The fierce warrior, who once ruled through strength alone, melts into protective gentleness whenever Kira's amber eyes meet his, while pride radiates from every line of his body as he studies the twins' developing capabilities. "Papa!" Kira launches herself from my lap toward his arms with the absolute confidence of someone who's never doubted her welcome. He catches her with practiced ease, lifting her high enough to survey the settlement from his elevated perspective. "Have you been climbing the watchtower without permission again?" he asks, though his tone carries more amusement than reproof. "Only a little bit," she replies, with the diplomatic precision she's learned from observing alliance negotiations. "And I was very careful, and my brothers were watching me, and Mama wasn't really angry." "Were you not?" Rogar asks, turning his attention to me with the knowing look that acknowledges our daughter's political manoeuvring. "Mildly concerned about safety protocols," I correct, though impressed by her tactical use of emotional leverage to achieve her objectives. The twins exchange glances that speak of siblings recognizing when their parents engage in the coded communication that marks long partnership. They've learned to read such interactions, understanding that their parents' relationship provides the stable foundation that makes their own security possible. "Council session results?" I ask, noting the satisfaction in Rogar's posture that suggests positive developments. "The Westmarch territories voted for full alliance membership. Unanimous decision, effective immediately." His smile carries the fierce pride of someone who's watched impossible dreams become political reality. "That brings our total membership to 15 separate political entities, covering roughly 60% of the borderland territories." "And the Dark Elf response?" "Officially, continued protests about our harbouring of criminal elements and violation of traditional territorial agreements." His expression grows more serious. "Unofficially, intelligence suggests 3 separate noble houses are reconsidering their approach to refugee populations. Apparently, our success has inspired similar resistance movements in their own territories. The implications make my chest tighten with a mixture of satisfaction and concern. Success breeds imitation, but it also attracts attention from enemies who view change as fundamental threat to established hierarchies. Our children will inherit a world where cooperation has become possible, but they'll also face pressures that we're only beginning to understand. "Will there be war?" Drac asks, his young voice carrying the careful precision of someone who's learned that adult conversations often reveal important information. "There's always war somewhere," Rogar replies honestly, "but not the kind that threatens our home. We've proven that unified defence makes conquest too costly for rational enemies to attempt." "And irrational enemies?" Kyle presses. "Learn rationality through painful experience," I add, drawing laughter from the twins who've heard similar observations throughout their childhood. The conversation continues as we make our way down from the watchtower toward the family quarters that have expanded to accommodate our growing household. The children pepper us with questions about alliance politics, trade negotiations, and the tactical innovations that keep our territories secure against external threats. But it's the casual nature of such discussions that truly highlights how much the world has changed. Our children grow up understanding international diplomacy as normal family conversation, viewing cooperation between different peoples as simple common sense rather than revolutionary achievement. "Mama," Kira says as we reach our quarters, her small hand tugging at my armour with the insistence that marks important questions. "Why do some people still think humans and orcs shouldn't be friends?" The question cuts to the heart of challenges that persist despite years of systematic progress. "Because fear makes people suspicious of change," I explain, lifting her so we can speak eye to eye. "Some people believe that keeping groups separate makes them safer, even when evidence suggests cooperation actually provides better protection." "That's silly," she declares with the absolute certainty of childhood. "Everyone knows families are stronger when they help each other." "Everyone in our territory knows that," Rogar corrects gently. "But not everyone has been fortunate enough to grow up in a place where such cooperation is normal." "Then we should teach them," Drac suggests, with the tactical confidence he's inherited from both parents. "Show them how it works, like you showed the allied clans." We're trying, I assure him, but teaching takes time, and some people learn more slowly than others. The family meal that follows carries the comfortable chaos that marks households with young children. The twins compete to share stories about their training sessions with Kayla, while Kira demands equal attention for her own accomplishments in languages and diplomacy. Rogar indulges their individual interests with the patient attention of someone who's learned that fatherhood requires different skills than battlefield command. But it's the quiet moments between conversations that truly capture the magnitude of what we've built. Our children switching between common tongue and Orcish with unconscious ease. The casual discussion of trade agreements and defensive strategies as normal family topics. The absolute security they display in expressing opinions that challenge adult assumptions. We have created an environment where the next generation can grow up taking cooperation for granted, where mixed families represent normalcy rather than revolution, where strength comes from unity rather than isolation. Bedtime stories, Kira requests as evening activities wind toward conclusion. What kind of stories? Rogar asks, settling into the chair that's become his traditional storytelling position. Adventure stories, the twins say simultaneously. Stories about Mama escaping from the dark elves, Kira adds, her amber eyes bright with fascination for tales she's heard countless times. Those aren't bedtime stories, I protest. They're entirely too exciting for people who need to sleep peacefully. But they're the best stories, Kale argues. Stories about being brave when everything seems impossible. Stories about finding family where you don't expect it, Drac adds. Stories about love making people stronger instead of weaker, Kira concludes, unknowingly summarizing the principles that have shaped her entire world. The storytelling session that follows blends adventure with gentle wisdom, transforming our family's origin story into legend that emphasizes courage, cooperation, and the power of choice over circumstance. By the time all three children settle into sleep, they've absorbed another lesson about the values that created their secure world. Satisfied? Rogar asks as we settle into our own sleeping furs, the private quarters finally quiet after the day's accumulated activities. More than satisfied, I reply, curling against his massive frame with the unconscious ease of years of partnership. Amazed, grateful, occasionally overwhelmed by how much our choices have rippled outward to affect others. No regrets. Only that it took us so long to find each other. I trace the newest scars that mark his torso, evidence of ongoing challenges that leadership continues to demand. And that our children will face pressures we couldn't anticipate when we started this journey. They'll face them with advantages we never had, he points out. Stable community, allied support, the absolute knowledge that they're valued for who they are rather than what circumstances created them. And parents who've proven that seemingly impossible challenges can be overcome through cooperation and determination. Think they'll carry on what we've built? I consider the question while listening to the peaceful sounds of our household settling into sleep. Kira's determined manipulation of her brother's protective instincts. The twins' casual assumption that different peoples naturally work together. Their unconscious confidence that problems can be solved through strategic thinking and coordinated effort. They'll build something even better, I say with absolute certainty, because they're starting from foundation we could only dream of when we began. The war paint I still apply each morning has evolved into something that belongs entirely to me. Patterns that speak of her identity through choice rather than inherited through blood. But looking at our children, I realise the most important transformation isn't written on my face, but embedded in the world they'll inherit. A world where cooperation is normal rather than revolutionary, where strength comes from unity rather than isolation, where love multiplies capabilities rather than limiting them. 7 years ago, I was a desperate refugee seeking shelter from enemies who wanted me dead. Tonight, I'm a recognised leader in an alliance that's reshaping regional politics, mother to children who represent the future of interspecies cooperation, partner to a male who's proven that the best victories create opportunities for others to achieve their own success. The journey from broken slave to alliance founder feels impossible even in retrospect. But lying here in the arms of someone who saw potential where others saw only problems, surrounded by children who treat mixed heritage as blessing rather than burden, part of community that's proven cooperation creates strength. No individual could perform alone. Impossible feels like exactly the right word. After all, we've built our entire life on accomplishing things that should have been impossible. Why stop now? The future awaits us, extending far beyond personal happiness to encompass systematic transformation of how individuals can find common ground, how power can serve rather than dominate, how love can inspire achievement that benefits everyone rather than merely those directly involved. Our children will face their own impossible challenges, but they'll face them with tools we could only dream of, support we never had, and the absolute certainty that cooperation creates possibilities that isolation cannot achieve. That legacy feels worth every sacrifice we made to create it.